Hello and welcome to the NHL 2020 draft coverage live of rounds 2 to 7. My name is Wyatt Zieger. I'll be your host today, joined alongside, and as always, the wonderful and the beautiful Brennan Klak. Brennan, thanks for being here, talking some NHL draft prospects.
I'm really glad you called me beautiful. That makes me feel really nice inside and really hypes me up for the draft. You know, that little self-esteem boost. So thank you, Wyatt.
Anything I can do to inflate the ego apple, as community fans know. Now, Brennan, let's get back into yesterday's picks. Now, there were some surprises coming out of that first round, and I think as someone you've been chomping at the bit to talk about, Chinakhov.
Yeah, he was definitely the biggest surprise, I would say, of that first round, especially after Jarmo Kekalainen announced the pick for Columbus. And it seemed like everybody on the panel was just shuffling papers and trying to figure out who the hell is this guy. Now, I had him as a sleeper on my list. You can find my list at brennanclak.wordpress.com. And I have my top 110 plus sleepers, and Chinakhov was in the sleeper column. He's had a great start to the KHL season. He's got 5 goals in 12 games so far as they've started their year. But if you look at the list there, he was 59th on Craig Button's list, 173rd on McKean's, but relatively wasn't on many lists. He actually did have a nice season last year in the MHL, which is Russia's minor hockey league. But at the same time, he's already 19 years old. So in terms of being an overager and being that high in the draft, not to mention that Jarmo Kekalainen said he was in their top 10, which seems ridiculous, that he probably was the biggest surprise I've seen in a first round in my entire draft history of covering it. So that would be 15 plus years.
Now, for you, was the bigger surprise the actual pick or not trading down? We saw the Calgary Flames trade down twice. They acquired 2 third-rounders. Columbus is a team that doesn't have a pick in the second or third round, so you understand why if they have the opportunity to take the guy they want, they do that. But was it a little surprising not to see them try to move down in the draft and maybe recoup a pick or two before drafting Chinakhov?
Well, the rumor around the draft after the pick was made, because there was a couple of texts sent to different executives around the league. Apparently at 28, there was a team that had Chinakhov there. I'm not saying that the team that picked 28, but there was a team in the East that had him 28th on their list. So it's not like Columbus was the only team that liked him. He was just a name that I think everyone was trying to keep under the radar. So I'm a little surprised maybe that they didn't explore trading down, but Jarmo Kekalainen after the draft did say, we thought that he might be gone if we were to not pick him right there. So Calgary's case, I really like what they did. They had a group of players. They felt like they couldn't go wrong. So Calgary ends up just kind of going, why don't we trade down, recuperate some third-round picks, and they grab a guy in Connor Zary, who I had ranked 11th, who I thought was kind of a jack of all trades. Like, the guy can score, he can go in the dirty areas, he wins faceoffs, and he's a good defensive player. He does everything for you. A really good second-line center prospect who lit up the WHL this season.
Yeah, he had 38 goals, 46 assists to go along with 50 penalty minutes. So when you say he's not afraid to get into the dirty areas, you're 100% right. I know that's a prospect you were higher on. You had him at 11. North American Staters got him at 15. What do you think his development track is for Calgary? Is this a player that hops in to the 2021 season or the 2022 season?
It all depends on how he tracks, I guess. I mean, he already had a really nice year, but I would be sending him back to the WHL this season. And also, he has a decent shot at about a 4-line center spot at the World Juniors. But this Team Canada team coming up is very stacked. Although I expect that there's a possibility that the IIHF allows for more roster spots just because of the COVID pandemic. So he might make the roster if they do that as a 13-14 forward. But at the same time, Canada generally goes with more of a veteran presence, at least unless it's a guy like Alexis Lafreniere. So we'll see what happens there, but he's probably closer to 2 years away. Physically, he's already very developed, and he's very thick. Like, he's a guy that definitely is already hard to knock off the puck. So it's not super far away, and Calgary could use him right away in their bottom 6 when he starts off, and then eventually can work up from there as Michael Backlund gets older.
Another player that was taken in the top 10, also hard to knock off the puck, but will likely make the squad this year, is Marco Rossi, taken by the Minnesota Wild. Minnesota, without a lot of depth now at center, do you see him taking on that first line center role in his first season?
He very well might. I mean, the thing with Marco Rossi is that it doesn't really matter how small he is. It's more of he's 5'9". That's pretty short, but this guy's built really well. He wins a lot of battles in the corners. He hits people in the corners. I've seen a lot of video of Rossi play, and he's always come out impressing me a lot. He reminds me a lot of Pavel Datsuk's lower body strength and Braden Point's skating ability. Like, this guy is an incredible player, and the Minnesota Wild's new director of amateur scouting, Judd Brackett, was very well renowned in Vancouver. He was a guy that the Canucks fans talked about as being a messiah for them, a guy that came in and just changed how the Canucks looked at prospects and drafted Quinn Hughes, drafted Brock Besser. So he knows what he's doing. Marco Rossi, if you look at the Minnesota Wild centers, it's pretty ugly. I mean, Marcus Johansson, Joel Eriksson-Ek, Victor Rask. It's with trading Eric Stahl away and Mikko Koivu leaving in free agency has created a huge void there. And you look at the wings, and you have Kevin Fiala, who's young, on the wing. You have Kirill Kaprizov coming in on the wing, who's also really young. There is a spot available for Rossi to grab just because the depth is so bad in Minnesota right now. And I'm not entirely sure if they're going to get a center for Matt Dumba this week. It's a possibility they end up having to hold on to him. So we're going to find out if he's got a really good shot or just a good shot
soon enough, I'm sure. Now, looking at that top 10 yesterday, one of the names that I was surprised that was called as low as it was, Cole Perfetti, going down to 10. I think a lot of people had him at number 4 to the Red Wings, but he slides down because he's maybe a bit of a smaller player, but he is a high IQ player. Reminds you maybe not of Sidney Crosby exactly, but the way they both think the game, you could see that comparison.
Yeah, he's one of the smartest players in the draft, and I'm sure they showed the Rubik's Cube montage on TV last night, but at the same time, Perfetti's one of those guys where sometimes you watch him and he's got the puck is on a string, he's able to move around with ease, he's a great stick handler. You don't think much of his defensive game, but the thing is that it's very well there. He's a very good 200-foot player. And that's part of why the Winnipeg Jets took this player, is because they probably see him as a possible second-line center in the future. Now that Brian Little's career looks like it could be over due to injury, they have a void there. And Perfetti, I don't think in their wildest dreams they could have thought Perfetti was going to slip, because some people had him going to Detroit at 4, and my list I had him at 4 as well. He's a very confident kid. He told everybody after the draft that he wants to prove other teams wrong that passed on him, and he said it twice. And it's one of those things that you hear more in the NFL than the NHL, but hearing it here was kind of refreshing. And I think that Perfetti was an excellent pick. I don't think his skating is as bad as some people say it is. Some people are saying it's a mediocre stride. I've watched Perfetti enough to say I think he's fine. I think it really improved in the second half of the season. And I think that Winnipeg had a lot of offers for that 10th pick because of where Perfetti fell, because other teams really liked him. And they said, no, this is our guy.
One pick that teams, especially in our area, might be interested to hear a little more about is Ozzy Weisblatt. Now, that was a pretty feel-good story yesterday. I always welled up a little bit when the San Jose Sharks started to sign his pick for the mom, who is deaf. Was that your feel-good moment of the draft yesterday?
It was certainly one of them. There was a couple, but in terms of ending off on a positive note, that was fantastic. I mean, the San Jose Sharks, absolute classy organization to do that for Ozzy and his family, and they were so excited as well. I mean, the whole family was cheering up and down. It was one of the more exciting, because we had a few moments there. I look back at the Oilers taking Dylan Holloway, where because of the delay, it looked like they hated their lives a little bit for some reason. Like you look at the Ottawa Senators when they took Jake Sanderson, there was a delay, and everyone's just kind of sitting there and waiting for Sanderson to have some kind of emotion. And it's only because we're doing this virtually and not everyone's on the same page. But Weisblatt, they kind of cut right to them, and because of the sign language, they already knew, okay, it's him before they made the actual name announcement. So when they cut to the family, they're already jubilant. So it was fantastic to see. Ozzy's a great kid. I produced a few Oil Kings games this year where Ozzy seemed to light them up and was all over the ice. So I never actually got to see him play, but overall, that was a great feel-good moment. The Alex Trebek moment, though, I think that's probably the best draft pick call of all time.
I would have to agree with you there. I just kind of disappointed they didn't do it for 5 as well. They did it for 3. It would have been nice to get back-to-back Trebek in there. One player that a lot of people had question marks going on into this draft, and that's because of injury, Hendrix Lapierre, which might be one of my favorite names taken from that first round. He's had neck and concussion problems in the past. He's projected to go anywhere from 13 to about 17. He ended up sliding all the way down to 22 to the Washington Capitals. Do you like that fit for Washington? And do you think Hendrix Lapierre should be concerned about the injury history?
Well, Hendrix Lapierre is kind of an interesting prospect for more than just the injuries, because as far as a player goes, he has a lot of skill, and there's a lot of times on the ice where I feel like Hendrix Lapierre leaves you wanting a little bit more. He only scored 2 goals before he went down to injury in the QMJHL last season. He had a good start this year now that he's healthy. He's only had 1 concussion, and he says the rest is all neck problems, which actually is very similar to when Sidney Crosby went down a few years ago, and we weren't entirely sure what he was dealing with. He said it was a neck problem and not all concussions, so it's those types of questions, though, that had teams wondering about him. I ranked him a little lower because he reminds me of Jonathan Drouin, where you see the guy on the ice and you're incredibly excited, but the results leave you with a lot to be desired. But as far as fitting into an organization, I thought he was going to be a good fit for the Montreal Canadiens. They didn't go that route. They went safe with Caden Gooley, who a little bit surprising considering Montreal's already, they have tons of left-hand D, including Alex Romanov. So that was a little bit of a shocker for me, but Washington's a really good fit for Lapierre because they have a lot of skill already. They have a guy like Evgeny Kuznetsov, who Lapierre kind of plays like in some ways, so he can look at him for inspiration. And they need this kind of influx of a risk. Like, the Capitals are getting older. So if they can get something out of Lapierre and build around him coming in to the prime twilight of some of their stars' careers, that would be a nice transitionary period for them. They're in a good spot to take that risk.
Moving down a little further on the draft board, one that personally interests me, 27, Jacob Pelche gets taken by the Anaheim Ducks. Now, there was a lot of mixed reviews on him, a player that can come out and be the best player on the ice, but also a player that disappears for nights at a time. Do you see him projecting as an NHL top 6 player, or is he going to be a middling bottom 6 player?
Well, Jacob Perreault's got a great NHL shot. He's already there in terms of being able to snipe. And it really, as you kind of mentioned, he disappears a bit. But for me, it's that he likes to jump the zone. That's something that the young players do, though, in junior quite often. It's a very fixable trait. He just wants to cheat offensively to score. And for the Anaheim Ducks, that's probably a good thing. If you look at their prospect pool, they have a lot of guys that are tenacious on the puck. You know, Max Jones, Sam Steele, I think, has a lot of skill, but he's also a tenacious guy. You go Maxime Comtois, but they're kind of missing that offensive shoot-first guy in their system. They did pick up Daniel Sprong earlier and then traded him away as he didn't work out, and he was kind of that guy, and Perreault reminds me a little bit of Sprong, but Perreault is way faster than Sprong is, and that's key for him to get a shot across. So I think he projects as a decent second-line winger, and that's good news for the Anaheim Ducks. I thought that pick was great value for them. And they should be pretty pleased with that draft because they also got Jamie Drysdale at 6, who I think is just a fantastic guy and defenseman. He reminds me a lot of John Klingberg. And to add a guy like that into the Anaheim Ducks organization on D, mobile and effortless out there in a good way, like everything looks easy. That's a really nice pickup for them.
The Anaheim Ducks were one of a few teams that had multiple picks. Another team that had multiple picks, they actually had 3 in the first round, was the New Jersey Devils, and they shook a couple of fans taking Shakir McMadulan. What do you like about that pick, Brennan? I know you had him rated a little higher than most people did.
Well, I like his name. I mean, how could you go wrong with a name like that? That's fantastic.
Shakira.
Yeah, Shakira. I had him ranked around 44, but the thing with him was that coming into the draft, he was thought of as a defensive defenseman. He's a bit of a scarecrow. If you look, he's 179 pounds. So he has a lot of frame filling to do. But the nice thing about him was that he came into this KHL season and there was a couple injuries on his team. And he actually plays with Rodion Amirov, who the Leafs took. And when the injuries hit in the KHL to some of the star players they have, they ended up getting top power play time. So Amirov and Mukhamadullin got time that they never would have in their draft season. And both showed a lot of extra potential offensively. And that's something that Mukhamadullin we weren't entirely sure if he had that in him, but to see him start like that gave some teams a little bit of a boost and a little bit of a confidence thing in terms of, hey, actually, he's projecting pretty well already. We thought he was a big project, and now, well, he's showing a little bit of tangible result in a pro league. So he's already had a whole season there as well. I think it's a good kind of project-y pick, although I'm sure the Devils were hoping they got Braden Schneider, and the Rangers had to trade up ahead of them to get Schneider. So it might have been one of those, the next guy's, we don't have time. The next guy on our list is Mukhamadullin. We'll do it. We'll just take the risk. And then people forgot about it quickly because Columbus was next.
Yes, they were. Now, so those are 2 guys, speaking of Chinakhov and McMadullin, that weren't projected as first-round picks. And when that happens, that means guys slide out of the first round. The top-ranked North American left skater is Jeremy Poirier. When you also look at the international skaters, John Jason Peterka is somebody I thought he might take a flyer on in the first round. Who is your biggest surprising miss of the first round so far?
Well, first, Wyatt, before we get into anything, I think we're going to pivot on one thing. The Pittsburgh Penguins are believed to be trading Matt Murray to the Ottawa Senators. This has been reported by Darren Dreger and Elliot Friedman, so we have 2 guys on it. So when we get the Matt Murray details, I'll report it here. Now, other than that, based on who's left, yes, JJ Peterka for me. Huge shocker that he wasn't in the first round for me. And here's the details. Sorry. So the Pittsburgh Penguins, they have traded Matt Murray to Ottawa for Jonathan Gruden and the 52nd overall pick in the draft. Wow. So Matt Murray to the Ottawa Senators for Jonathan Gruden and a 2020 second round pick.
How much do you know about Jonathan Gruden? I'm just looking at the Ottawa Senators. They got 3 second-round picks here, and that returns, off immediate reaction, seems a little low for Matt Murray.
Well, the goalie market's saturated. There's a lot of goalies on this market, and Matt Murray's qualifying offer was in the $3-ish million range, so he might get $4+ million, and he had a really rough year last year. I mean, Tristan Jarry took his job. He ended up starting for Pittsburgh in the playoffs, and they took him out for Jarry in that clinching game. Obviously, with Matt Murray, he's got the resume and the pedigree with the 2 Stanley Cups that have made him have an excellent start to his career. But the problem with him is he's had a few concussions, and it seems like it's affected his game just a little bit, especially when there's guys in the crease. He's a little bit hesitant sometimes. I think for the Ottawa Senators, this is the perfect goalie to gamble on because you're not supposed to be good anyway, and you have 3 second-round picks. You've dealt 1 now. Overall, Murray's a really good young guy to try to build around, see what he can give you, and if he gives you a number 1 goalie type caliber season, then you're extremely happy for the future with him because you have a long time with him to go. It only costs you a second. And Jonathan Gruden played in London this year. He's a guy that I had ranked high a couple years ago in the draft who went lower. He slipped to round 4, played in college, and then left college. I think he played for Miami, left college, and played for London this year and was very good as a veteran on their top power play unit. So he's got some hope for the bottom 6 of the Penguins quite soon, maybe as soon as next season. So we'll find out. But Murray is it's an interesting gamble for Ottawa, but they're the team that can do it. Like in terms of teams that can do this gamble, Ottawa, Detroit, they were the best suited.
So now leading back to yesterday's trade, Max Domi for Josh Anderson, we have the number 3 and the number 4 players gone off the TSN trade board list. 2 other names that really stick out are number 1 and 2, Oliver Ekman-Larsson and Patrick Laine. Could you see a deal being put in place for either one of these today, or is this a move that you want to maybe drag out over the course of the fall?
Well, I mean, in terms of Oliver Ekman-Larsson, who's the number 1 guy on a lot of people's trade bait boards, he has told the Coyotes that he has to be dealt by Friday. So, Oliver Ekman-Larsson, he has a no movement clause. He wants to stay in Arizona. The team's kind of given him a no option type of deal. Like, oh, you gotta go. We need to clear your money. But at the end of the day, he has the final choice on that. So when it comes to Ekman-Larsson, we're going to see a trade potentially today, if not tomorrow, 100%, because he's got to go soon, or else he's staying in Arizona. And it seems like the Vancouver Canucks might be the only team that's really left in on those talks. As for Patrick Laine, I think the Winnipeg Jets would like to look into Laine, and the problem is that his contract going forward is going to be a bit of an albatross if he scores another 30-goal season. But defensively, his game has a lot of work to do, and it seems like both sides aren't super happy with their situation. Laine kind of wants to move on. Winnipeg kind of wants to move on. Could we see a trade today? Absolutely. But the thing with Laine is that what's the price? What's the cost? The Jets need a number 2 center right now. They have Perfetti, but he's not quite ready yet. He's a young prospect. Defensively, the Jets could easily use a defensive shore-up. Look at their defense last year. It was quite rough other than Josh Morrissey and a band of guys. Overall, they need some kind of shore-up in both of those positions. Can they get a guy to bring in? We hear the big name, like, okay, Laine's the big name, but the thing is the Jets need a big name back. Who is that guy in the market? We haven't heard too many guys that don't have a lot of money attached to them. So how are they going to make this work? I'm not entirely sure, but it's very possible.
What did you think of the Domi for Anderson trade yesterday? Now, I thought it was a little surprising seeing Montreal throw a third Columbus's way. Were you on the same train as that, or do you think it was a fair deal both ways?
Well, I felt like overall, when you look at the trade, you would think the 3rd-round pick would have been on Columbus's side. It would have been Anderson and a 3rd for Domi, because Anderson had a really rough year last year due to injury, and Domi's the more established, proven player just based off of last season. But if you go back to 2 seasons ago, both guys had career years. Domi had 72 points and was thought of as a massive trade win in the Galchenyuk deal. And Anderson had 27 goals himself and was a power forward, drives the net. Tortorella loved him. You come back a year later and this trade happens, and I feel like the players are actually closer together than some people were analyzing. I feel like Domi, as good of an offensive player as he can be, there are a lot of defensive issues with Domi as well. If you look at the playoffs against Philadelphia, he was a bit of a ghost. Unfortunately for Montreal, Domi was on the 4th line, not really providing much to them. So he has something to prove going to Columbus. John Tortorella, we know his patience for a lack of defensive play can be a little bit low. Domi's going to come in there.
Just a little with
just
John.
A little. Yeah, so, I mean, Domi is a guy that I think we know he's tenacious. We know he can be a great playmaker and make teammates on his line better. That's what he's going to Columbus to do. That's why Jarmo brought him in. But the nice thing about Josh Anderson is if he's healthy, and Montreal says that everything they've been given suggests he is 100% healthy, he's a power forward, and he's a guy that can hit and can truck the net. And despite that, his metrics aren't actually that bad. Possession-wise, he does pretty well for himself. Until this season's injury-shortened year, he was a plus 50% possession guy. He was plus Corsi Rail guy, plus Fenwick Rail guy, good expected goals. All of that matter was there. So Montreal, usually, they're criticized for being a Smurf team. They have a lot of guys who are under 5'10", and they're really small, blah, 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 blah. Well, now you have a right side that has Josh Anderson at 6'2", 230, and you have Joel Armia at 6'4". Well, that's pretty cool. It's not bad. And it gives Brendan Gallagher a bit more room to breathe as well in some cases, as we know Gallagher doesn't need it all the time because he's a battler on his own, but to have a big guy like Anderson on another line kind of gives them different dimensions. I think that other than Montreal having to overpay because of all the interest and having to add that pick, if it was a 1-for-1 deal, it would be pretty fair. But Columbus wins just because of that extra pick that they get thrown to them.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I thought, even if it was 1-for-1, I feel like Montreal could have gotten a little more out of Columbus, or at least should have. But that's a good fit both ways. Josh Anderson, big size, Montreal needs that, and Max Domi, he got pushed out of the center spot, and that's what he wants to be. He got overpassed by Kokoniemi and the emergence of Nick Suzuki, and he didn't want to be a winger. So now he can slide into Columbus right behind Pierre-Luc Dubois as their number 2 center, and as long as the defensive side of his game stays up to par, I don't see him dropping out of that position. Moving on now, getting ready for the round 2 to get started here. Detroit's got the first pick of the second round, 32nd overall. They've already taken Lucas Raymond. Who else do you think they might look with that 32nd?
Well, I mean, like we kind of said earlier, I didn't get into it because there was a trade that just popped up, obviously. But I think JJ Peterka, who I have ranked at 39, but was ranked higher by a lot of other agencies, is going to go pretty quickly here into the draft. Peterka's got a lot of nice speed. He had 4 goals at the World Juniors for Germany, playing with Tim Stützle. I think that Peterka has a nice bit of potential. The question is going to be whether or not he's a top 6 guy or if he's more of a Tyler Pitlick-like guy who I kind of feel like is a player that he plays like, or that I've seen him play like in the past. So that's kind of the question with him. Maybe that's why he didn't go in the first round. But Peterka is a guy that I think that Detroit might be taking with this pick, but also they could go in a couple different areas, different ways. Maybe they want a defenseman. Ryan O'Rourke is a guy that I ranked in the first round. And Ryan O'Rourke's a guy that he's a throwback, physical defenseman, hits like a truck, and he still has some pretty nice offensive ability. He has a hard slap shot, which you don't see from a lot of players as prospects as much as you used to, because teams are more finesse recently, or there's more wrist shots from the blue line. But guys like Evan Bouchard still have a really high caliber slapper. Ryan O'Rourke, he's got a high caliber slapper. So it'll be interesting to see what they go with. A guy that I know that you're watching for, Wyatt, as an AJ guy yourself, and especially because Pittsburgh, they just got a second-round pick, Carter Savoy, who I think is a guy that might remind Pittsburgh of, say, Phil Kessel.
Yes, that is what I've heard from around the old rumor mill, is that Pittsburgh is highly interested in a Carter Savoy. They do believe he can be their next Phil Kessel, a guy who will score some goals, bring some energy into the locker room. The only question mark that you have when you start comparing a player to Phil Kessel is an effort side of the game. Now, Carter Savoy, for all the offensive skills he has in the world, put up 99 points in 54 games in the AJ last year, would tell you himself that the defensive side of his game is maybe lacking a little bit. But I know we had spoken before about either Tampa or Pittsburgh trying to get into that second round, because I believe that is their target. I guess we'll have to wait and see now. But I would almost put money on it that Pittsburgh is probably looking towards the AJHL direction. He might be our first player from the AJ to go today.
He might be, but based on my list, my top AJ player is Michael Benning. I think Michael Benning comes from a great hockey family, but also I think that he comes from that recent AJ mold of these offensive defensemen who can skate and move the puck really well. Obviously, Benning's not Cale Makar, but he's a guy that impressed me a lot to the point where I thought, well, I don't care if he's small because he can rip around and he does a lot of nice things out there. So he's a guy that I think teams are going to be targeting in the first 2 rounds as well in this draft. Benning and Savoy, I think, are the very clear top 2 AJ prospects. And then if you wanted, Ethan Edwards would be also up there in terms of a guy that might get taken today.
Yeah, I'd see Ethan Edwards probably sliding around the 5th round, anywhere from 5 to 7, as well as Alex Young. Those are 2 players. If a team wanted to take a flyer on a 5th to 7th round pick, you're not really taking that big of a risk there if you want to look at towards some AJHL players. Looking elsewhere on our trade board, Marc-Andre Fleury and Tyler Johnson are 2 guys that I could see moving. Now, Tyler Johnson, it's a little more of a difficult situation because everybody knows that Tampa is in this cap crunch to the point where Steven Stamkos has even been said to be not untouchable. Do you think there is a good fit in this draft for someone to take Tyler Johnson with some picks back to save Tampa some money, or do you think Tampa's going to have to overpay their way out of his contract?
Well, I think one of the biggest things about this draft and the trade market in general, and I don't think Matt Murray had to do with this, what I'm about to say, because Matt Murray was kind of a younger goalie that was in a different atmosphere in the trade market. But there's a lot of teams that want to move out money, but they still feel like they should get value on their player. Tyler Johnson, I think Tampa Bay wants a 2nd-round pick for him, but teams want Tampa to include a pick with Tyler Johnson, and that's the gap that a lot of teams are facing right now. Vegas is in the same mode. Vegas feels like they can move players for assets. Other teams feel like Vegas needs to include assets. With that kind of gap, it's kind of jamming up the trade market a little bit. So Tyler Johnson's still an NHL player. He's a usable guy. He's 30 years old. His contract isn't the best. He's got 4 years left at $5 million per, and he's only coming off 7 points in the playoffs. But we know what Tyler Johnson can do when he's healthy. But in this kind of trade market, when he normally would get you a 2nd-round pick, now what do you do? Everyone knows Tampa Bay is in trouble. If you're an NHL team and you don't want Tampa to win the cup again with all the talent they have, why would you not press Tampa Bay? Why wouldn't you make them add and give them some suffering in order to facilitate their cap problem? Maybe it's an offer sheet on Sergachev later. Maybe it's an offer sheet on Cirelli. Maybe you're forcing them to add prospects and picks for Johnson or Killorn or Yanni Gourde or whoever they trade today. I'd be shocked if Steven Stamkos goes. I think Vegas was interested, and that's why his name came out. But I don't think that's a trade that you can easily make. Maybe tomorrow or Friday. But in terms of Johnson, teams need centers. It's just a matter of how do you punish the champions? You kind of have to do that.
Well, last year, as we remember, when Tampa was in cap hell, thinking everyone would punish them, they ended up picking up a 1st-round pick for JT Miller. And I'm sure that's what they're trying to repeat today, maybe with a second, is Miller's not exactly Johnson's not the same type of player that Miller is. But it'll be very interesting to see what Tampa does moving forward. Now, as we move down the trade bait list, we've already seen the Ottawa Senators deal one of their 2nd-round picks, and just below that is Matt Dumba. Now, Minnesota's been having a fire sale on any player available on their roster. Is Matt Dumba's name maybe the more likely to be moved today than any other?
I don't know. I kind of mentioned earlier it's kind of the similar thing to Line, where where's the fit on Matt Dumba? Where is Minnesota getting this centerman that they can pair with Marco Rossi in the future? That's the question. And I don't know if this center is really available. If you look down the trade bait board, there's guys that can play 2nd-line center that are somewhat available. But, is Sean Monahan available for Calgary? I've been hearing not a lot of name traction with him. It's more Johnny Gaudreau that might move in Calgary, not Monahan. Carolina, would they deal Vinny Trocheck? Is that going to move the needle? Is that the guy that moves the needle for Matt Dumba? And does Carolina need D? No. So in terms of who's available at center, I don't know if they're going to be able to get that Dumba deal done this year. It might be something that has to get done later because Minnesota, for expansion purposes, have a lot of D they have to protect. Jared Spurgeon has to be protected due to his no move. Jonas Brodin has to be protected.
Brian Suter.
We do have a trade we can talk about, by the way, in terms of a center. It sounds like Minnesota's grabbing one right now, but it's not. It's not the guy that you expect. The draft has just started, but it sounds like Nick Bonino may be on his way to Minnesota. So we'll get some details on that. But Detroit is about to select their pick.
All right, we get ready.
William Wallinder is the pick.
Detroit Red Wings have made their first selection of the second round. William Wallinder. Now, that's a player that I thought Anaheim would have had interest in at the 27th spot. And not just because he's Swedish. Okay, just because he's Swedish. What do you think of that pick for Detroit? Now you've got yourselves two young Swedes coming up through the system. Seems like a very Detroit pick as well.
William Wallinder, this is a guy that I'm like, from some scouts, they say Victor Hedman, but then they give a little asterisk. So here's, when you hear Victor Hedman, you're like, well, why didn't he go in the top 10 then? Oh my goodness. Well, he's very raw. I mean, he's got the size, he needs a lot of strength on his frame, and it's incredibly inconsistent out of him. Like, there are nights where he does look like Hedman, and then there's most nights where he doesn't. So Detroit clearly has seen in Wallinder that he has the possibility to get there. I mean, Steve Yzerman would know what Victor Hedman looks like on a daily basis and would see similar stuff with Wallinder if he's going to draft him this high. I had him ranked in the 60s because I felt like he was a very risky guy in terms of actually panning out. So I don't even know if you want to scroll down on that elite prospects page, is he even playing in the SHL yet? Because I think he might still be in the junior league for Sweden, but he's going to be a guy that you don't hear about for at least 4 years. But if you do hear about him, it's because he really panned out in a big way. So he's a bit of a gamble, but at the same time, if anyone's going to take a gamble, I'm probably going to look at Steve Yzerman and go, well, he's probably right. I mean, look at his track record of drafting. It's generally pretty good.
I would agree with you there. Now we get set to make the next pick. It'll be, excuse me while I scroll, the Ottawa Senators on the clock. Now, this is a pick they're probably going to keep. That was the one that I thought that maybe they were going to trade for Matt Murray. I thought that was the pick that Pittsburgh would probably go after. I mean, considering you're not going to get, they weren't going to get 2 seconds out of him, but it's a little lower on there. Now, Ottawa, they already made a couple of picks yesterday, Stützle and Sanderson. Now, another chance to restock the cupboards here. How much longer can Ottawa, I feel like we've been talking about it for years, just keep restacking the cupboards but not actually get anything done? It seems like they've been a perennial loser now ever since they were a game away from going to the Stanley Cup final. Is any of the two players, Stützle or Sanderson, that they already drafted, are those two players you see looking towards the future that could help lead this franchise out of the dark days?
Well, of course, I think that Stützle is an excellent player. My statistical models had Stützle much lower than the top 3. Ended up ranking him at 7. We actually have a trade to announce here. So Nick Bonino, and I'll be tweeting this as well, is going to the Wild for Luke Cunnin. So the deal is that the Min Wild have traded Luke Cunnin and 101st overall to the Nashville Predators for Nick Bonino, the 37th overall pick in the draft, and the 70th overall pick in the draft.
Wow, so good. Nick Bonino. Luke Cunnin gets you a haul, and Nick Bonino going the other way. And now I think that's a pretty good fit for the Minnesota Wild as far as a stopgap at center goes. I mean, you never really want Nick Bonino to be your number one, but if he can slide in there as that hybrid 2-3 and play some time on the penalty kill, then it's a it's a good stopgap for the Minnesota Wild, but definitely nothing to write home about. I think those picks matter a little more.
It's a bit of a weird deal. I mean, Minnesota, we just talked about their center depth not being so great, but Bonino's another third line center. They already have Eric Sinek, who's a third line center. They already have Marcus Johansson, who's going to be a second line center now, but probably is more of a third line center himself. And trading a guy like Luke Cunnin away, he's a super young player for Minnesota. I thought they were kind of rebuilding, getting younger, and instead they grab a veteran. This is a really confusing deal. Nashville saves a bunch of money here as well. I mean, my first thought is that I really like this for Nashville. I mean, they grabbed 2 picks, and they grabbed Condon, who might be better than Bonino in about a season. A little surprised about Minnesota's doing here.
Next season. Got some question marks. What is the identity of the Minnesota Wild? They've always just been that middling team, never can make it out of the second round if they even get there. You've never had a pure scorer. I remember when Zach Parise and Ryan Suter came over, you thought that this might be the turning of the corner for the Minnesota Wild, but they still never made any progress. And now we're fire sailing young prospects for 35-year-old centers. I'm still confused by this one. This one's going to take me a little while to get my head wrapped around for Minnesota.
Yep. Well, in the meantime, we're back on the draft, and the Ottawa Senators have just taken Roby Jarventi with the 33rd overall pick. I love the logo, by the way. That's the new Ottawa Senators logo, that's the new old. Roby Jarventi, I ranked him in my first round. He was in the 20s for me. Very speedy player. He's got a lot of nice speed. He plays a power game. It's very similar to the Finnish Evander Kane, is what I've heard some scouts say when it comes to Roby Jarventi. He had a great season in the Mestis in the Finnish. That's kind of their second league from the SM Liga. And Jarventi, he's a guy that he's frustratingly inconsistent sometimes. He needs to really work on the defensive side of his game, but the power game that he brings makes him a very tantalizing prospect, and I think Ottawa nailed that pick. I think that makes their first round even more impressive, that they get Jarventi, a guy that I ranked in the first round, with the 4th pick that they've taken.
What do you think Jarventi's path to the NHL is? Is he a guy that is going to step in a year or 2 years, or is he a bit of a project?
He's a bit of a project. He still has to find his footing in the SM Liga first, which is the next league up from where he played. And then from there, I think it's just going to take a little bit of time. But as far as potential goes, there aren't a lot of power forwards in this draft who actually are fast and able to play. So he's one of them. So I didn't think he was going to go in the first round, and I thought he was going to drop a little bit. But showing like him being this high up tells me that they saw what I saw in him, which is, I guess that looks good on me a little bit, but not really. I'm not an expert necessarily, but I think that he's a really good prospect to take at this point for Ottawa. They don't have a lot of wing prospects with power, and obviously they have Brady Tkachuk right now, who looks fantastic. So he's a guy they can wait on and slide him in when they need to.
Next up on the board is the San Jose Sharks. That's a team that has holes at every single position. They just acquired Devin Dubnyk this week to help shore up some of the goaltending. But when you look past their top 3 defensemen, and then outside of not even their top 6, the San Jose Sharks are a little thin. You might see a player like Noah Gregor playing 82 games next season with the club. Do you think they take a forward here to try and replace some of that empty shelving in the minors?
I mean, the San Jose Sharks go in a lot of different ways here, but defensively, having Ryan Merkley, who is a very polarizing prospect already, it does help them for the future think, okay, well, when Burns and Carlson get older, we have another puck-moving guy that we can kind of train and bring in. So I do think that that San Jose will go with forward here. The question is going to be, the Sharks are one of those teams where every time they take a European, I feel like, oh, no, never mind. The Sharks are trading this pick. So
there we go. Yeah, trade.
The Sharks have traded the pick to the Buffalo Sabres. So the San Jose Sharks trade 34th overall to Buffalo for the 38th overall pick and the 100th pick in the draft.
All
So
right.
Buffalo is now on the clock.
Buffalo moving up. So clearly they have somebody sitting at this spot that they really like. A name we've tossed out earlier that still hasn't been taken from a possible first round, Jason Peterka. Do you see that being a fit in Buffalo?
Yeah, I definitely do. Buffalo could use a lot of different forwards coming out of this draft. Peterka would give them good depth as well. And they have a lot of D already and a lot of young D. Excuse me while I try to reset my camera here. But I do feel like that overall that Peterka would be a really nice fit for them. They have Jokiharju as well on the right side D. So that might be a target for them, getting another winger that could be kind of a versatile player they put anywhere in their lineup.
Yeah, seeing them take Jack Quinn 8th overall yesterday. A lot of people have Jack Quinn now riding shotgun with Jack Eichel. What do you think that means for Jeff Skinner's time in Buffalo? Or is he stuck there just due to that contract?
I think that Jeff Skinner is definitely stuck there, to be honest. And I think that his money is just immovable, especially on a flat cap.
All right, and we have a pick to announce, the Buffalo Sabres. Buffalo Sabres, listening to us clearly, they've selected Jason Peterka from Germany. We spoke it into existence, Klak, who is currently disappearing.
Oh, look at that.
Look at that.
Jason Peterka.
Spoke it into existence,
yeah, my camera just
friend.
blacked it. All right, so Jason Peterka. He's a player that like I mentioned, I was surprised he was still on the board. Obviously, Buffalo was also still surprised that he was on the board. You look at his speed and what he brings. He's a very versatile guy, and this is no surprise to me that he's finally gone. It's more of a surprise that he didn't go earlier. But I ranked him at 39, so in terms of where he falls on my board, this is exactly where he should have gone. I'm just surprised he didn't go higher.
So now if you're San Jose, you trade down. Obviously, you didn't look Jason Peterka. You pick up that extra pick, but Buffalo, now they've got themselves two scoring forwards, two right wingers. Double checking the stats on Jack, who is also a right winger. They got two right wingers now moving up that side. Do you think that there is a move to be made from somebody on the right side of Buffalo?
I mean, Buffalo has a lot of work to do. Absolutely. The Buffalo Sabres could be moving a guy off of there. But, I mean, they're not going to move Sam Reinhart, so that's one thing. And, do the other guys have value? I mean, Kyle Okposo, for example, can you even move a guy like that? I don't know if you can.
I don't think so either. I think that's one of those contracts. That's a free agency contract you would like to have back. But, I mean, where have you heard that in Buffalo before Jeff Skinner? Next on the clock, we have the LA Kings coming up. They took Quentin Byfield 2nd overall. Was there any surprise from you that Byfield went 2? I know it was a lot of debate between him and Stützle. Do you think that's the right pick for the LA Kings in your mind?
I think it is, absolutely. I think Byfield is a big centerman, a lot of tools, a lot of speed, size, power game with him, and having a guy like Anze Kopitar already in the organization, and then you bring in Byfield. I mean, I think that in terms of the game that he brings, it's something that in the Western Conference you don't normally get out of a draft pick this high. Like it's rare to have centers like this pop up. His stats profile kind of was in the range of Joe Thornton and Jason Spezza as far as top 5 picks went. So in terms of that side of the game, the analytics look really favorable on him. He's a bit of a project, but at the same time, with this type of toolbox, you cannot pass. You can't pass on that kind of toolbox.
I'll agree with you there. Byfield, and now, what part of his game do you like the most? I mean, clearly when you compare it to a Joe Thornton, you have to think that he's got great vision in passing. Do you think that elite level vision in passing is something that's going to translate immediately into the NHL, or do you think he's going to be a guy that might need some time to develop?
He's going to need a bit of time to develop, but when I say Joe Thornton as a stats profile, in terms of how he plays, he's way faster than Joe Thornton. Like, Joe Thornton was always an average skater who used his great vision to be such a good player, and he slowed down over time. But Byfield is a quick player. Like, at this size, he is scary. When he's coming at you, it's a bull coming at you. Like, he's a physically mature guy who can just add more frame to him. Like, he's going to be over 200 pounds. He's going to be so scary to play. But he's just a little bit raw still. So I don't think he's going to be a guy you can put in the lineup this season. But next season, I think he's got a shot to play. And that's great for LA because they have a million prospects that are going to just kind of rise up.
Now, looking down in the future, we're going to be talking, Connor, Jack Eichel, Byfield, Lafreniere. Do you think there's any way Byfield ever surpasses him as a prospect, or is Lafreniere the clear-cut, dry number one guy for the next 10 to 15 years out of this draft?
If anybody's going to pass Alexis Lafreniere, it's going to be Byfield, just because of the package that Byfield brings. But I mean, I've seen Lafreniere play a few times.
I got a pick to announce. The LA Kings selected at number 35, Helge Grans.
Well, he's a good player. He's a bit of a project, but he's got really nice size, and he actually started in the SHL this year after playing last year in Swedish Junior. And Grant started with a goal and an assist in the first 3 games. So he's had a hot start. ESPN's John Buccigross actually tweeted me last night, and he said Helge Grans is his best player available on the board. So he liked him a lot. I think that the LA Kings, they're a very good drafting team, but their defense has a couple of projects on it. So having more projects is not a bad thing for them. If you look at their strength, it's up front. So they do need a couple of D-men that may be able to pan out. Kale Klak is there, a good player, but he doesn't bring the power and size that a guy like Grans does. So this is a very interesting pick. And I mean, just like Wallinder earlier in the draft, can you go wrong with a Swedish D? Sometimes, but your chances seem a lot better when you take a Swedish D high than any other nationality for whatever reason.
I really like the way that Sweden develops their hockey players. You see, for a lot of it is kids get coached by the same coach from the ages of 5 to 17. There's no move on to the next level. You stay with your same group forever, and I think that also helps really develop those prospects. But Swedish defensemen, there is just something about the Swedish defensemen, especially as a Ducks fan. They just always seem to pan out, or at least at a higher degree than North American ones do anyways. You can really take a flyer on a 6'4" North American guy and not sure what you're going to get, or you can grab this 6'1", 6'2" Swedish guy and probably get yourself a solid number 4 defenseman for the next 10 years. And especially a team like the LA Kings, who has an aging Drew Doughty, it's about time to start getting some more defensemen coming through the pipeline for them, because there's going to be a changing of a guard here from this LA Kings team that once featured a Jeff Carter and an Anze Kopitar and a Drew Doughty and Jonathan Quick. The new boys are coming in, and I think this is a good pick for them, especially moving forward. Maybe not tomorrow, but in the next 5 years, he could be just a solid NHL defenseman who's playing in the lineup every single night.
Yeah, I also like the LA Kings strategy of taking good players. That seems like a strategy that every team should employ. But the Anaheim Ducks are on the clock, and they have made their selection. Sam Colangelo has been selected by the Ducks. I have Sam Colangelo in my first round. He's going to Northeastern in 2021. Big player, plays a power game, goes to the net. As you see, 6'2", 207. And Colangelo is a guy that some teams were a little bit worried about his speed, that he might not be at a top gear. But for me, it doesn't quite matter all the time because he's a very smart player and he just knows where to go on the ice. So I think that the Ducks, who are really good at picking guys like this with size, and they're really good at filling out the bottom six of their roster. Colangelo is a guy that actually has potential for a little bit more than that. I think that the Ducks have had a great start to their draft. Colangelo is a good project to gamble on.
No relation to Brian Colangelo. Now, as we look down our North American and our international skaters list, a couple of names that pop out to you when you hit the international skaters. Topi Niemela, from Karpat. He's our highest ranked international skater left. Do you think Minnesota might have any interest in that, or do you think they're going to look at maybe a Jeremy Poirier, who I had ranked fairly higher from the QMJ? He's our highest North American skater, ranked at 18, still available on the board. Are either of those two players a good fit in Minnesota?
Well, I mean, Minnesota just acquired this pick, so clearly they have a guy that they feel like was a first rounder, and they feel like there's a guy here that should have been gone earlier. They took the center earlier with Rossi, and now, I mean, they have a million defense, so I guess I expect them to take another forward here and maybe another centerman, just because it's a good thing to have many bullets in the chamber rather than just one. So we'll see what they do here, but I mean, I think that Minnesota also, it's a little bit early for a goalie, but you're going to see a goalie go higher than expected because there's just not a lot of them available. And I wonder if a team takes the leap on Finnish goalie Joel Blomqvist in this round, even though he's ranked a little lower.
That'd be an interesting question mark for sure. Now, Minnesota's a team that they've lacked offense for as long as they've been an NHL franchise. In your mind, who do you think the best offensive player left on the board is? Are we looking at again, Myzik is maybe one of those players, and he's a bit of a wild card when it comes to prospects. But in your mind, who is the best offensive player left? And Noel Grunler?
Well, Noel Gunler would be the absolute best pick on the board, but the Minnesota Wild have selected. I gotta fix my camera here, but they've taken Marat Kuznetsov. He's a complete intangible player. This is a guy that played in the MHL last year. He's going back there. I'm sure he's going to get some KHL time, but he's a little missile. He flies around, but it's his work ethic the teams just absolutely adore. And a centerman, by the way, so that kind of makes sense for Minnesota. Look at his size; doesn't matter. This guy is a guy that goes around and throws his weight. Some teams have said that he's a guy they can see as being a captain in this league, future captain, because he's a great leader in the room. So, I mean, as far as this pick goes, I get it. I had him ranked a little lower because I think he's more of a third-line center, but Minnesota, more bullets in the chamber.
Yeah, 38 points in 44 games in the Russian Junior League last year with SKA St. Petersburg. An interesting pick here for Minnesota. Obviously, that's a guy that they had targeted beforehand, or else they wouldn't have moved down to still believe they could get him. But where do you have him ranked in the Minnesota pipeline?
Well, I mean, he's not close to Rossi. But now that Luke Cunnin is gone, who I thought was kind of their 3C of the future, I think that, you know, in terms of centers, he's probably, Minnesota's pipeline was already very barren, so he's already going to jump in and be one of the better prospects that they have.
Minnesota does get to pick again in just 2 picks. They have the 39th overall selection as well. In between that, we see the San Jose Sharks, who haven't picked since the first round. They picked Ozzy Weisblatt with that pick, so they're back on the clock again. We'll see if they trade down. They already made that trade with Buffalo to move down to 38. Be interesting to see who San Jose has their eyes on, as we've already seen them make their selection at forward. We talked a little about the defense and Merkley being their best prospect in that pool so far. Forwards are still a little bleak and looking into the future. This is a good pick for San Jose to try to recoup some of that now.
Yeah, I think the San Jose Sharks, they're a team that I feel personally that they have so much talent that they grab out of Europe that they just sign as a free agent. And I look at just I look at how they draft and they develop. They're actually making the pick right now. And as I was going to say, I thought they were going to take a European player. They are not taking a European player. They are taking Thomas Bordeleau. Thomas Bordeleau, 5'10". Sorry?
Comes out of the University of Michigan, or committed to the University of Michigan this year. It's a pretty good hockey school for him. Interesting pick, to say the least. We haven't seen a lot of Americans get selected so far through this first 38 picks. It's another early birthday. He's a January-born player out of Houston, Texas. Thomas Bordeleau, and it's a player I don't know too much about now. Can you fill me in on a little bit on what this 5'10", 175-pound man can do?
He can do a lot. Thomas Bordeleau is a very, very skilled player. I thought that we would see more results out of him this year, from a points basis, but we did not see that. But the skills are there, and the San Jose Sharks could use a lot of different forward skill, especially in the center position, because even though they have Hertl and Couture, those guys are getting older. Specifically, Couture is getting older. And, of course, Joe Thornton will be moving on at some point. Eventually he's going to retire. So we look at a guy like Bordeleau. His dad played 251 career games in the league. His dad, Sebastian Bordeleau, he's born in Houston. So he's the first Texan that's been picked in this draft. Interesting little fact. Just a very skilled, small little guy. He's a burner out there. He can skate. And I'm not entirely sure if he's physically mature. He gets knocked around a lot, so he's going to need some strength. But overall, the skill package is there, where if you're going to take a gamble on a second round guy, then, feel free.
Bordeleau, of course, he was ranked 29 among North American skaters. Still about 7 players ranked ahead of him from North America yet to go off the board. But once you hit the second and third rounds, the separation between these players isn't all that much. So somebody you might take at 38, someone could have on their draft board at 55. So it's getting down to the real interesting time to the draft, where every single pick coming up ahead is going to be really hard to gauge on whom they might take, because everybody's got a different board past this first round, especially. So we get set.
Well, the Minnesota Wild have made their selection at 39. They have taken Ryan O'Rourke, who I had ranked in my first round. Ryan O'Rourke, he's a guy, like I said, throwback defenseman, leader, hard slap shot, physical, hits like a truck. But this guy could easily be a top 3 defenseman on the Minnesota Wild and someday. But, worst case scenario, he's going to be a bottom pair guy. But in either way, I think he's going to make the league. He's got good skating, good frame. I'm a big fan of Ryan O'Rourke. I think that he's the type of guy that I would have taken in the late first round as a very safe bet. As you see, he's ranked kind of around this range by a couple of different scouting organizations. But O'Rourke, to me, is the guy that you're going to see at the World Juniors soon. He's a future captain. He's got great leadership. Sault Ste. Marie made him the captain at a very young age because he was already great in their room. Ryan O'Rourke, to me, great pick. I think Minnesota nailed it.
Do you have a comparable for him? When you say young captain, I think immediately to almost a Gabriel Landeskog type. Is that a fair comparison for Ryan O'Rourke? Or is that asking a lot of him, considering Gabe Landeskog is a former 3rd overall draft selection?
Sorry, why? But my camera has died again. But I believe we're going to be bringing in Andrew Peard to replace me for a little bit. But anyways,
It's okay. He's the
um,
cute one, anyways.
yeah,
And what a
there we go.
mustache on him! Wow, I really got to shave mine now. Andrew, thanks for joining us.
Hey, my pleasure. And I think that's the first time anyone's ever used the word "cute" and my name in the same sentence. So I'm greatly appreciative of that, Wyatt. And I'm glad to know I'm not the only one having technological issues on this day. But I guess that's the world that we live in. But really excited here to jump in with you, Wyatt, and hopefully in a moment we get Brennan Klak back.
Well, hey, Andrew, now that I have you, I'd like to ask you a little bit about Jake Neighbors. I mean, a bit of a softball for you coming from the Edmonton Oil Kings. Now, he got taken 26th overall by the St. Louis Blues. The comparisons I've heard have been from anywhere from Brendan Morrow to Matt Tkachuk. Do you like that as a comparison for Jake Neighbors?
Yeah, I really do, and I love the pick by the St. Louis Blues, obviously for bias reasons. But going back to the comparables that you mentioned, Brennan Morrow, Matthew Tkachuk, I even heard Craig Button last night compare him to Milan Lucic. Which, if you're a St. Louis Blues fan, let me tell you, he's not 6'4", he's not 240 pounds. He's more about 6 feet, 205 pounds. But you know what? I think you mash it all together, and somewhere in the middle is where you're going to find Jake Neighbors. What he has, you can't really teach, and that's the compete level, and that's the toughness and the grittiness. And oh, by the way, he just so happens to be very skilled as well. Now, the knock on Jake was his foot speed, but myself, Corey Graham, and Guy Flaming, we noted all year long he seems to get around the ice quite well for a guy who for some reason people think lacks foot speed, because he doesn't. He might not be the flashiest of skaters, but he's a powerful skater, and I think that gets missed on him. And so I really like. Yeah, go ahead.
No, sorry. I think a lot of the times when people say maybe somebody isn't the greatest of skaters, that they pick up that area in their game by getting to the greasier areas and putting themselves in the right place at the right time. Do you think Jake Neighbors is one of those guys? And what do you think about his net front presence?
Yeah, I mean, he's a guy that's not afraid to go to the front of the net. He's not afraid to take a couple cross checks in the back if it's going to help the team. If he can screen the goaltender and if he can get a tip on the puck, that's great. And that's something that one of those things that you can't teach. You can tell a player to go to the front of the net, but it takes an awful lot of courage to do it. And Jake Neighbors certainly has that. So I think it's a fantastic pick by St. Louis. He's only going to get better. You have to remember this year he did play on a line with Riley Sawchuk, who was a tremendously talented player. But his line mate was also 16-year-old Dylan Guenther, who, make no mistake, is going to be an elite level player in the WHL if he hasn't already become that in the second half of this past season. But to go from 20 some odd points in his rookie year to 70 points, that's great growth shown by Jake Neighbors. And now all of a sudden he's going to be on a line with a Dylan Guenther next year, who's going to be a year better. I think you're going to see his point totals expand even further.
Jake Neighbors is one of those rare players who came into the WHL as a 15-year-old. We do have a pick to announce. The Winnipeg Jets, 40th overall selection. They'll take Daniel Torgeson from Sweden, Frölunda last year. Torgeson, one of those guys rated 13th among the international skaters, had 44 points, 39 games with Sweden's Junior League. That's another early birthday. Those January-born players always seem to have such an advantage over the rest of the field, just those extra couple months to develop, especially when it comes to the NHL Draft. Now, I know that's a guy you probably haven't seen a lot of because he's in Sweden, so I'll hop back to some more WHL selections. And I think one of the names that really stood out yesterday for Oilers fans, and somebody that they'd been really harboring after and hoping to get, was Seth Jarvis from Portland. Now, you've had a chance to watch Seth play for a couple of years now. What do you like about his game, and what is Carolina getting in a player there?
It's interesting with Seth Jarvis because he really took off post playing the Oil Kings last year. When Portland came through town, it was a goaltender duo between Sebastian Cossa and Joel Hofer. But from what I've heard and the video that I've seen from Seth Jarvis, I mean, just high skill, tons of skill. He finds ways to create offense. He's got great vision. He can shoot the puck when necessary. And he's another guy that competes really hard. And it's one of those things where he's got that, what maybe separates him from Jake Neighbors is that he's got that elite level skill already. While I think Jake Neighbors has upper echelon skill, and he's looking to develop it a little bit further. But I think Seth Jarvis was a guy that the Oilers were praying for, that I think a lot of teams behind the Carolina Hurricanes were praying for. But, where he ended up being selected didn't come as a surprise to myself.
All right, we got another pick to announce, the Carolina Hurricanes at 41. They've taken Noel Gunler from Sweden. Another high-ranked international skater. I know that's somebody the Klak daddy was very, very high on. He had him in his first round. Put up 13 points in 45 games, but that was with Sweden's major league, not in the junior one. So, those numbers are always a bit skewed, and it's really hard to judge, especially when you can only put up 13 points in 45 games, but you're playing with men. So that's another Swedish player, and of course that's an 01 birthday, so he does have a year on some of these kids in the draft. Move back to the WHL for you here. Two defensemen were taken in that first round, pretty close to each other, Braden Schneider and Caden Goulet. Now, you had a chance to watch both of them. Goulet, of course, went 15 to Montreal, and Schneider 17 to the Rangers, who moved up to pick him. What do you like about both of those players, and which one do you see being the more effective NHLer?
Boy, that's an interesting question. The later half of that, between who's going to be more effective, I think I'm towards, and maybe it's easy to say because he was picked first between the two of them, is Caden Goulet. Well, because of his offensive instincts, he's going to be more offensive than Braden Schneider. Although, make no mistake, Braden Schneider had a decent offensive year this year. He really saw his numbers jump up offensively, but that's not really going to be his game. He's going to be a nasty, 20 to 22 minute a night defenseman who's going to you're going to put him out against the best players. But what tips the scale for me is just Caden Goulet, a little bit of a better skater, also has a nasty edge to him. But he's got better offensive instincts, so I would lean towards Caden Goulet. But I think those are two fantastic picks. I thought Caden Goulet might go even a bit higher than he did. But, knowing just how, everyone wants a defenseman, but, such a forward-heavy draft, maybe not as much of a surprise to see him go in the middle part of the first round. And Braden Schneider, late birthday, he's got that man strength already. Playing for the Brandon Wheat Kings, he just seems like a Brandon Wheat King. I don't know what it is about those guys out in Manitoba, but he really fits their mold there. And I'm sure between Braden Schneider and Ridley Gregg, I think Kelly McCrimmon there in the later part of that first round was a little upset that he wasn't able to select one of those players. I know he's no longer involved with the Brandon Wheat Kings, but make no mistake, he definitely had an eye on those two guys because they are tremendously talented, and they are going to be impact players when they do make it to the National Hockey League.
Yeah, Kelly biting his lip now. We do have another pick to announce. It's Luke and Belagesta from Nashville Predators. That'll be 42nd overall. OHL player, played for the London Knights last season. You got to look down the NHL Central Scouting list to get to him. That is the 39th ranked skater out of North America. Put up 61 points in 62 games in the OHL with the London Knights last year. So it's a pretty good starting track. Of course, we know every player that comes from the London Knights pans out in the NHL, right?
I just mentioned the Brandon Wheat Kings. Well, they've got a great track record for developing players in the Western Hockey League and sending them on to NHL careers. And I think the London Knights, though, they are the team that everybody models themselves after in terms of the way that they're able to procure talent and make them take that next step to the National Hockey League. I think anytime you dip into the draft pool and you're able to select a London Knight, you're going to be pretty happy with the result that you get, because the Hunters there, they do such a great job of bringing these players along and making sure that they're NHL ready.
a guy like Ozzy Weisblatt went 31 overall to San Jose. That was my feel good moment of the draft yesterday when they signed the pick for the parents. So, what have you seen from him playing in the WHL? Obviously, put up 70 points last year, so he's an offensive guy. But what other part of his game did you like to watch?
Yeah, you know what? The ratings he had all year, and even the fact that he went 31st, came as a surprise to me, and that's why I shouldn't be an NHL scout, because what I saw from Ozzy Weisblatt, and maybe it's just because he torched the Edmonton Oil Kings, but to me, this was a guy that was so dynamic offensively. He played, in your face style of game. He brought it every single night. He finds ways to get to open areas on the ice. And when he's not open, but he's got the puck on his stick, he's able to find guys. I think that's such a steal to grab him at 31 by San Jose. And you mentioned the feel good part of it. For anyone that didn't see, Sharks assistant general manager Doug Wilson Jr. He sign languaged the pick to Ozzy Weisblatt's mother, who is deaf. His father also was deaf. So the entire Weisblatt clan. I mean, there's a ton of them. There's 4 boys that are all hockey players. 2 of the older ones played in the Alberta Junior Hockey League. One also with the Calgary Hitmen. I think he'll be back next year as a 20-year-old with the Calgary Hitmen. And then Ozzy's the second youngest. Oasis is coming into the league next year with the Medicine Hat Tigers. So they've got a real talented hockey family, and they've had to earn their way up the hockey ranks. They come from humble beginnings, and it shows in the way they play, that they play hungry. And it's great to see a player like that with a story like that be rewarded, and I'm really happy for him. And the interesting part, going back to Jake Neighbors, him and Ozzy are best friends. They came up together with the Calgary Buffaloes midget AAA team. So that was a big night down in Calgary for the Weisblatt family and the Neighbors family. So that was really exciting to see both those guys go in the first round of the draft.
All right, and we've got another pick to announce. It's the Florida Panthers. They have selected Emil Heinemann out of Sweden. So another Swedish player going in this draft. It seems to be they've dominated so far on the draft board. It's a left wing, late birthdays, a November born. So one of the younger players in this draft put up 41 points in 29 games in Sweden's junior league last season. 6'1" already, 185 pounds. So it's a guy who still has some room to fill out on that frame, especially being one of the younger players in this. So that'd be an interesting name to keep their eyes on. And for the Florida Panthers, they get another forward, and that's a team that's struggling to find that. Moving back, though, to that first round, Connor Zary. Now, I watched a few of his games last year, and I saw Craig Button compared him to Corey Perry, which immediately I went to "This Man Can't Skate." But what he did say is he does get to the good areas. What part of Zary's game did you really like last year or years previous?
The fact that he plays with a chip on his shoulder, and he does get to those areas. He's willing to do what it takes, much like Jake Neighbors. When he was cut from Team Canada at the World Juniors, his interview was a broadcaster's dream, as he talked about how he was disappointed and how he felt that he should have made the team, and that he was going to show the Team Canada brass moving forward throughout the WHL season that he belonged there. And he shredded the WHL for a draft-eligible guy, the numbers that he was able to put up. Now, late birthday guy, so that was certainly advantageous to him, as it was his 3rd year in the WHL. But, he really saw his game take off last year as the Kamloops Blazers kind of came from off the mat to force themselves into a playoff tiebreaker with the Kelowna Rockets. And then he was awesome in that 1-game elimination against the Kelowna Rockets. I think it was a goal and assist or a couple of goals in that game. And then he just kept making strides forward into this year. I don't think, when you say your comparables, Corey Perry and skating's an issue, I don't think it's as big of an issue as it is for Corey Perry, which goes to show, skating isn't always everything. It's obviously a massive tool to have, but for Connor Zary, I think he gets around the ice just fine. And I'm really curious to see what he does in terms of numbers with the Kamloops Blazers this coming season, should we have this coming season, because they've got a ton of young talent coming that's going to help him. I think he's a fantastic player, and just a great job by the Calgary Flames to end up with him. I think that's the guy they had pegged at 19, and they were able to trade back twice, pick up a couple of third-round picks, and still get their guy at 24. So, Connor Zary, an elite level player in the WHL, and I think, in a few years he'll be able to transition that game into the National Hockey League with the Flames.
I think one thing people might gloss over when you hear a comparison to Corey Perry is the fact that he did score 50 goals and won a Hart Trophy. So, I mean, if you're getting compared to a Hart winner, it's not so bad. He went 24. A lot of people had him ranked higher. Our own Klak had him at 11. Were you surprised to see him slide that far? And are you glad he gets to stay in the Western area?
Yeah, definitely happy to see him in the WHL. I'm sure Oilers fans don't like hearing that comparison, that he's like Corey Perry and he's joining the Calgary Flames where they've already got Matthew Tkachuk. I don't know if I was surprised, just because it was such a forward-heavy first round. I thought, teams have their guys that they fall in love with, so some guys might fall back a little bit further. Didn't necessarily come as too much of a surprise to me. I figured that after Seth Jarvis, he was going to be the first WHL forward to go following Jarvis, and that's where he landed. So I don't think it was too bad of a fall for Connor Zary. But I mean, you can be sure of it. He's a guy that I mentioned plays with that chip on his shoulder. So he looked at those 23 picks that went before him and those teams that did not select him, and don't think that he won't be using that as motivation.
Was there anyone from the WHL that didn't get taken in the first round that maybe surprised you a bit? I know Justin Sourdif is from Vancouver. He's still out on the board. Maybe not first round talent, but he's still a North American skater that's projected in the top 30 that still hasn't been drafted.
Yeah, I kind of had him more pegged as a middle to late second round pick. I think the fact that 7 players from the WHL went in the first round, I mean, that was awesome to see, because obviously the WHL has been run through the mud as of late for not having as many first round picks, and of course the struggles at the Memorial Cup. But what we're seeing is a real change in the dynamic of the Western Hockey League. Not only did you have 7 players this year, and I know they all kind of came after the top 10, that's going to flip in the next few years. You're going to start to see a lot more WHL players go in the top 10 of the NHL drafts, and it's going to start next year with an Edmonton Oil King in Dylan Guenther. Follow that, Matthew Savoy. Following that, Connor Bedard. It's going to be great to see. But in terms of WHL players still on the board that we should now probably be expecting to see, Justin Sourdif from the Vancouver Giants. And he might have seen his stock fall a little bit this year, simply because the Giants had such a tough start to the year. They couldn't really get going until the second half, and they were a team that was underperforming after going to the WHL final the season before. But he's a tremendously talented player. Someone's going to take him, I believe, in the second round. And following him is a defenseman in Damon Hunt, who I think will be a real good second-round pick for a team that's able to grab him. Had an injury issue this year, actually happened at Rogers Place. Had his wrist cut by a skate. Ended up missing, I think it was 2 months. So that's not ideal for a player in their draft year, and that's going to hurt their stock. But he's going to be a guy that really develops into a strong offensive defenseman, but also very responsible defensively.
Damon Hunt's a bit of a unicorn in this draft as well, as he's one of the only players ranked in the top 30 of the North American skaters who didn't score a goal last season. So obviously the offensive side of his game isn't the one he pushes. What can you tell me about his defensive side of the puck?
Well, he's got good reach, and he's got an intelligent stick. And when you have that, and you already have good size, that adds another inch or two, it seems like, to the player. So, when teams are trying to get across the blue line, he's got a good gap. He's able to use his stick to strip pucks, and he makes a good first pass out of his own zone. And he's not afraid to jump up. He played on a pretty offensively inept team in the Moose Jaw Warriors this past year. They're a team that they're going to bring in some younger players next year, some players with a little bit more offensive upside. So you're going to see his numbers start to jump up more offensively, but defensively, there's not a lot of holes in his game. He broke into the league as a 16-year-old. Not easy to do in the Western Hockey League on a pretty good Moose Jaw Warriors team. And I think his game's just going to continue to grow. When you talk about his offensive side, I don't think his numbers this past year really do it justice to the ability that he has.
We have another pick to announce. The Ottawa Senators picking at 44. They'll take Tyler Cleven from the USA, a national team development program. He's committed to the University of North Dakota next year. It's another player ranked all over the board, as high as 21, as low as 79. Another early birthday for the Fargo-born player. That's a guy I haven't seen too much of going into this one. That's a good one for Klak when he comes back. I'll have to bug him on that. But 6'4", 200 pounds, I mean, he's already a man. And that's something that the Ottawa Senators should be looking into, because they need as many players that can jump into their lineup in the next 2 years as possible. But looking away from the Ottawa Senators, more into the Oil Kings now. So Jake Neighbours already selected. Obviously, you've got some other players that go in this draft, Josh Williams, Carter Such. Can you tell me a little bit more about the other draft-eligible players for the Oil Kings?
Yeah, Josh Williams going into his second year now of eligibility. Had a bit of a down year last year, was fighting through injury issues. Of course, was traded halfway through the year to the Edmonton Oil Kings, which is always tough in your draft year. But, this year he became the player I think he was expected to be coming out of the Hlinka Gretzky Cup that we saw at Rogers Place a couple of years ago, where he was very dynamic offensively. His numbers probably could have been a little bit higher this year. I think what a lot of people, they look at Josh Williams and maybe the knock on him is consistency. But I ran back his numbers, and he was pretty consistent this past year. He had one dip from the early part of January into February, where it was a span of 12 or 13 games where he only had a goal and an assist. And that obviously hurt his numbers a little bit this past year. But he broke out of it with a hat trick the following game. I think he had eight goals in the final 12 games of the season. He's a big-bodied forward. He's strong. He's got a great shot. Maybe does lack that good first step, but he's working on his skating. I think he's a guy that someone will take in the later rounds. Carter Such is another guy that you mentioned. Late birthday guy. This is his first year of eligibility. Consistency. That was the issue with Carter Such. He's got such great vision. He's got all the tools offensively. It's just a matter of putting them together, game in and game out. We saw the year previous, he was more of a playmaker. This past year, we saw his goals jump up. He had 18 goals this past year. So, he's finding his game now. It's just a matter, I think, of putting it all together. And the other guy that I'm keeping an eye on is the newest import that they drafted this past June in Janis Fanbergs. I don't know a lot about him. Haven't seen him yet. All I know is he's a big winger, strong winger, right-handed shot, and he's got a lethal shot from that off-wing circle. So I'm curious to see where he goes. I saw he was drafted as high as to go in the top 100 picks, but he's a 2001 birthday as well. So interesting to see if he ends up coming off the board.
Looking ahead to next year, I mean, the Oil Kings, they have their first player drafted in the first round since, I believe, Curtis Lazar. You can correct me on that. Now, leading into next year, you got Dylan Guenther. Do you project him to be a top 10 pick? And from everything I've read, it's between 10 to 15. Nobody's got him any lower than that.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if he doesn't go inside the top 10. I've already seen him ranked as high as, I think, 7th. And I think his number, he'll continue to grow as the next season progresses. I mean, he was a player that just simply got better and better as last year went on, where, I mean, early on in the year, Brad Lauer, he was on the fourth line, for the Edmonton Oil Kings, first overall pick. And I think that was ideal for him. I think that's ideal for any first overall pick coming into the WHL, is that you don't have to give them too much too early. And with him coming to the Oil Kings, it was such a unique situation. coming off having been to the WHL's Eastern Conference Final the year before. He didn't have to come in and be the savior, so they could just bring him in slowly. He went to the U17s, which sometimes you see players go to after starting the year playing against guys 3-4 years older than them. They come back and struggle adjusting. He just got better after that. And by the time we got to Christmas, he was arguably the most dynamic Oil Kings offensive player. I think he's going to continue to take steps. He's a guy that's always working. He's kind of got that Connor McDavid personality, very serious, no nonsense sort of guy. And just always working, always trying to get better. I had the privilege to go and watch every Oil Kings practice, and he's out there, early working on stuff. He's out there late working on stuff. He's just he's a hockey player through and through. If there's something that in his game he doesn't like, he's doing everything he can to make it better. So, I'm really excited to see what he has in store for the WHL in the upcoming season. And, speaking of someone else that might be a first-round pick, their goaltender, Sebastian Cossa. I think he's right now, goaltenders, it's always tough. I think he's, kind of in the second round area right now. But you look at the numbers he had last year as a rookie, and the Oil Kings are only expected to be better this coming season. So, he's a guy that's already on Team Canada's radar for the World Juniors, with them being here in Edmonton. That's going to be pretty cool. I think he's the guy that could see his draft stock rise, and all of a sudden, goaltenders are being picked in the first round again. Not a lot of them, but every year there seems to be one. And if there's going to be one next year, I think it's Sebastian Cossa.
Looking down into this second round now, we have yet to had a player from the WHL picked in here. As I look down my list, Jack Finley from Spokane is a guy that I could see being taken later in this round, early third. What can you tell me about his game? It's an 02 birthday. He's a September born, so it's a bit of a later birthday on him.
Yeah, Jack Finley, American, plays on an American-based team, so I only get to see them once a year. But boy, he really fit into what the Spokane Chiefs were doing this past year, and that was playing a high-octane sort of style. You look at some of the guys they had with Adam Beckman, who was there in the WHL this past year. Obviously, having him on his team certainly helped. But he's a guy that I think he's got a bit of a two-way game to him as well. I'm really curious to see where he ends up going. I'm curious to see between him and Justin Sordiff, which one goes first out of the WHL players left. And which really won't be anything to say about the two players as comparables, as different teams have different needs and different ideas on these players. But he's a strong player, real good forward, good offensive instincts. But he doesn't lack that two-way game, which. You talk to any NHL scout, any NHL GM, and any NHL coach, they'll tell you got to play defense before you can play offense in the National Hockey League, with the exception of a few players.
Yeah, no, there are some guys for sure who get away with that, a la Leon Draisaitl the last couple of years, but we won't get too much
Wyatt.
into that one. I know, that's sacrilegious in this part of town. Yeah. We've really reached the point of the draft now where anybody could go at any place. Once you get outside those top 35 picks now, as we get ready for Detroit to make theirs at 45, it's a bit of a crapshoot, I would say. And another guy, I'm just taking a look down here at my paper. Lost the name already on here. There we go. Cross Hannes with Portland. So that's another player from the Winterhawks. I know obviously you only get to see him once a year. But what did you like about that player?
Skill level off the charts. Kid out of Texas. One of those guys that only the Portland Winterhawks could find. Had 49 points this past year, 22 goals. He got in on the new fad of the lacrosse style goal in the WHL very early on this year. He's just one of those guys that just the things he can do with the puck is almost mind blowing. So he's another one of those WHL players that I think is in the mix to be a second or third round pick this year. He's got that high offensive style. I can't really speak to his full game, but he's a guy that I think any team, if they can grab him here in the middle rounds, they're going to be very happy with.
Do you get worried at all about the size on him? Now, he's over 6 feet, but he's under 170 pounds. Is that a player that you think might take a couple of years to develop into an NHL player?
You know what? We're starting to see size isn't always as big of an issue these days as it used to be. And you mentioned he's got the 6-foot frame, so there's plenty of room to put some weight on. Players seem to be able to do that easily. So I don't think that should be anything that's too much of a worry for a team.
I'm hearing now that we're joined by Kurt Hill. Kurt, thanks for joining us today.
You bet. Thanks for having me.
Kurt, just great to have you on. Curious, Jake Neighbors goes in the first round yesterday to the St. Louis Blues. Your immediate reaction, and what does this mean for a young player like Jake?
Yeah, no, obviously from the organization standpoint here in Edmonton, we're extremely proud of Jake. He's he's a huge part of our club. He's just a fantastic person. Him and his entire family, I can't say enough good things about the leadership he brings to our group, both on and off the ice. And for him to be selected by St. Louis, I think is a perfect fit for him with his style of play. And at the end of the day, I think the St. Louis Blues are getting a heck of a hockey player with where they got him.
When
Have you had a chance to talk to Jake since the pick, and how's he feeling about the fit in St. Louis?
Yeah, no, he's very excited. I know St. Louis is a team that was kind of on his radar in the sense that they really evaluated him a lot this year. They met with him a lot, so I think he knew that was a possibility going into last night. And I've exchanged text messages with himself and his family members, and they're absolutely thrilled. I think Jake's taken him on quite the journey here with what he's done in his young hockey career, and they're really excited. And Jake couldn't be more happy to be a Blue.
We've talked about comparables for Jake, and they were coming out of the woodwork last night after he was picked. We heard Brennan Morrow, Matthew Tkachuk, Craig Button said Milan Lucic, which I think is a bit of a stretch. What sort of comparable do you have for a guy like Jake Neighbors?
Yeah, I refer back to, our head coach, Brad Lauer. He was in the NHL. He saw a lot of these players, and he often refers to him as an Anders Lee style of player. And I think, with the leadership capabilities, the big body, I think he's a guy that a lot of people maybe underestimate how much offensive ability he actually does have. And, I think that's one area of his game that there is a lot of room for improvement still. And we're talking about a guy that put up over 70 points at the same time. So I think when you see the growth and his ability to grow in that area, I think it's pretty exciting where he could, definitely be that bottom 6 player. But I think he's a guy that you're going to be able to utilize up in your lineup as well. And, just a true 200-foot power forward that, some nights can be that depth guy and some nights can be on your first power play unit in front of the net. So very versatile. And, the biggest thing about Jake too is he's the kind of kid that's going to accept any role you give him, and he's going to completely work for it at the same time.
What can you tell us about a few of the other draft-eligible players coming into tonight's draft? You got Josh Williams, Carter Such. What do you like about their games, and where do you see them sliding down to in this NHL draft?
Yeah, Willie's a guy that had some really good times this season within our league. Like, he started off extremely hot, ended up playing with the Team WHL in the Canada-Russia series. Dipped a little bit, and then he really started to come on again in the second half. So he's a bit of a streaky player, but he's a guy that I could definitely see picked in those later rounds. I think NHL teams don't forget what he did at the Ivan Holinka tournament here in Edmonton. And, at times he's just been a little bit inconsistent, but he's proven that he has that natural goal scoring ability. And Carter Such, he's, at sometimes I think the NHL scouts, they see the pure skill level in him. He's got unbelievable hands. He can skate extremely well. He's a little bit slighter at the same time, but as we see early in the first and second round here, the NHL teams don't seem to be too concerned about the smaller forward on the board, especially if they bring that high octane offense, which Carter does.
Janis Fanberg is also a guy that you just picked at the import draft. He might be a guy that we see go. I haven't really had a chance to talk to you at all about him. Just from an Oil Kings perspective, what can we expect to see him bring to the lineup?
Yeah, I think he just started playing over in Latvia now for HK Riga. So I've gotten to watch a few of his games here recently, and he's a big body that can play in the middle and play the wing. He's fantastic on faceoffs. One of the biggest strengths to his game is his shot. He's got an absolute cannon of a one-timer, a quick snapshot as well. So he's a guy that in scoring areas can really rip the puck and get things done, and a guy again that. A big body, the right shot that you put in the middle of your lineup like that, there's a lot to be excited about. And I know for him, from an Oil King standpoint, he's excited to get over here. With us just getting him, I haven't had a lot of dialogue with NHL teams about him. So I'm not too sure if he's going to be a player that's selected today or not, but he's a guy that we're definitely extremely excited about inserting into our lineup and our core of forwards.
Thanks for joining us today, Kurt. Really appreciate your time and talking some Oil Kings. We'll have to get you back on maybe tomorrow or a little later when some more Oil Kings are picked in the draft.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me, and you guys enjoy the day here today.
Thanks, Kurt.
All right, and we have a pick to announce as well. 45 coming from the LA Kings. It's defenseman Brock Faber, committed to the University of Minnesota for next season. Now, Brennan, you with us?
Yeah, I'm back, but just my voice.
All right. Dear God, if you can hear me, I'd like to know a little more about Brock Faber.
Brock Faber is an interesting defenseman from the U.S. development program. More of a defensive guy. He has a good stick, good positioning. He's a guy that I ranked a little bit lower on my list. He was in the 80s range. If you see there, it's actually a little bit higher on him than, say, Craig Button or McKean's. But he's a solid defensive defenseman. He didn't always stand out on that team, but he showed a couple of good physical tools. And if you look at the LA Kings for example, like they already took Helgi Grans earlier in this round, so I guess they're loading up on defensemen, and why not? You got Byfield in round one, so there's a defensive deficiency a little bit in terms of finding a standout guy, a standout prospect to bring up. So I understand the Faber pick.
And we have another pick to announce: the Chicago Blackhawks picking 36th overall. And they're going to grab the second goaltender of this draft, Drew Commesso, another player out of the USA. So we've had a run of USA players from the national development team, 3 in a row now, and this includes goaltending. The second goaltender picked after Askarov. Well, how do we feel about this pick as far as Chicago looking into the future for their crease?
He's a good player as well. He's going to Boston University, great program for goalies. The U.S. team wasn't as good this year. The development team didn't have a ton of standouts, and it kind of shows because if you look at the first round, you didn't see any of the U.S. development team going. And last year, you saw it seems like the whole team got drafted, and there were 6 of them in the first round. So Commesso kind of had to be the number one goalie for a team that wasn't as good, and he delivered. He had nice numbers. He was a very steady guy, good rebound control, calm. I think the Blackhawks, who obviously Corey Crawford, they may be moving on from him for free agency purposes. I mean, Malcolm Subban might not get qualified today either. We're going to find out later. They might want to have this kind of younger goalie to have in their system to look forward to in the future. And, you know, why not a guy like Drew Commesso? So if you look at his stats right there, .920 save percentage, that's actually a lot more than what Spencer Knight had last year for the U.S. development program. And Spencer Knight went in the first round to Florida. So, I mean, as much as Knight is a better prospect, he's got a better frame and better technical ability. I think that Drew Commesso is quite underrated, and I'm not surprised he went in this round. And I do think that we might see another goalie go in this round as well.
Coming up next, we have 2 straight picks by the Montreal Canadiens. We saw them take a defenseman in the first round, a left-handed defenseman, which kind of clogs up that left side. Where do you see them going with these 2 picks? Do they mix it up and grab a forward or a couple forwards, or do you see them sticking on that defense train and maybe grabbing a righty this time?
Well, I mean, they could use a young righty in the system because Weber and Petrie are both in their 30s, and it might be nice to have kind of that extra guy. But I also do wonder about maybe they're the team that takes a guy like Jack Finley, who we talked about earlier. Andrew talked about him. Big centerman who can fill out the bottom six of their roster in the future. They have Nick Suzuki. They have Jesperi Kotkaniemi. Ryan Pelling might play wing. We're not entirely sure what he's going to do as he kind of goes in the future, as we go into the future here. But Jack Finley, big centerman, I think that might be a good fit for them.
If you're just joining us now, Andrew Peard is not a ventriloquist. Brennan Klak, camera issues, so he's just joining us via microphone. And there we go. Luke Tuck, as Montreal makes their pick 47th overall. And the string of players taken from that national team keeps going, the fourth straight.
Luke Tuck's
brother of Alex Tuck.
Yeah.
He's Alex's brother. I honestly didn't really get the sense from him that he was a high upside prospect. He's not as good of a skater as his brother. His statistics weren't as good as his brother. There's some skill there, but I did hear from some scouts in the last week or so, because I actually had a follower ask about him, so I looked into him. There was some concern about his skating, but there's definitely no concern about his size that he brings to the table. And we already talked about Montreal and why they brought in Anderson. It's because they felt like they were too small. Well, bringing in another big power forward type guy into the organization, that's where Montreal wants to head in this offseason. That's why they're linked to Wayne Simmons. They want to get bigger. They want to get tougher to play against.
At 6'2", already over 200 pounds. I mean, he's pretty much a man today. That's got me beat in both categories, to be honest. His brother already plays in the NHL, so you've already got some hockey bloodlines there. It looks like a good pick for the Montreal Canadiens. They beefed up with Josh Anderson. Maybe this is a player that slides in a couple of years and can provide some physicality for them as well. I know you mentioned it earlier, Brennan, that the Montreal has been considered a bit of a smurf of teams over the last few seasons. It looks like Marc Bergevin is starting to turn that around now, with some size up front, finally. And now that'll be a good mix with Poehling, especially if we can get him over on the right or left side to convert him from a center. Those are two players that could be playing together for a numerous amount of years coming forward here with Montreal.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see what they do with their second pick now. Do they also go with another big player, or do they, because they took two big players already, because they took, well, Goulet's big too, but because they took two big guys, do they now take a gamble on a more skilled guy, like maybe Roni Hirvonen from the Finnish Elite League, who's only 5'9", but Hirvonen had a nice statistical season. So this should be a very interesting pick for Montreal, especially because it's before the Arizona pick that got voided. It's weird to see the draft board and you just see a big void underneath of this Montreal pick.
Now,
That's
Peard,
a nice way of putting it, voided.
Peard, you're very close with the WHL. Did you ever have any illegal screenings? Did you see any of that going on in your time? Arizona Coyotes ever hop down, try to test some players in the Oil Kings side?
You know what? I wish I would have known that was going on a little earlier. I would have been looking for John Chaika sniffing around the Oil Kings dressing room. But no, we didn't have any of those issues at Rogers Place. I'm actually led to believe it was out in the Ontario Hockey League where a lot of those were going on. So, yeah, I mean, just a bizarre thing for the Arizona Coyotes and, John Chaika. We saw it come to a head this offseason. Don't know what that guy was thinking, man. Really don't. And, it's really going to make the new GM Armstrong his job a lot tougher with obviously the voiding of next year's first rounder as well. And I don't even know what the upside was. I mean, you're going in and testing these players in November or whatever it was. I don't really think it gives you this massive leg up, and the penalties are so steep. You have to wonder. I'm almost shocked. I mean, I'm sure if the penalties were hounded down earlier, John Chaika probably would have been out of a job a lot earlier. Obviously he did technically quit, but I think it was mutual, the parting of ways there.
I would tend to agree on that one. And Montreal has made their second of those back-to-back picks as well now. Jan Mysak, 5'10" forward from the Czech Republic. That was a player that I had going very early. I'm surprised he's fallen away to 48. Klak, what do you think about this selection and his fall?
Well, he's a very skilled player. I think the fall is because there was he skates very odd. Like, he's a very low gravity skater. He's got a really wide stride, but some teams thought it was not a translatable skating stride to the NHL. But I think it's fine to me. It actually gives him a little bit more strength in his lower body. And I mean, Mysak played pretty well at the World Juniors as well. I thought that he had a nice showing there. He's with Hamilton, of course. Arthur Kaliev, you're hoping that he makes the LA Kings this year, and they definitely need him on that roster, and that would give him more of a chance to show his offensive chops. But he also has pro hockey experience. He played in the Czech League this year. So it's a good pick at this point. I think that if you're going to take a gamble on a small player, just like I said, Montreal's already taken that sizable guy right before with Tuck, and they took Gooley. So here's a 5'10" player with a lot of skill who probably should have went earlier, and they're able to steal him.
Now, Mysak is a center. They just traded Max Domi yesterday. Do you think this is one of those plays to fill that hole in a couple of years? Maybe a third-line C guy or a guy that pushes for the 2C against Kotkaniemi or Nick Suzuki in the following years?
I think it's more of a gambly type guy, and you'll notice there with him, he's more of a goal-scoring player, 15 goals this year, 10 assists, but I noticed that he scores a lot of goals, and I wonder if Montreal thinks that they might be able to put him on the wing next to Kotkaniemi in the future rather than having him play center. As I know that Montreal was looking for more size up the middle. That's why I kind of mentioned maybe Jack Finley as a target later. But Mysak, to me, he's because his skating isn't up to par right now and needs some improvement, he might end up being on Kotkaniemi's wing in the future. And they're both, Mysak's a very skilled player. He's versatile. He can move around.
A couple of picks to announce. The Arizona Coyotes, as much speculated, have drafted Void. No last name on that one, kind of like Seal. And the Calgary Flames, with 50, have went with Yan Kuznetsov. 6'4" Russian defenseman, over 200 pounds, coming out of Hockey East. Committed to the University of Connecticut for next season. What can you tell me about Yan Kuznetsov and the type of player he is? No relation to Evgeny.
Yan Kuznetsov, this is a player that I actually really like. I have him ranked 38th. He's got a lot of size, but the big thing about him is that he stepped into college as a freshman, and he didn't look out of sorts at all. He had 11 points already in the NCAA. He's not going to be an offensive defenseman at the NHL level. He's going to be defensive. He reminds me a little bit of Zbynek McCulloch, who you might remember, a longtime Arizona Coyote. Plays that same kind of style, but he's a big guy. He's hard to knock off the puck. Defensively, just very solid player. Some scouts thought he was a tad slow, but you're going to hear that a lot from guys in the second round, that they don't have the skating yet, but that's very teachable. And for me, his backwards skating is absolutely fine. Like, his backwards skating, his gap control, that's kind of what makes him one of the better defensive defensemen. I don't want to criticize too much another player, but I think that Yan Kuznetsov, as far as defensive D go, was a guy that I liked a lot better than Tyler Klevin, who Ottawa traded up to get with Toronto. Yan Kuznetsov was one of the guys where I'd circled him as one of the only defensive D I'd be very okay with picking high in the draft.
What separates him between Jeremy Poirier or a Damon Hunt, two players ranked ahead of him on the North American scouting list?
But he can play defense. I mean, no offense to Jeremy Poirier, because Poirier reminds me of PK Subban a little bit as a prospect as well. Subban, extremely high shelf of talent, but defensively it wasn't there yet. In Damon Hunt's case, is that he was injured a lot of the year. So a lot of teams didn't see him, and they're not entirely sure what his status was for that whole time. But we have another pick to announce. So
yes, we do. The Detroit Red Wings, in 51st overall selection, are taking center Theodore Niederbach, 5'11", 172-pound forward from the Swedish Junior League, played for Frölunda.
So is it just me, or is Steve Yzerman starting to do throwbacks to when Detroit just took Swedes? Is that what we're going now?
Yeah. He's got his Henrik Zetterberg. He took his Nicholas Lidstrom. Now he's just trying to find his Johan Franzen.
Niederbach's a really talented playmaker type guy. He's pretty small, needs to add some strength to his game, but he's a very smart guy. I had one guy message me 2 days ago. He said Niederbach was one of his biggest sleepers of the draft, so I did look into him at the time. He's not playing in the SHL yet. He's still playing in the Swedish Junior 20 League. He's got 15 points to start the year in 9 games. When a guy's playing in junior kind of like that, you're looking for some tournament history. He did put up some decent numbers internationally, but he wasn't really in a tournament to really stand out in. This is the problem with not having a U18, is that he would have been one of Sweden's better players of that tournament, but we didn't get to see him as much. So, Detroit's going full Swede, and why not? Because it worked for them for 25 years.
Next on the clock, we have the Pittsburgh Penguins, who just acquired this pick from the Ottawa Senators in exchange for Matt Murray. I have them taking Carter Savoy here. I think they jump up and do that. Do you think that Pittsburgh maybe tries to fill a hole elsewhere on defense or in net now without Matt Murray, or do you think this is a forward pick? And you know what? Pick is in. And Klak, I think you're going to like this one. This is Joel Blomqvist, the Finnish goaltender from Karpat. We were just speaking about him not that much earlier, and it looks like Pittsburgh has decided to use that second pick after all, and they will take a goaltender, and they're going to replace Matt Murray with this young Finnish-born goaltender.
Yeah, I mean, I called it earlier a little bit, right? I thought that Joel Blomqvist was going to go in the second round, and it's because there's not a lot of goalies that really excite me in this draft, but he is one of them. He's a guy that he's got the size to actually play the game. He's not necessarily the tallest guy yet, but there's development to go there, but he's thick. He's a goalie that has good mobility despite that size, but at the same time, Blomqvist had really good numbers internationally, but also I remember his name at a tournament or two, and he played very well at those tournaments as well. But I had heard that the goalies were going to go higher than you think, specifically Comiso and Blomqvist. And what's interesting to note now is that a lot of people were high on Nico Dawes, who we remember from the World Juniors. He played the first game for Canada, the first big game before being pulled, and then kind of lost his job there. But people thought Dawes was going to be the first to go, but he's an overager, so I did think that there might be some hesitancy to take him early. Not surprised that the Penguins go with Blomqvist here. Ian Clark, apparently the Canucks really, really liked him as a guy that could be someone that replaces, say, a Demko or DiPietro if one of them have to be traded if they keep Jacob Markstrom. So I think they're going to be a little disappointed by this, but I'm not surprised that Pittsburgh takes a goalie, since I'm not even sure if Tristan Jarry is a guy that's going to be there down the road, because Pittsburgh seems to be cycling through these guys now like candy. So if you see there, .931 save percentage in the U20 league. And like I said, in international tournaments, he was a very noticeable goalie. I believe he was the U18 goalie for Finland at the last tournament in 2019, and he was very good in that tournament.
931 save percentage is nothing to gaff at. Next up on the clock is the Carolina Hurricanes. They've already taken a couple of skilled forwards, Noel Gunler and Seth Jarvis. It's a team that needs a goaltender, and maybe I thought that Blomqvist was going to slide to Carolina. Now, you just mentioned Nico Dawes. Can you see the Carolina Hurricanes making it back-to-back goaltenders taken in this draft and selecting Nico Dawes?
I'm not sure if Carolina's going to take a goalie high, because they did last year. They took Pyotr Kochetkov last year pretty high, and they have a guy there, Eric Tulsky, who is an analytic genius. And I think Kochetkov was a bit of an anomaly because his stats were so good that, and he's already playing pro, that they thought, well, I think we can take a gamble on him high. But I think Carolina, who already took, I think they've already nailed the first part of the draft. Jarvis and Gunler is just unbelievable to start with. I think that they're going to keep going with value picks, that guys that should have been gone. I mean, I look at my board and I'm wondering about maybe a guy like I'm looking at my forwards, I guess, more so. I think Carolina's going to stack up at forward. I think they have a lot of D. I think Tom Dundon wants them to take some skill.
Well, you don't think they're taking a defenseman, so I'm gonna knock off Damon Hunt from my list now. Peard, are you surprised we haven't seen Hunt or Sordif taken yet in this second round?
Not so much. I mean, I do think they are second round talents. But the problem was that I mentioned was sort of Vancouver got off to a real tough start this year. No one really showed well on that team. And then just like Klak had mentioned, Damon Hunt, he had that wrist injury, the cut from the skate blade that really hampered him as he missed a ton of time in the second half of the WHL season. And he played, on the Moose Jaw Warriors, a team that's, in the very early stages of a rebuild. So I'm not too surprised that they continue to sit and wait. And, maybe it is a Jack Finley that does jump ahead of both those guys simply because of his size. 6'5" centermen, they don't grow on trees. So, that's one thing to watch for. But no, I wouldn't say it's much of a surprise. I mean, when you get into, past the first round, I mean, even in the first round, the later half of it, it's anyone's game. Anyone could kind of go anywhere. So, it's one of those things that you keep an eye on. I mean, if we start to get to the fourth and fifth round and those guys are still available, then you start to wonder a little bit.
And we do have a pick to announce. Carolina has made their selection, 53rd overall. They're going to grab a center from the QMJHL. It's Vasily Ponomarov.
Yeah, his statistics were something that when I was first looking up, he didn't impress me. He only had 49 points in 57 games, but a lot of scouts said it wasn't the stats that made him exciting. It was what they saw internationally with him. He was at the Hlinka tournament, and he had 6 points in 5 games for Russia and was considered a standout player. They thought they had a really good two-way game, showed a lot of strength in his game. And Carolina, like I said, I'm not surprised that they went for a skilled forward that is in around this range. And look at ISS; they were super high on him as well. Analytically, he showed up pretty decently from what I heard. But we have another pick to talk about as well. The pick, maybe the picks are actually going to start flying here, guys. Instead of
yes, we do. It's the Philadelphia Flyers,
of all time.
number 54. And it's Emil Andre, 5'8" defenseman from Sweden. Probably one of these smaller defensemen we're going to see grabbed in this draft. Do you feel like the Flyers are taking a bit of a flyer here on Emil?
Well, when I watched video of this player, I had a problem with his skating. It kind of looked like he was in lead sometimes. You really don't want to see that out of a smaller player. But the thing with Andre and why he's really well liked as a prospect is that his size at 5'8", 5'9", I think he's probably more 5'9". His size doesn't deter him. He's really tough to play against in the corner. He cross-checks everybody. Like the way that Andre plays, he's an offensive defenseman. He has a lot of good offensive instincts to his game, but he's not hard. He's not easy to play against in his own zone. So when you're looking for smaller D and you want to take a gamble on a guy, they either have to be tough to play against or a good skater, or hopefully both. And maybe the Flyers believe that as he keeps playing in the SHL and in pro, that he'll get better at his skating, because the other things he brings to the table are things that you can't find very easily in the draft.
Would you say that he is comparable to a Sami Vatanen at all when you look at that size, but with the skill that he does provide?
That would be a good comparison. I think Sami Vatanen's a decent one. I was going to say Toby Enstrom is a guy that reminds me of him. Enstrom was a guy that didn't necessarily have the speed at the beginning of his development process, and he gained it over time. And Enstrom was a great defenseman for the Atlanta Thrashers and then Winnipeg for his career. So that's a guy that I think Philadelphia might see him turning into.
And the picks are flying in, just like you said. The Detroit Red Wings, 55th overall, have made their selection. Out of the WHL, it's Cross Hanas. Andrew, what can you tell me about Cross and what kind of player he was for Portland last year?
Well, he was a real dynamic player, just high skill. He can make all the plays that you need him to make. And I think he's just a guy that got better as the year went on. I don't know that, at the beginning of the year that he would have been, ranked to go in the second round of the NHL draft, had just 22 points as a 16-year-old in the Western Hockey League. But, he saw that number jump up by more than double this year, 22 goals, 49 points, playing on a Portland team that, I think heading into this year was maybe a bit of a surprise that they continued to dominate. I mean, we've come to know the Portland Winterhawks as one of the upper echelon teams in the Western Hockey League, but they had lost a lot of star power coming into this year. But guys like Seth Jarvis really carried the mail. Their draft eligible guys really carried the mail this year, along with obviously having a World Junior goaltender in Joel Hofer between the pipes. But Cross Hanas came in, and just as the season progressed, he continued to progress, and it culminates here with him being taken by the Detroit Red Wings, 55th overall.
Can you speak anything to the development system of Portland? It seems like they turn out so many good NHL players over the last couple of years.
Well, when you have Mike Johnson as your head coach, I mean, there you go. He's a guy that he finds players that already have maybe a step ahead of the development curve in the WHL. And then for guys that don't, he's able to bring them along. They've just become this sort of hotbed for high skill. That's when I think of Portland Winterhawks, I think high skill. You remember, a guy like Ty Ratty coming out of there, and just the numbers that he put up in the Western Hockey League were astronomical. And they continue to do that with more and more players. I'm not sure exactly what it is they're doing there, but I think it starts with their head coach. And even you look at it, they bring in Don Hay as well this year to be an assistant coach. The fact that Don Hay is an assistant coach in junior hockey almost blows your mind that he's not, a head coach GM somewhere. And you have that guy as well to lean on. And that's why you start to see young players find their game in Portland.
And we have another pick to announce as well. It's the San Jose Sharks this time. 56th overall, they're going to grab a Saskatoon Blade, Tristan Robbins. How much of Tristan Robbins' game have you been able to see, Andrew?
Quite a bit.
Quite a bit.
Yeah. He's got the late birthday, first year eligible guy. And you talk about a player that surprised people this year. I mean, he goes from 25 points in his rookie season to this year, 73 points in 62 games, 33 goals. The Saskatoon Blades, when Kirby Dach ended up making the Chicago Blackhawks, you thought they might be kind of lost in the wilderness this year. But a guy like Tristan Robbins came in and really elevated. His father played in the Western Hockey League as well, and I believe he's the guy that when the Regina Pats were making their run for when they were hosting the Memorial Cup, and they swung a deal with the Saskatoon Blades. He was the prospect that they identified that they really wanted to get out of the Regina Pats organization, and you see why. He was an explosive player for the Saskatoon Blades this past season, and it was really sort of around the early part of December that he really started to flourish, and all of a sudden it was a multi-point night every night. He had some 5-point nights sprinkled in as well. He seemed to find the score sheet each and every night, and he was a top line player in the WHL, and he was a guy that I don't think, much like Cross Hanas, was someone that going into this season that you thought was going to be a second round pick, but credit to the player and the work he put in as he gets himself there.
Any surprise seeing him go ahead of Jack Finley from Spokane?
A different player, definitely a different player. Tristan Robbins, he's a lot smaller. He's 5'10", 173 pounds, probably more of an offensive upside. So, if you're the San Jose Sharks with some of the older players that they have there, they're looking for that dynamic side. And, Robbins is a winger as opposed to a centerman as well. Although he was supposed to be a winger, or a lot of people thought he would be a winger, but I know he was utilized as a center iceman for much of the year with the Saskatoon Blades, mostly due in part to the fact that that Kirby Dach wasn't available for them.
Well, that'll add value for sure if you can play all three positions. Now, Klak, what do you think of that last pick by San Jose?
There were a few scouting services that were super high on Robbins, so it was a very interesting kind of vast opinion on him. I had a few people that thought he might be a late first-round pick, which for me, like, I wasn't as sold on him as that, but I kind of understood because of the skill that he brings to the table, and that he's very good at kind of the stick handling side of the game. Like, he's a very fun player to watch. I didn't end up. I kind of wanted to talk to Tensor about it a little bit, but never got to. But that Robbins was someone that, like I said, I heard some people that really, really were high on him. Personally, though, he didn't end up making my list. But I do think that just he's a very fun player offensively to watch, where if you felt like that could translate to the next level, he'd be very fun.
Is there anybody through these first 56 picks that hasn't been selected that has come to a major surprise to you?
Yeah, I'm actually pretty surprised that nobody has gambled on Jeremy Poirier now. And not just him, but I really like Jeremy Poirier's partner, William Villeneuve, who is the QMJHL Defenseman of the Year. But at the same time, the thing is that Villeneuve was ranked lower by some people because of his skating. I didn't see that problem with him, but I saw other people that had that issue with him. But Poirier is very surprising. I think that Poirier is in the very same kind of caliber as what Ryan Merkley was. And Merkley, someone gambled on him in the first round. The Sharks took him right at 21. But maybe that's scaring teams on Poirier this time around. The thing is, Poirier doesn't have an attitude issue. It's just that he's horrible defensively. He's horrible. But offensively, he's extremely gifted. Like, he's a forward, basically. And he's an amazing skater. So for him to not have gone yet, boy, I mean, that's a little bit surprising.
He's the highest ranked North American skater left. For reference, he was ranked at 18 before the draft. Tristan Robbins, who was just selected, was 85th among North American skaters. So, I mean, you're really at the part of the draft where absolutely anybody could go at any time. It's just all about who you like, and we're waiting on Montreal to make their pick. They've already grabbed a couple of selections here. They grabbed Luke Tuck and Jan Myzik. Do you see them sticking with another forward, or is this that time to grab that right shot defenseman?
I think they should be the team to take Poirier, because I think that'd be a really nice pick for them, having a French-Canadian offensive defenseman superstar guy that reminds me of PK Subban. That is the type of guy that Montreal should be taking the gambles on. It's interesting to note that a lot of the guys, like the two of the guys we just mentioned, Poirier and Villeneuve, and another guy, Lucas Cormier, who I think is quite excellent to watch as well, all guys from the QMJHL. And there is a couple of, actually Montreal's trading this pick, so Tampa Bay is going to grab this pick. Yeah, that means that whoever Tampa Bay is grabbing is going to be the next Braden Point.
Well, like I said in previous conversations, I've heard Tampa and Pittsburgh were the two teams interested in the AJHL's Carter Savoy. Tampa has picks 57 and 62, so I could see him going in either of those slots, maybe even Michael Benning with both of those picks. They could grab two Sherwood Park Crusaders here. It'd be interesting to keep an eye on. I was wondering why Montreal was taking so long to make that selection. I almost figured there was a trade in the works, especially after I think they got two players that they were quite high on with Tuck and Myzik. I think they should be happy. Tuck, Myzik, and Goulet, I think Montreal might have had one of the best drafts so far, other than the Rangers, who got first overall.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Carter Savoy. I mean, he's going to be gone in the second or third round, and Tampa Bay they're one of the one teams that has no problem with taking smaller players. I mean, if they feel like a small player is a good player, they have Yanni Gourde, they have Tyler Johnson. There was one point where Tampa Bay had no forward that was bigger than 6'1". When they made their run in 2015, their biggest forward was Steven Stamkos. They are not afraid to take a guy who is small. I kind of feel like that's what we're going to see at Tampa here, a smaller forward. But I guess we're going to find out.
We should any second now. Now, looking back through the draft, is there any team that has particularly impressed you with their picks throughout the first and second rounds?
I think that Carolina, just by getting Gunler, who's a guy I had ranked 17th, to get him in the second round, a guy who's already playing in pro, that was super impressive. And also getting Seth Jarvis, as a guy who follows the Edmonton Oilers and is a fan of the Edmonton Oilers, I'm not afraid to say that because I've followed them my whole life. Seeing Jarvis go the pick before the Oilers was just devastating because Jarvis is such a fun player to watch. He's a fast guy. He gets breakaway speed. He motors through D-men. He goes to the net. He's a small player and he doesn't care. And that's what I love about Seth Jarvis is he has a heart of a lion. And Carolina got him. But we got Tampa Bay's pick, and it's going to be Andrew Peard that's going to talk about it.
Yeah, Jack Finley from the Spokane Chiefs, the big centerman that we've talked quite a bit about. And he's taken here by the Tampa Bay Lightning. So not going to be the next Braden Point, I don't think, when you look at the frame on big Jack Finley out of Kelowna, BC. And another one of those players that showed that great growth, going from 19 points in 63 games as a 16-year-old to 57 points in 61 games as a 17-year-old draft-eligible guy in the WHL. Just recently turned 18. He's got almost as late of a birthday as you can have to get into this draft. September 2nd birth date for Jack Finley, and I think it's a great pick for the Tampa Bay Lightning. I mean, he's got a man's body already, and I mean, just turned 18. He's probably going to add probably 10 to 15 more pounds on that frame. I don't know if he can get any taller, but he's a real good player playing on the Spokane Chiefs, and that's an outstanding pick by the Tampa Bay Lightning.
Do you have an NHL comparable for Finley?
Oh boy, I wish I'd have seen him play a little bit more. But you look at the size that he has. You start to think about big, tall centermen, and you start to think maybe kind of like a Ryan Getzlaf somewhere in there. Obviously Getzlaf was a much more highly touted prospect when he was selected in the first round by the Anaheim Ducks. But I think that's where I would lean towards. Let me just preface this: I am terrible when it comes to comparables. Jack Finley, 6 foot, listed at 6'6", 213 pounds now. I mean, those aren't easy to find, and he's right shot too. I don't know what it is, Klak. Maybe you can speak more to this, but we talk a lot about the right shot defenseman, right shot centerman too. They seem to be sort of a rare breed, and when you can get them, you really want to make sure you develop them.
There are a lot of teams that are trying to do more face-off plays, and like the Philadelphia Flyers, the entire playoff, it seemed like their whole game plan was built around just what they did off of a face-off. And if you look at what Philadelphia had, they had that big centerman in Kevin Hayes to win with. But yeah, the right shot C has been a coveted position. The Edmonton Oilers have been looking for a good right shot C, it seems, since the dawn of time. When it comes to Jack Finley, as far as player comparisons go, I always thought of him kind of as a Paul Gaustad type guy. And Paul Gaustad was in the league for quite a long time. Third line centerman who's very big, uses his size effectively. It's kind of funny because we just mentioned, Tampa Bay's going to maybe look for that small skill. They don't have a lot of big forwards. Well, Finley is super rare in that he's pretty much he's the biggest player I think they've had since maybe Brian Boyle. But maybe that's why they've traded up to get Finley here, is because they remembered the impact that Brian Boyle had for them. And they felt like maybe having just that one extra guy will create some room for those smaller wingers and centermen. So I like the pick a lot. I think I had Finley in my 40s range. He's got offensive skill, and I think it's enough that if he makes the NHL, he can translate into a decent third line center.
jumping back into the draft a little bit while we wait for the Bruins to make their selection, he was picked while you had some technical difficulties. But Noel Gunler, that's a player, Klak, you had ranked 17th overall coming into this. He ended up going 41 to Carolina. What part of his game really stands out to you as a first-round talent?
Straight line speed and his shot. The thing with Gunler is that it's not always there from an effort basis. I think that he's got a bit of an attitude, and that's sometimes good, sometimes bad. But when he is on, he is on. And he almost made the World Junior team for Sweden this year. Actually, he was the last cut, but it's his NHL shot. Like, that guy can wire it. And Carolina, what do they need? Well, they need goals, so that's big.
And the Bruins, they have made their selection, 58th overall. Mason Lohrey, going back to the USHL, 6'4", 195 pounds. So all of a sudden, two of the biggest players in this draft have went back to back here. What can you tell me about the play of Mason Lohrey?
Well, he's an overager. He's a little bit older. He's already 19, but he really came on this season because last year, I would say, if he was drafted, I wouldn't be able to tell you anything about him. He didn't really stand out at all. But when you have a guy at his size, like him bringing a 6'4" game, he's able to move the puck pretty well, and he's kind of more of a transporter, though. He's kind of more in the mold of, let's say, Brandon Carlo that Boston already has, a guy that can hold on to the puck and make smart decisions. It's not a guy that I know a ton about. He was lower in Essential Scouting at him 130 range, if I remember. Yeah, there's 132.
132.
Yeah, he's not a guy I did a lot of research on, but I guess you can tell why Boston might reach for a guy like that, because if you look at his size and skill ability, sometimes an overager guy is a guy that you take at this point because their game really developed over the course of time. And I'm going to throw to Andrew for this, but I feel like Alex Cotton is a guy that should go pretty high in this draft because of the development that he had this year.
Yeah, well, that was a guy I was wondering to get your opinion on him, because second year eligible guy, but had his number. I mean, if you would have asked me at the start of the year who was going to lead the WHL in defenseman scoring, I don't think if you gave me 2 days, I would have rattled off the name Alex Cotton. But I mean, when you have, it's easy to look at it and say, well, he had Kalen Addison there and Dylan Cousins, and he just gave them the puck. He scored 20 goals. It's unbelievable the year he had. And I do think, I mean, if you're watching when Jake Neighbors got picked last night, and the highlight that they would show was him burning past a Lethbridge defenseman from his own blue line to go in on a breakaway and score. The defenseman he went around was Alex Cotton. That's the thing that concerns me about him is the foot speed there. But I mean, the shot that he possesses, I think he scored a handful of goals against the Oil Kings this year, and it was seemingly just that big booming one-timer from the blue line that just scorched by goaltenders. So he's a guy that you talk about. He went from being a guy that I don't think was going to be drafted this year to now we're talking about maybe going in the second or third round. So I'm really curious to see where he ends up this year. I'm really curious to get your scouting take on him, Klak.
Well, I guess I'll do a quick thing because Toronto was picked here, but I think that Cotton is a guy that was kind of held back a little bit by Kalen Addison. And when Addison went to the World Juniors, that's when I thought he really turned it on. Sometimes it's just a guy that needs to have that opportunity. And I think there was a game against the Oil Kings where Cotton had three assists, and he was dominant in that game as the power play QB. So maybe that is just a type where he was waiting for that opportunity, and he got it. Right? Roni Hirvonen, taken by the Toronto Maple Leafs. He's a very small guy, very small. But if you can get a guy in the second round who had 16 points already in pro last year, you should pounce on that. And Roni Hirvonen is a very, very skilled, talented guy. He didn't show anything at the World Junior 18s in 2019, which probably didn't help his status. But then he went to the Hlinka tournament and he had 4 goals for Finland. He was their best forward. It wasn't even close. And the only thing with him is it's going to be he's a smaller player. Can he skate well enough? I think he can. I think that Toronto grabbed an absolute steal considering we're already at pick 59 to be able to get a guy that's already produced in pro. I mean, that's pretty money right there.
I'm not sure if the skill is going to be a question mark to me on Hirvonen. I'm more concerned about that small frame. He's only 164 pounds. I mean, naturally, to put on the extra 20 pounds that he would need to play in the NHL, you got to think that the development train on him is going to be a couple years from now. But Toronto, a team in cap hell, could use a player that's not going to step in for a couple of years and under team control very cheap for the next 5. So let's say he's 3 years away. What kind of player do you see him being in the NHL?
I actually think he's kind of close to being in the league. I think that's part of why Toronto maybe took him, is that he's already showed a great defensive ability in the SM Liga. It's one of the biggest things that was given to him as far as positivity from scouts, was that he had a well-rounded 200-foot game. I mean, if this guy is 6'1", he's going in the first round easily. It's just that he's smaller. But and his skating isn't top notch. It's just good. That's probably why he's lower. But for me, this is a very smart pick. He's a guy that, you know, if he has a big year in the SM Liga this season and Toronto, then Jason Spezza's contract is up at the end of the year and, we need a 4th line center. He can step in and play that role. He might not be a top 6 forward in the NHL right away. He might take some time. But here's a guy that I think that Toronto can really use more quickly than if they took a guy that was more of a project here. Just a smart talent and a guy that I ranked pretty decently high. I think he was in my 40s. Like I said, I'm a little worried about not having top-notch speed because I like my small guys to have a lot of speed.
Comparing him in the Toronto pipeline, would you put him ahead or below of a Jeremy Bracco?
I would have him ahead of Jeremy Bracco because Bracco's a winger and not really a two-way guy at that. Bracco's definitely more of an offensive-only type of player, for me at least. And in Hirvonen's case, he's more of a 200-foot guy. Toronto's starting to try to build up some of the bottom 6 center prospects they have. I mean, they traded for Philip Hallander in that Kapanen deal, who also will be an interesting player for them potentially going forward. I've noticed with Toronto is that they're trying to go with guys that are playing in pro already. They're trying to avoid junior right now, which is kind of interesting. You look at that Amarov pick already in the KHL playing games. You look at the Hirvonen pick. Interesting to see what they're going to go with that. Remember, they traded for 2 picks from Ottawa in that earlier deal where Ottawa took Clevin. Interested to see if Toronto maybe keeps that theme up to try to get guys that are in pro so they can get them to the NHL faster, or just be able to hold on to their rights faster. Or sorry, longer, not faster.
Looking down at the international skaters now, Topi Niemela from Karpat. We've already seen one of his teammates, goaltender, taken in this round. Is it surprising to you at all that he is still a name that's out there, considering the skill level that he possesses?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit. I guess he's not the most sizable defender, so those guys sometimes do drop if there's some concerns about the skating, and he's actually more of a defensive D. He's skilled, but he actually is more of a guy that they play in shutdown situations. So that might be the concern with him, is that smaller guys usually look for offensive talent from the blue line when they're like that. Like if you look at Quinn Hughes or Samuel Girard, you're trying to find that kind of dynamic. But I think Niemela is a pretty smart player. This is still kind of his range, but the farther we go, the more interesting it's going to be. But if I'm taking a D-man right now, I'm high on Niemela, but there's still a few guys that I'm surprised haven't gone, and Lucas Cormier would be more of the guy that I'm going to take if I want a smaller defenseman.
Well, and of course, we still have Jeremy Poirier, who is on the board as well. He's 18th overall among North American skaters, so there are quite a bit of decent defensemen left in this draft who will become NHL players. Still waiting on that LA Kings pick to come through. Makes me wonder if they're thinking about maybe moving that.
This is literally the longest draft I've ever seen so far. Like the second round has taken the entire year of 2020, and I'm not saying that's a terrible thing. It's just kind of surprising. Maybe it's because of the virtual nature of the draft. Maybe it's a little tougher for teams to make that pick, or for the clock to be fully exerted properly, or who knows. But I mean, it's taken forever, and I don't know. I mean, I wonder if it goes really long. Like, remember the qualifying offer deadline's at like 3:00. So, do teams have enough time to trade those guys for picks in these next few rounds? Maybe, because it's going so slow.
I will say yesterday's first round was probably the slowest draft that I have ever been a part of, watched on TV. And I know a good part of that is the delays that have been going on as far as with COVID, and getting player interviews isn't as easy as you would tend to think, especially during these times. Looking down at my own list now, this one's for you, Peard. Justin Sourdif, 5'10", 173 pounds, just under a point a game yesterday. We got LA, Ottawa, and Tampa left in this second round. Do you see him being a fit with either of those three clubs?
Yeah, I think anyone would be happy to have him. Again, it's just a matter of I just wonder the damage that was done with the way that the Vancouver Giants season went this year. But I mean, he was a player that certainly pulled his weight with his 54 points this year, 26 goals. But what we talked about with Jack Finley and Tristan Robbins and Cross Hannes was that we saw this huge development curve from their first year to their second year, where their point numbers just jumped right up, and it showed that these players had grown. Well, in Justin Sourdif's case, that's not the case. I mean, he had 46 points as a 16-year-old in the Western Hockey League, which was great. But I think heading into this year, you're expecting higher point totals. Now, did he have the surrounding team that would allow for that? Maybe not, but you did have Bowen Byram on the back end. Took him a little while to really get his game going. It didn't seem that he really woke up this year until the World Juniors. So, it's interesting to see what's going to happen with Justin Sourdif. But the New York Rangers have taken Vancouver Giants in the past. I think of Ty Ronning. We'll see if that's the pick.
Yes, as New York has just traded for the pick from the LA Kings, 60th overall. Klak, do you have any trade details for me on that?
Yeah, it's a very interesting one. So the New York Rangers have traded prospect Lias Andersson to the LA Kings for this pick. Lias Andersson, of course, went top 10 by the Rangers only a few years ago. And I mean, I remember it was a bit of a reach at the time, but since then there's been a lot of dilemmas and issues with Andersson and the Rangers organization. Andersson has gone through some mental health issues, so I wish him the best with that. And the LA Kings take a gamble on him here. And frankly, you'd probably rather have Lias Andersson than whoever you're taking here, because Lias Andersson was a top 10 talent very recently. And I mean, he's probably just as good as the 60th guy in the draft at this point. So as far as gambles go, I like this for LA a lot.
You think LA won this trade today?
Today, yeah. I mean, it depends on who the Rangers pick and what happens, but Andersson, just a very interesting pick. If you remember, he was taken ahead of Casey Middlestad in it was a bit of a death row 2017 draft order, because you had Michael Rasmussen and then Andersson and then Middlestad. None of those three guys have really panned out yet, but I mean, he still has a lot of two-way talent, and you think he might end up being the third-line center in the future for LA. It's not impossible. It's just that LA is already stacked with guys, so it's going to be a dogfight to make the roster in the future.
And we have that 60th pick in now. The Rangers made their selection. William Cooley from the OHL played for the Windsor Spitfires last season. So the Rangers trade up, and it looks like they had a player very much in mind. He will be the replacement for Lias Andersson, so I guess now we can say the trade is William Cooley for Lias Andersson. Cooley, 6'3", 204 pounds. a pretty big frame on him, and that adds some beef up front to the New York Rangers.
Yeah, he's a big guy. That's the first thought with him. I'm not super excited by him as a prospect, but I do get that he has a power forward game in him. Offensively, there's some flashes of his goal scoring ability. He does take it to the net. The Rangers might see a little bit of Chris Kreider in him, which is why they might be taking him. They might believe that he's kind of like a guy they already have. But at the same time, this is probably his range around this time. There's a guy with size that can skate. You're going to take him in the second or third round, generally most of the time. It's an all right pick. I think he's more of a bottom six player, though, in the future. But if you look at the Rangers, maybe they have to try to fill out their bottom six more. They already have the skill of Lafreniere and Kakko and Panarin in the future. Top six, they're kind of covered. So maybe they're focused on getting some size and power in that bottom six.
Things starting to speed up here as the 61st pick is in. It's the Ottawa Senators. And they have selected Igor Sokolov from Russia. 6'4", 223-pound winger, played in the QMJHL last year, Cape Breton Eagles. So there's another big winger gone, this time to Ottawa. This isn't a player I haven't got to see much of, but Brennan, do you have a scouting report on Igor Sokolov?
Massive guy who really improved his skating, I think, over the course of the last season. He's a guy that I wouldn't have ranked in previous drafts, even though he was very offensively talented. He didn't have the boots. He now may have the boots. And if you look at the Ottawa Senators and why they might pick a guy like this, it's because he's already mature to go to pro pretty much now. I mean, what they might be able to do with him is they might be able to fire him off to the KHL. He might be able to play pro there and then be able to play on Ottawa pretty shortly. So a guy like that, 6'4", he scores 40 goals in the Q. He actually had a pretty good World Junior as well. I remember him being pretty noticeable as a sniper for Russia. So as far as overagers go, I'm not a big fan of taking them because a lot of the time overagers, if they're physically mature, they start dominating in junior. It doesn't mean that they're going to do that at the next level. But in his case, he's a pretty decent gamble just because he did improve on that skating, and you don't get guys like this all the time available to you. Bigger power guys that can really shoot the puck.
Rob Vollman now with the LA Kings is a person who often speaks upon taking the overagers in NHL drafts. As you might remember, Rob Shrimp once put up a boatload of points and never really turned out in the NHL. So you do get a little weary when it comes to those large players who put up a lot of points in their final year of eligibility for junior, because you're not really sure if you're getting a player who's just more physically dominant, more mature, or if you're getting a player who's more skilled. But we have our next pick coming in, the Tampa Bay Lightning, to close off this second round. And they have selected forward Gage Goncalves from the WHL. Now, Andrew, I'm sure I have messed up that last name. Would you correct it for me and tell me a little bit about the boy from Mission, BC?
Yeah, you wouldn't be the first one on that. Gage Gonzalez. Gonzalez, yeah, it's a tricky one. Centerman, had a real good offensive year, 71 points for the Everett Silvertips, but I think he's more of a two-way guy. That's a guy that played in every single situation for the Everett Silvertips this past year. He was really impressive, I thought, when the Tips came through Edmonton on New Year's Day this year. He just does everything well. One of those guys that I think he's not one of those boom bust players where you think he's got to be a top six guy or else we can't use him. He's a guy that could develop into a real solid kind of third line centerman. Maybe gets to be a second line centerman because he did show pretty good offensive instincts this past year. It's a real good pick. I really like this pick. And for the Everett Silvertips, there was a time where a guy scoring 33 goals with the Everett Silvertips, that was like scoring 60 anywhere else because of the way they played defensively. They've obviously changed that with Dennis Williams as their head coach, but he's a real good player. That's a strong pick. I like that pick.
How big of a factor do you think coaching systems put into place in the NHL draft? You mentioned it, a player who's playing for a more defensive style team might not put up the same amount of points as a guy who's running with a run and gun offense. Do you think that ever affects a player slipping in the NHL draft?
It might. That's one of those things that I think is changing in junior hockey, though. You got to coach what you have, and we're starting to see that in the NHL as well. That maybe you are a more defensive-minded coach, but you have certain players that you can kind of let the leash off of, and I think we're starting to see that more. But I mean, in the past, it really helped a lot of Everett Silvertip goaltenders get picked. So you think of Leland Irving formerly being an NHL first rounder, and then that didn't exactly turn out. So sometimes I think you can't really look too much into it, and sometimes you really have to, because the Everett Silvertips and that defensive style they played, they really made their goaltenders shine back then. When maybe that it was their defensemen, it was their forwards that were maybe the real reason that.
We'll get to a second round recap, pick our winners and losers of that. But first up, the Detroit Red Wings have made their first selection in the third round. It's Donovan Sabrango from Canada. The OHL, played for the Kitchener Rangers. Detroit wasting no time getting their picks in here. Brennan, what do you like?
He's a smart defenseman. He's not the most offensive guy on the planet, but he's quite mobile. He has nice size, and he's kind of one of those guys where I see him as more of a number 4 defenseman type, a guy that down the road can slide into your lineup. If you look at Detroit, they've already had a ton of picks that were skill guys and guys that are high potential and raw and risky. Sabrango is more of a safer, smoother guy that I think that you could see fill out the bottom of your roster. And we're at round 3 now, so if you want to take a guy that's pretty safe, I don't blame you, especially if you have a ton of picks. So I don't think Sabrango's too bad. But at the same time, I'm seeing Toronto coming up next. Are they going to be the team that takes a risk on Jeremy Poirier? Because, boy, they should be. They should be the team that takes risks on defensemen that might end up being very good. This is more of a safer bet. Detroit probably thinking, hey, we need to take some guys that, we can track in junior that will rise and can skate well and might be able to fill a 4 or 5 slot.
Detroit will, of course, pick again at 65, but we do have a pick that just came in from the Toronto Maple Leafs, and it is the highest ranked left international skater. Topi Niemela from Karpat, Finland. O2 birthday. He's a bit of a smaller defenseman, to say the least, 156 pounds, standing at only 5'10". Is this a safe pick, as well as a Poirier, in your mind?
Well, I mean, we talked about him, right? Topi Niemela is a smaller guy, but despite that, he's kind of unique in that he's more of a defensive defenseman. He's has a very active stick, and despite being small, he's able to play. So Toronto, who, like I said, they need to kind of reach for the fences, sure, but they also need defense, any kind of defense. And once again, where does Toronto go for their pick? They go to pro. It's starting to become something that Toronto must have prioritized. They must have prioritized taking guys that were already playing men's league now, because they need to facilitate these guys in their lineup pretty fast in order to stay into their window. And also, these guys are playing right now without any COVID concern at the moment, or at least a lesser COVID concern, as I think it's a concern all the time. But it's very interesting to see where Toronto's going with these picks, because they seem to be trying to buck the trend on junior. And Niemela is a pretty smart pick at this point. His value was in the second round. They get him in the third. That's pretty good.
Are you surprised at all that we haven't seen more players been moved today? I mean, we've seen a lot of draft pick trading and prospects, but no big-name players today have really made the switch to a different team.
Well, we saw a couple. I mean, Matt Murray was the big one that he had to go.
Yes.
Pittsburgh had to move him, so he gets moved. The Nick Bonino for Luke Cunnin trade was odd. I would say. I still can't really get that one. Minnesota already had a bunch of third line centers, and they grab another one, and then they move out Cunnin. They get old. I guess it was more for just grabbing those extra picks then and moving, and Nashville needed that salary out of the way. So that must have been why. But, moving out Cunnin was still very interesting to me. Yeah, we haven't seen a ton of moves. I think that they're coming, though. I do think we're going to see some more throughout this draft. The question is going to be how big they are. And then also there was another big move with Nashville buying out Kyle Turris. I think that Kyle Turris, that's a major buyout. That's $2 million a season for the next 8 seasons for Nashville to have to carry with Kyle Turris. That is a lot of money they have to pay him now for a long period of time. And that's, when they made that signing, I was a little concerned because Turris at $6 million a year, he was a great player in Ottawa. But when he started in Nashville, he didn't look the same, and they gave him that contract anyway. That's a tough one, man. Like Turris is just I think Turris is a guy that you might want to throw a flyer at as a third line center in UFA. But at the same time, man, I mean, at least they cleared the money. At least Nashville cleared the money. They must be trying to do some things in the offseason here. They might want to re-sign Craig Smith, who I think is an excellent player and a great mid-tier guy they should try to keep. But they've had a big day in just clearing out salary, but it's cost them a lot.
Nashville really has to start improving at where they pick when it comes to forwards. Goaltending and defensemen they've been able to draft and develop for years now, which, I think can kind of offset some of the cost of Kyle Turris, the fact that they're going to be bringing in young players every single year that are going to be able to step into their lineup. But as far as the forward crop for Nashville goes, it's looking pretty bare bones. You got Nick Bonino now, that's replaced by Luke Cunnin. But outside of Forsberg and Johansson, Duchesne, is there really anything or anyone on that roster that scares you offensively?
I think Victor Arvidsson's pretty good as well. I think he's a really smart player. But yeah, Nashville offensively, Ellie Tolvanen was a pick they took late in the first round a few years ago. He hasn't really developed the way they wanted him to. And yeah, they're just not a very scary offensive team. And they traded Kevin Fiala away, a guy that would have made them that way, but they gave up on him a little too early. By the way, just to mention, the Edmonton Oilers have officially announced that they have not qualified Andreas Athanasiou, Matt Benning, Logan Day, Cameron Hebig, Ryan Kuffner, Ryan Mantha, Angus Redmond, and Nolan Vesey. So the big ones there, Athanasiou and Benning, are now officially going to be UFAs on Friday unless a agreement is made before then by the Oilers. So, that's that's a really rough trade for Ken Holland to have made then. The pandemic didn't help, but 2 second-round picks for Athanasiou, and you only get 1 goal out of him before you have to move on.
And looking into the old crystal ball, the Pittsburgh Penguins just traded a starting goaltender, which the Oilers desperately need for less than what they got, or less than what they spent on Athanasiou. So, I mean, you can't obviously picture these things moving forward if you're Ken Holland, but it does seem like a bit of a whiff of a trade there.
Well, it's kind of weird, right? I mean, the player. You drafted this player, Athanasiou, you know what he brings to the table. But at the same time, why I just don't get why they thought he was going to be a Connor McDavid fit. I understand that he has speed, but Athanasiou wants to be Connor McDavid. He wants to have the puck. He wants to carry it from one end to the other and use his speed in a straight line. He did not play with Dylan Larkin that much in Detroit because he wasn't that good at feeding off of guys. He kind of needed to be the guy on his line. So they put him with Darren Helm, and they put him with some checking players so he'd be the driver. He wasn't going to fit with McDavid. He just wasn't. He's a guy that he would have been more of a third-line player, and the problem with that is you traded 2 second-round picks, and now, this cap, the flat cap comes around, and you can't qualify him because the arbitration might kill you on the cap. So, just a really rough deal, and just knowing the player's style, they should have kind of felt that one out better. They should have realized maybe he's not a top 6 player for us. I know he scored 30 goals, but maybe that's not what he really is.
Do you think it was the best course of action for Ken Holland to cut ties with Athanasiou and just take the loss now? And what about Matt Benning as well? I know that's a player maybe not a fan favorite, but for a lot of people around the Edmonton area, he's a St. Albert boy and he's a local community kid. Does that one hurt the Oilers at all?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to really get into it, I guess, on one thing here regarding Benning, but I had heard a long time ago about Benning not being qualified. I believe he was told pretty quickly into the process, and the thing is, like Benning's a very good third line or third pairing defenseman. I thought Benning was the best defenseman for the Oilers in the playoffs because all their D had problems, but Benning was actually quite solid for them. The price isn't great. I mean, unfortunately for Benning, he's $1.9 million is tough. But you know what? Some team's going to get a really good deal on a third pairing defenseman that's better than the average third pairing D. And it's a little bit too bad that they couldn't keep him. I get it because Evan Bouchard is coming and they need to save money, but it is a little bit too bad to see his career in Edmonton end like that.
All right. And the Detroit Red Wings, they have traded the 65th overall pick to the Minnesota Wild, and Minnesota has made their selection. Peard, we're going to throw to you. It's Damon Hunt from Moose Jaw of the WHL that goes to the Minnesota Wild at 65th overall. Now with Brad Hunt and Damon Hunt on the back end.
Yeah, like this pick. And unfortunately for Damon Hunt, I mean, he missed just a ton of games this year, only got into 28 games for the Moose Jaw Warriors. Didn't score, but he did have 15 assists in that time. Minus 24 rating. I think you throw that out the window when you look up and down that Moose Jaw lineup. There wasn't a ton of help there for Damon Hunt, but this is a guy that's in the program of excellence. Hockey Canada keeps an eye on him. I think this could be a sort of a steal pick. This is a highly intelligent defenseman. He's got good offensive instincts, but he's very good defensively. He's got a real good stick. Love his gap control. And I think the Minnesota Wild, he really kind of fits. He seems like a Minnesota Wild type player as well. I think he's really going to fit in with that organization. And really happy to see that he was selected. And he's a guy that's just going to continue to grow exponentially, I think, over the next couple of years playing in the Western Hockey League.
So 0 goals last year. He did have 15 assists. Where would you rank his shot as far as an NHL caliber goes?
It's one of those things. I didn't get to see it a ton this year, but I think he can let the puck go pretty well from the blue line. But he's a guy that he's got that sneaky little wrist shot as well from the line that he can get it through traffic, and I think that's really where when the goals do start to go back in for him, I think that's where they're going to come from for Damon Hunt.
And what about you, Klak? How do you like this pick hey, we've got you back. How do you like this pick for the Minnesota Wild?
You have me back for a bit. It just means I have to talk faster before it dies, right? Damon Hunt's a pretty good pick at this point. I think that he has a nice bit of offensive skill to his game. And, the injury was unfortunate, but at the same time, he was productive. Just like in the time he played, he was productive. I think that at this point in the draft, if you can get skill like that, you're still pretty happy. As for trading up for him, though, they must think that he's a second round pick, like a high second round pick. And I think I had him in my 40s, so that kind of makes sense to me. It's not that's the type of player that I don't mind taking a gamble on because he can also skate. Like if you can skate at this point in the draft, sweet. Especially if you're a really a high end skater, I think he is.
Do we have the rest of the details on that Minnesota trade before I move to LA's pick?
Just draft picks. It was the 65th overall pick to Minnesota for 70 and 132. So Detroit picks again in just 5 picks. I feel like Detroit's annoyed at this point. Like there's a few teams that have just like, we have 400 picks. We got to get rid of some, add some. We got to move them around.
All right, and another pick made. This time it's the LA Kings picking 61st overall. Kasper Simon Tavel. There is almost no way that is correct.
He really small guy who's quite skilled. I heard that the Oilers had some interest in him as a prospect in this range. He's already playing in the Liga. just this season, but last year he was in junior, had 57 points in 48 games there. But we're looking at a guy who just has a lot of good skill, well-rounded game. He can score, he can pass, dual threat guy. The question obviously is going to be his size because he's only 5'9", and he kind of falls in the same range for me as Zion Nybeck, who we're going to find. I wonder where he's going to go. But the thing is that he's not Nybeck. Nybeck is really small. Simon Tables is more of a small, skilled player. But you take these guys if you feel like they can skate well enough for you, if you feel like they can be molded. And, you know, the LA Kings, very smart drafting team. They have a ton of guys already in the system. You can take a gamble here. They're one of the teams that this pick isn't massive for them to have to hit. So, you know, you have high-end skill, why not?
And another pick rolling in, Anaheim Ducks wasting no time with the 67th overall selection. They have chosen Ian Moore from the USA, played in St. Mark's School, USHL last year with the Chicago Steel. So the run of our U.S. players is continuing here from the second to third round, seeing a bit more of those pop up. Ranked right about where he was taking. 6'3" defenseman. Anaheim has a loaded D-corps already, and they've already taken Jamie Drysdale in this draft. I think this Ian Moore might be a bit of a save me pick or a safe pick for later on. I think it's a player they probably don't need to develop for another 2 or 3 years. But Brennan, what can you tell me about Ian Moore?
He dominated in high school, absolutely dominant player. He's going to go to the Chicago Steel. It was a great program in the USHL. And then he's already committed to Harvard for 2021-22. Very smart guy, big, able to skate. You never quite know what you're going to get out of a high school player when they make the jump. But in terms of Ian Moore, I had him kind of around 100-ish on my list, which sounds lower, but I'm not high on high school guys all the time. He's a guy I'm higher on because he can skate and he already was just dominant playing for St. Mark's. So Ian Moore to me, the Anaheim Ducks already took Drysdale, who's going to be in their lineup a lot faster than, say, a guy like this. But you're going to see more teams as we go into the draft take less junior players and more guys from high school because you can hold on to their rights forever and you can develop them for a long time. So Ian Moore is just going to be one of many you're going to see start as teams go into that route.
Do you think Anaheim would have learned their lesson after losing both Justin Schultz and Jake Gardner the exact same way? Well, we'll see how that pans out now. Looking ahead now, Jeremy Poirier, the actor, Jeremy Poirier, still yet to be taken in this draft, the St. John product. He's 18th ranked North American skater. He's the highest left-ranked player between international and North America. And we have another pick to announce now. We'll get to that in a second. It's the Las Vegas Golden Knights have made their pick, 68 overall. And that'll be Lucas Cormier, who is going to the Vegas Golden Knights, 5'10", 180-pound defenseman from the Charlottetown Islanders of the QMJHL.
Yeah, this is an excellent pick. Lucas Cormier, really one of the smarter small D-men in the draft, but I had him ranked right around the first round. He's had a hell of a start in the QMJHL already. He's got 6 points in his first 2 games, but here's a guy who plays for Charlottetown who, can really shoot the puck, really run a power play. He's in the same mold. And I'm not saying that he's like this player, like as good, but he plays in the same mold as Quinn Hughes. He likes to really carry that puck through the zone. He's not really a liability defensively. So for Vegas to get him this late, and Vegas is generally a pretty smart drafting club, this is a steal here. This is an absolute steal. I mean, Lucas Cormier was one of my higher up D that was remaining, and maybe we start seeing the QMJHL D go here. Maybe there was some reservations on them, but there shouldn't be. He's an excellent player.
Where do you put him in the Vegas pipeline for defensemen?
I think he might already be at the top. I mean, he's not quite Nick Hague. I think Nick Hague was a first-round prospect and has the size and the shot and the overall ability that Hague's going to be really good for them for a long time. But, Lucas Cormier, it's not like Vegas has a ton of other guys on their decor that they're really in love with. I mean, they're going to be going for Alex Pietrangelo here in UFA. So, I mean, the other thing with Cormier to note that I think is interesting is that he's a left shot. One of the weirdest things about Vegas, they're one of the only teams in the league that just doesn't care about handedness. They have a million left-hand guys already. They don't care. If you look at their team this year, Nate Schmidt, left-hand guy playing the right side. Alec Martinez, left-hand shot. Shea Theodore, left-hand shot. Derek Engelund, left-hand shot. Braden McNabb, left-hand shot. They only have one right-handed guy, that's Zach Whitecloud. Like, they don't seem to care about the handedness of guys. They just pick the best D available, and they run the best defenseman that can play. Cormier, probably at the top of their prospect list on D already, and among their overall prospects, he's near the top as well.
And we have another defenseman that has just been taken, Carolina Hurricanes, with the 69th overall pick in the 2020 NHL Draft. And they have selected defenseman Alexander Nikishin from Russia, 6'3", 396 pounds, played for Spartak last year in the MHL. Ranked pretty high as far as international skaters go. He's the 24th on the list. Did not score a goal last year, playing in one of Russia's top leagues. 0 goals, 3 assists. So by all assumptions, he should be more of a defensive defenseman, but he's also an 01 birthday, so he's a bit of an older player in this draft. Is that one a bit of a surprise to you? Because this seems like a pick that probably could have waited until the 4th round.
I had him ranked lower end of the 40s, actually. I had him ranked pretty high. He was playing bottom pairing minutes for the KHL. He was playing for Spartak, and he was third pairing. So he didn't really get a ton of ability to show off there, or a ton of run to show off his ability. Nikishin's going to play more in the junior league, I believe, to start this season. But overall, Carolina, like I said, they use statistical analysis to make their picks. And they saw a guy that played 29 games in pro as a young player and was able to make a league that quickly. And I bet you they identified that, circled it, and said, hey, look, if this guy can be in the NHL or can be in the KHL right away, we might be able to trade him quickly as his value progresses. So I get this pick. I think it's not the worst pick they could have taken, but it seems like a math pick to me. It seems like you're taking a gamble on a guy that, well, he's already played pro for a while, and he didn't look out of place. It's just that he didn't play a lot of minutes.
And we have another pick to announce, the number 70 overall selection. You see it there, Detroit Red Wings. And they have taken Emil Viro, Finnish defenseman, 6 foot, 165 pounds. Makes you think there is some room to grow there for the 18-year-old. Ranked as high as 32 by Craig Button. Falls down to 70 player here.
He's a really fast guy. He can really burn. I like his potential a lot. The thing with him as to why he may have dropped is that his defensive game is very in and out. But the guy's already playing pro. So the last couple of picks in this round, you'll notice D-men that have already played in pro and can already potentially step into a lineup for depth reasons in maybe a year or two. So you have Niemela, you have a guy like Viro, and the Nikishin from Carolina. So interesting trend that we're starting to see. But in out of those guys, out of Nikishin and out of Niemela and out of Viro, Viro's the fastest, and he's also the most inconsistent. And as you see with that frame, he's got room to grow. But I mean, Detroit has so many picks anyway. They can take guys from everywhere that they feel like have potential. Viro has a lot of potential. I had him at 40 on my board. I think he should have went higher here.
And we have another pick to announce, another goaltender going in this draft. It's the Ottawa Senators with the 71st overall pick. They already acquired a goaltender today in Matt Murray. They're going to add to that with Levi Merilainen, 6'2", 158 pounds. Looks like a Ryan Miller kind of frame on him.
I'm not going to lie to you. Haven't heard of him. Did a lot of research on goaltending. Now, the key with him is that, his numbers, at least to start this year in the U20 league, are 935. But this is a guy that really wasn't on a lot of radars from what I'm looking at. In fact, he wasn't even ranked by Central Scouting, which is probably why I haven't heard of him. So this might be a guy where maybe their scouts were in Finland and they had a chance to catch a game or two and he caught their eye early because, frankly, August 2002 birthday, he's super young. He's a very young player in this draft, so he has a lot of room to grow. But I'm not going to lie to you. Haven't heard of the guy. But Karpat, good program. If you're going to have a goalie play somewhere, that's the one you want.
I believe that is the third player selected from Karpat's programs today. Do you think any of that has to do with the extra eyeballs that have been put on him by scouts who have went there to watch Jesse Puljujärvi?
Maybe. It's possible. Jesse Puljujärvi's got a couple teams in on him. If he wasn't to sign with the Oilers, it sounds like that talks are progressing a little bit there in terms of Jesse. But this feels like he hasn't actually played for Karpat quite yet. So he's only played U20. So my feeling is that maybe there was a scout that wanted a last second look at, say, like maybe Joel Blomqvist, and then this guy showed up on the radar at a rink pretty close to there. Who knows? It's if you're going to see reaches, it's always the goalies that get the reaches. Like the guys that you haven't heard of or goalies who are like, they usually go around 3 and 4 quicker than a D-man or a forward because goalies are so coveted in the NHL and there's not a lot of them to draft. But saying that, Calgary got Dustin Wolf in the 7th round last year, which I thought was ridiculous. I know he's the smaller goalie, but Dustin Wolf plays for Everett. Everett's kind of a goalie machine. Like they kind of put in whoever they want and they put up these great numbers. They're kind of the LA Kings of the WHL. And I'm sure Andrew can probably mention a few things about Dustin Wolf as well, because if you're going to take a gamble on a goalie, he should have been the guy. But I think we're going to want to talk about the next pick as well.
Yeah, speaking of those Calgary Flames and their draft picks, they have made the 72nd overall selection, taking Jeremy Poirier from the QMJHL. We've been on Poirier watch ever since the start of the second round. He falls all the way down to 72. What part of his game do you think has scared off scouts to this point?
Well, like I said earlier, his defensive game is just horrible. Like it's nowhere near where it has to be at. But you're getting Jeremy Poirier at 72. Well done, Calgary. I think Calgary's had an excellent draft so far. They got this is one of the extra picks that they got, isn't it? It's one of those picks that they got to trade down. So you get Connor Zary, who I had ranked at 11. You get him at 24, even though you did 2 trade downs before that, because a couple other teams went off the board. And then you get Jeremy Poirier, a guy with that skating and that amount of skill in the 3rd round. He might bust. He might be one of those guys where we talk about him in 4 or 5 years as a what happened to him guy. But like I said, he reminds me of PK Subban. He has that swagger to his game. He seems to really have the confidence to do a lot of really cool things on the ice. And Calgary's not afraid of taking guys that did well offensively in junior or guys that did offensively well in other places that had defensive knocks to their game. Rasmus Anderson, when they took him in the 2nd round, they were a little worried about him. Other scouts were worried about his defensive game at the time. Oliver Shillington, they were worried about him too that year. They took both of them in the 2nd round. Jeremy Poirier, 3rd round. This is an amazing pick by Calgary.
Bit of a no-brainer, I would say. And from the Calgary Flames to the Calgary Hitmen, we have another pick to announce. The Nashville Predators have selected Luke Prokop, 6'4" defenseman out of the WHL from the Hitmen. Andrew, he was listed a little bit lower on my list. I don't have him going until the 5th round. What can you tell me about Luke Prokop?
Yeah, a bit of a surprise to see him go this early. A guy I thought kind of, in the 5-6 round range. But he's a large man, I tell you what. When you'd walk into the Saddle Dome and you'd walk past Hitman dressing room, and you'd see that guy in his warm-up gear. You'd think, that guy's going to play in this junior hockey game? He looks like a grown man. And, he plays like that on the ice. He's strong. He's strong. Offensively, I don't know that there's much there, but he can transition the puck nicely out of his own zone. He makes really smart defensive plays. He's got a good stick in his own zone. It's one thing to be 6'4" and 220 pounds. It's another thing to know at that age really how to use it and how to use that leverage, and he does. He's able to lean on guys really well. He's able to just outreach guys for pucks, and maybe a bit of an early pick, but then I look at who's taking them. It's the Nashville Predators, and they know a thing or two about drafting defensemen. And if the Nashville Predators like a defenseman, then I like the pick as well. So Luke Prokop, and should note, from Edmonton, Alberta. So nice to see him selected here. But a little bit early, but you know what? We're starting to see a pretty good run on defensemen here, and some guys with some size.
Yeah, I'll definitely defer to the Nashville Predators anytime a defenseman pick. We have a forward going now. It's the Florida Panthers with the 74th overall selection. They have taken Ty Smilanak from Quinnipiac, committed to Quinnipiac for the 2021 season. USA, now part of that national development program. They had a run of those players going in the second round. This is the first one in almost about 20 picks to come from that program. Klak, you've seen quite a few of those national development program games. What can you tell me about his style of play?
Well, I'm a little surprised that he went this low. And I'm not saying that's the wrong thing. I kind of felt like he was a guy that should have went lower. He's more of a bottom six guy in terms of how he projects. He has a lot of energy to his game. He's physical, but he isn't generally the most skilled player. They put him on the PK a lot. He's on the ice for the 6-on-5 to defend a lead. Like, he's that kind of centerman type guy. So Florida getting him now is actually pretty decent value. So it's a guy that I didn't rank super high, and I wasn't sure where to put him. But in terms of safety, he's kind of a safer bottom-ish type pick. So I kind of get where Florida's going with that, as the bottom six that they had this year was very jumbled and out of sorts. So he might be able to be a young guy they can plug in later. I'm starting to look at the Oilers here because, obviously I'm following the Oilers coming up. And I guess we'll talk about the Avs pick and then see where the Oilers might go.
75th overall has been claimed. Colorado Avalanche grabbing Jean-Luc Foudy from the OHL. He's got some NHL bloodlines already. Liam Foudy, of course, being drafted.
Yeah, kind of another bottom six type guy. The biggest thing with Foudy is that he's super fast. Like, I don't know if the rest of the skills catch up with him, but he's really, really fast. And I think that's the biggest thing for him, and why Colorado might be interested in him is because Colorado wants to be that fast up-tempo team. He fits that bill. But now I'm looking at the Oilers. They're at 76th. Who do they take? I think the Oilers are going to look at a couple of guys here. I really like Martin Chromiak for them. There's a guy who's going to play with Shane Wright this year. As a complimentary forward. He's a guy that might be able to fit with McDavid down the road. I look at Carter Savoy, and I also look at Matthew Benning. Or sorry, not Matthew Benning. Michael Benning, the brother. I think Savoy and Benning are both guys that the Oilers might consider taking here. Maybe not Benning because they just cut his brother, but Savoy makes some sense here as a guy that could be a project for maybe McDavid down the road. So I'm looking at Chromiak and Savoy as possible picks.
Well, we did see them take the hometown boy already in the first round with Dylan Holloway. You wonder if they continue to ride that train with a Carter Savoy, or if they look elsewhere. We know they need a forward. That's the main thing for the Oilers right now. Defensively, they're covered, but it's going to have to be a forward coming out of here. So maybe not the Michael Benning for other reasons than cutting his brother today. But I think it's a forward that goes here definitely for the Edmonton Oilers. It's just a question mark on who that might be. We'll find out here in a matter of moments, I'm sure.
My BPA for them is William Villeneuve, who's a defenseman. That'd be my best player available. He's a very smooth skating guy, or a smooth playing player who's really good at moving the puck. But yeah, I think they're going to go forward. Chromiak would be my pick for them.
And it's an interesting part to the draft. Benning, yeah, that's the entertainment I want to see. I want to see Benning come back, and we get both Bennings maybe.
Also, this pick's taking a long time. I wonder if the Oilers are talking to a team about trading down here. They don't have a 4th-round pick. Maybe they want one.
Yeah, there might be some player that they have ranked higher than what's available. Every time we've had a delay in picks, it has been a trade. So it'll be interesting to see if they make a trade call here, or if they do take the selection. Andrew, is there anybody you'd like to see the Oilers take with this pick?
Oh man, I would really like to see Carter Savoy taken here. Obviously because he is a local guy, but he's a guy that of the few non-WHLers that I had a chance to watch a few times this past year, in Sherwood Park, and I mean he's just so dynamic offensively, and it is tough to when you size up. The teams that they're playing when they're playing, Lloyd Minster or whatever. Yeah, he's going to torch those guys. But I mean, he seemed to produce against every team across the Alberta Junior Hockey League. And I just think that there's such an offensive upside there. I think there's still some warts in his game from the Red Line South. Red Line North, real good. Red Line South, there's some work to do inside his own zone. But I just think the skill he possesses, it's a hard pick and a hard player to turn down.
Looking at the best available North American skaters still out there, Justin Sourdif sitting at 23 from the Vancouver Giants. That's a right winger. The Oilers, desperate need of wingers. Could you see that being a good fit for them as well?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that, just simply because he's a shooter, man. Like, his shot is so good. To score north of 20 goals as a 16-year-old in the Western Hockey League is insane, and he did that. And he can score from in tight, but he can score from range. And to possess a shot like that, I think that'd be so dangerous on the Edmonton Oilers when you look at the centermen they do possess, Leon and Connor. So that's definitely a guy they might be looking at. But I think Klak might be right here. I think they got to be trading the pick if it's taking this long at this point. We've seen these picks just rolling.
And it has been traded. The Sharks. We'll wait for Klak to get me the trade update details on that one. But San Jose has moved up to 76. They've taken that pick from the Edmonton Oilers. Interesting to see who San Jose now takes instead, as the Oilers will find out where they're going to be picking now.
So the Oilers have traded this pick. It's 100 and 126 going back to Edmonton. So I believe that is a 4th and a 5th that they get back.
Yeah.
An interesting decision there by Edmonton. I mean, you get the extra pick out of it, but you've moved down 24 spots and an additional 25 with the second pick. Do you like that deal for the Oilers?
I don't know. There's still a lot of guys on the board that I like, and I mean, if it was a 3rd for a 3rd and a 4th, then I think you'd be happier to move down. But to just get a 4th and a 5th, and it's the 100th pick, so it's a little bit in the mid part of that round 4. It depends on who drops, but you know what? I'm looking at Pittsburgh picking next, and I'm thinking that's going to be Carter Savoy. So if Carter Savoy ends up developing into something, if Pittsburgh takes him next, that might be something that you remember as a footnote later. The Oilers traded that pick down, but we'll see. I mean, it depends. It does give them another bullet in the chamber, and the Oilers don't have a lot of bullets in the chamber right now because they traded a lot of those picks, right?
And of course, meaning that Pittsburgh is picking next. I mean, San Jose has made their selection with the 76th overall pick. And that'll be Daniel Gushin, left winger from Russia, a bit of an undersized player, played in the USHL last year, is committed to the Niagara Ice Dogs for next season. 5'8", 165 according to his prospects page, 161 according to Elite Prospects. A player ranked all over the place, really. 61 is where Bob McKenzie had him at. He falls down to 76, so right around the same kind of range. Do you like this pick for the San Jose Sharks, Brennan?
I'm not going to lie. I was a little disappointed by his season this year because I saw him play at the Hlinka tournament in Edmonton, and he was probably aside from, I know that Russia had a lot of nice play from some of their players. I think that I'm trying to remember the name of the guy that played really good in that tournament because he went high, if I remember. But anyways, Gushchin was one of their best players. I thought he was their second best player at that tournament. So I thought he was going to have a really big season this year, and then he was just kind of all right. I mean, he had 47 points in 42 games for Muskegon. I don't know. I expected him to really blow up the USHL, and he didn't. And at his size, it was like, well, you kind of have to be a really good player. But at the same time, he's going to the OHL. He's going over to Niagara. So he's going to have a lot of time to play in their top 6. And based on the skill, it's a really, really solid pick. And this definitely a guy that fills the Sharks' appetite for that European skilled forward that they've just loved to develop. So even though he's not the speediest guy, he has decent enough speed. And yeah, I'm just looking up now. So he was not as good at the Hlinka tournament in 2019, but in 2018, he was their second best forward aside from Podkolzin, who of course went
Podkolzin. That was my guess. Still waiting on that Pittsburgh. Oh, and here it comes in. Pittsburgh Penguins have made their selection with the 77th overall pick, and it's not an AJHL boy. Pittsburgh Penguins have selected, with the 77th overall pick, Kale Klang from Sweden, the goaltender, 6'2", maybe a bit of an incumbent in net behind Tristan Jarry now.
I don't like this pick. I'm going to say right now. And I'm going to tell you why I don't like this pick. Now, first of all, his numbers in Sweden and in the junior leagues have been quite poor. Like, they're nothing special, number one. Number two, basically, like, he had this pick, I remember, he went to the Hlinka in 2019, and he had 2 really good games. It seems to be the basis of the pick because those were his best 2 games of his life, which is great. That's a great tournament to be really good. But Pittsburgh just took Joel Blomqvist, like, second round, and you're taking another goalie, 2 goalies in back-to-back rounds. Why? You only need 1 goalie a year, and that goalie usually is, whoever you take highest is the guy that you really believe in. So why take 2? I don't know. To me, it's a weird pick.
It's very strange when you think about trading away your second to grab that player and then using the pick you already had to go ahead and grab another goaltender. I mean, maybe they're high on both of them and they think they're hoping one will pan out. But very, very strange if you're the Pittsburgh Penguins, especially in the window that they have to be taking 2 goaltenders that are more than 3 years away, in my eyes, from playing in the NHL. But we do have another pick to announce. This is Columbus Blue Jackets, their 3rd round selection. This is the pick that they got from the Montreal Canadiens. And they have selected Samuel Nazko from Finland. From Slovakia, played in Finland last season. So I think that's our first Slovakian-born player taken in this NHL draft in the 3rd round. Ranked lower, much lower than what he was selected, other than by TSN's Craig Button. Do you like this pick for Columbus, knowing Jarmo Kekalainen is not afraid to take a swing?
Well, I mean, cool name. You know what? He was a depth guy for Slovakia, and I didn't notice him at the World Juniors. I remember I saw him as a guy like I saw in the draft that he was playing in the World Juniors, and I really he kind of played a depth role, so I can't say much about him. He seems like a skilled player to me, but I don't know a lot. He's a younger player in the draft, August 2002, so there's a lot of room for him to grow, but I didn't rank him, don't know much about him.
Good time to mention now, just finish up text. Tom Gazzola will be joining us after the Oilers select with the 101st overall pick. So for everyone watching out there, stay tuned. We got Tom Gazzola coming in here a little later.
I have a text, by the way, that says that watch Chicago here taking a potential AJHL player.
Okay, and that's what we like to hear. The three best options you have out there. Obviously, it starts with Savoy Benning, and then you move on to Ethan Edwards. Alex Young is another player. He's an offensive star in the AJ last year. I think he was a player that really went underrated, and I think he is going to be one of those guys that maybe gets taken in the 6th, 7th round that really pans out, like a Trey Fix-Lewanski almost.
Well,
We'll
who
have to
did
wait and see
Chicago
on
take a
that.
few years ago? Ian Mitchell, right?
That's true.
Could be
Okotoks
Ethan Edwards.
Could be Ethan Edwards. That's
Yeah.
and
They
pick
like
is
the
in.
Spruce Grove defenseman.
It will not be an AJHLer, so we're gonna have to bite our tongues on that one. 79th pick has been called in by the Chicago Blackhawks. Landon Slaggert from the National Development Team for the U.S. He's a left winger, 6 foot, 180 pounds, committed to the University of Notre Dame next season. Center and can shoot left, so I think he's going to be able to play both positions. Brennan, what do you think about this pick by the Blackhawks? I mean, USHL and NTD programs are where Blackhawks get a majority of their players from. Obviously, they've had a chance to watch him quite a bit. Do you like the selection for Chicago?
Well, I mean, I'm not like I kind of said earlier. I don't know if I really said it clearly enough, but the U.S. development program just wasn't that good this year. I mean, Chicago took Drew Commesso earlier in the draft as the goalie prospect. He might have been the best prospect that they had on the team. And that's a bit of a knock on the rest of the roster. Yes, Bordelot is a skilled guy. I actually really like Brett Berard, who's probably coming up at some point here. But Slagger's, I mean, his potential's 4th line. Like, that's probably the best you're going to get out of him. So he's not a very skilled guy. He works really hard. You know, maybe he plays some penalty kill. It's not a pick that's very exciting at all. And if he pans, then it's not going to really be that key of a player for them. So there's guys that you could have swung at the fences for here. Chicago does pick again at 81. Maybe that's the AJ guy. Maybe my text was premature. Who knows?
Well, that does mean that the Calgary Flames have picked with their 80th overall selection, and they have taken another USA defenseman. This time, Jake Boltman.
Who?
Now, this is Jake Boltman. This is a player I know almost nothing about. Can you help me out here, Brennan? I have never heard of Jake Boltman before.
Well, first of all, the Bolts didn't take him, which is a shocker. This is a guy who, you know, like I said earlier, you're going to start seeing some teams take reaches for guys that play in high school and guys that are overseas because they can keep their rights for a while. And that kind of seems like the case for Boltman. You're looking at a guy who, does he have size? Yeah. Was he the captain of his high school team? Yeah. I wouldn't say that he was the most exciting player, although he did have a cup of coffee in the USHL at 9 points in 17 games. So it's not like he was completely out of his element when he came out of high school. He actually put up points in pro. I don't know much about the player, but at the same time, I mean, you can tell why the Flames might have taken a guy like that. And he's not an overager. You know, a lot of the time, you look at Boston, they took Mason Lohi in the 2nd round. He was an overager, but he had a lot of points to his name in the USHL this year. You know, maybe a decent reach pick for Calgary.
And Chicago Blackhawks have their next selection in. Probably the best name in this draft, Wyatt Zieger, going 81st overall. And this is a player who played with Jake Boltman last year.
Wyatt Zieger. Now, this guy, if I was going to take a high school player, it would have been him. Not like that's the guy that I would have been probably taking more of a reach on because his name is Wyatt, of course. And I love you, Wyatt. That's probably why I would take the pick. But Wyatt Zieger, he's a really fast player and a really shifty player. A lot of offensive skill. Now, he didn't have the USHL numbers when he went up from high school, but in high school, he was very dominant as a player. And I asked a few people about Wyatt Kaiser, and because I was looking him up at one point to see if I would rank him. I didn't rank him overall, but as far as high school players go, he was more along the top of the D prospects at Kelowna in terms of guys that had a lot of chance to make plays and to make stuff happen. He's not the biggest guy. I mean, he's listed as 5'11", but I've heard he's closer to 5'10". So he's actually quite a small defenseman, but he's skilled. He has a lot of time to develop. Maybe he's kind of in the Adam Fox mold, where he takes a long time to develop in school, but then he comes out strong.
Coming from the same program as Jake Boltman, he is a year younger. Does that make any difference to you as far as drafting goes when you know maybe his ceiling hasn't been reached as much as Boltman's?
Absolutely. It was one of the biggest reasons why Byfield was such a great pick by LA, being the second pick there. Guys that are born in August and September, they have an entire year of development still. Like, think about Dylan Holloway. The Oilers taking him high. He was a September birthday. He was only 5 or 6 days from being picked in the draft beforehand. So he's now really old, considering he's had a whole extra year of development. But if you have if you're young, if you're drafted in a whole year younger than some of those, there's a lot of potential to be reached in that time.
And we have another pick to announce. It's the Vancouver Canucks. The 82nd overall selection, they have taken Joni Jurmo from Finland, 6'4", 190 pounds, played in Finland's junior league for Jokerit last season.
This guy can skate. I heard from a lot of people he can skate, and that's key because he's 6'4". So if you're 6'4" and you can skate, and you're already playing in pro, which he's playing for the JYP, the Liga now, well, you're going to be probably a guy that's going to be well coveted. And I'm a little surprised that he actually fell to this point of the draft, because I felt like he was going to go earlier. But it's not like his stats were too great in the U20. I think I had him ranked in like the 90s, and it's nothing against him. I just didn't think that he was anything more than a number 4 or 5 guy at the next level. Like, I didn't think he was that dynamic in his game, but he can skate, and that's going to be a key. So we're in the 3rd round here, so sometimes you're taking a guy because you just want them to fill out the roster and be a young player. Jurmo fills that a little bit.
It's time to take, for a lot of these teams now, they get a chance to take a flyer on players. As we know, once you start getting later into the 3rd round, players, there is a bit of a drop-off, as the LA Kings have made their selection, 83rd overall. It's not Alexis Lafreniere, but Alex Laferriere. So they miss out on Lafreniere, but they do pick up Laferriere, committed to Harvard University next season. It's an 01 birthday on him. Late birthdays in October 28.
He's a good skilled player. I think I had him ranked in the 90s. He's a guy that played for Des Moines, was their leading scorer there, showed a lot of nice skill. He has the most unfortunate name in the draft because, everyone probably was. I'm sure the Rangers were scared to say his name instead of Lafreniere's name when they were at the draft table. But I mean, overall, like, Laferriere is actually quite a skilled, smart guy. I saw an interview with him. He was very well composed, very intelligent player. So, and at this point in the draft, I think the LA is actually having a pretty good draft at being able to take a lot of skilled players. They haven't shied away from that, and they've had a lot of picks. So if you look at their draft as a whole, they've taken guys like Laferriere and Byfield and Simon Table. That's a lot of skill, but they've also brought in those D-men, the Helgi Grans, for example. Very well-rounded draft for them, and I expect a goalie maybe next because the LA Kings, that's the one part of their prospect development that you're kind of like, where's this goalie coming from? Like, Cal Peterson, good player, yeah. Is he the future number 1? I don't know. Jonathan Quick, he's getting quite old. And there's only a couple goalies left that I actually like in this draft. So we'll see if that's where LA starts going soon.
Next up on the board is the New Jersey Devils. We already saw them take a bit of a reach with Mac Doolin in the 1st round. Do you see them just taking the best available player here? Or do you think that they're going to continue to move down that train of just taking some shots at some players that they like?
I think that the Devils are going to be pretty upset that they didn't get Laferriere because he's from New Jersey himself. I think that would have been a target for them here. Now that he's gone, they have Tyler Dello and Matt Kane in that Devils analytic room. So the guy they're going to pick, probably a guy that has good stats in pro and translates well analytically, or maybe a guy that's more of a mobile offensive player that's been overlooked. I think the Devils pick here is going to be someone that should have been gone already, someone on our board that we're a little surprised about.
Speaking of players that should have been gone already, who is your best player available sitting at 85 now as the Devils have just made their pick?
Not a surprise. Nico Daws is the New Jersey Devils pick. So what did we say about Daws earlier? Well, overager as a goalie, but at the same time, his stats this year were excellent. He was a number one goalie this year in every aspect of the word. He started out super hot. He had a .940 save percentage for a good part of this season. He went to Canada, to Team Canada for the World Juniors. He was supposed to be the starter, and he kind of got lit up in that game against, was it Russia? I'm pretty sure it was Russia, right? The game that he got lit up, the first couple goals went in. He didn't look composed, and he got replaced by Joel Hofer, and Hofer just took the reins from there. But Daws has good size. He's generally a pretty calm goalie in the net. I wasn't sure if I wanted to rank him, but I did put him as a sleeper because goalies are voodoo and you're never entirely sure what they're going to do for you. And Daws really rose up this year from nowhere. Like, he was a guy that was on no one's radar, and he just started out extremely hot and made his way into that Team Canada team. So as far as a sleeper goes at this point in the draft, I mean, the Devils already have Blackwood, but it's always good to have other goalies bubbling up. And they were rumored to be looking at Askarov with their 7th pick. They didn't go in that direction. Nico Daws makes some sense here.
What are some of the question marks considering Nico Daws' game? Is it just being the overager, or is there a hitch in the glove? What made him slide all the way down to 84, being the number one ranked North American goaltender?
Well, I mean, unfairly or not, it was probably that World Junior. It was that it's almost like he looked too calm, and like he let in the first goal, and there goes my camera again. It looked like he was just a little bit too laxed when he was letting those goals in. Like, you want to see fight from your goalie. You want to see your goalie look a little bit upset, but able to just shake it off and keep going in the game. And he kind of looked like he just was a little bit out of focus. And it's not really fair to blame one World Junior on a guy and say, oh man, he's got to drop now. Like, look at, you know who didn't have a good World Junior? Yaroslav Askarov. He didn't have a good junior. World Junior is probably his worst international tournament he's ever had. But Askarov's such a good goalie and talent that he went. And I think, Daws being an overager in this kind of random season he had that was really good, that might have played a little bit of a role as to why teams were a little bit more concerned with his play.
And we have our next pick in. It's the Tampa Bay Lightning selecting 85th overall. And with that selection, they have taken Maxim Groshev from Russia, 6'2", 194 pounds. I'm not even going to try to pronounce where he played from. $5 if you can get it, Brennan.
Is it? It's that KHL team, the Neminsk or whatever, isn't it? I can never say it. It's Yakupov's team, right?
Yeah. Too many vowels in there for me.
Groshev is an excellent pick. This is a typical Tampa Bay-like pick, and I'll tell you why. He might end up being only a bottom 6 forward at the NHL level, but he's got good size. He's a decent skater, but he's really good as a forechecker and as a puck possession player. He's really hard to knock off the puck. He played 36 games in the KHL last year. He had a bottom 6 role in Russia. Now, let me just tell you how impressive it is to make the Russian team as a 17-year-old or as an 18-year-old. Like, Russia, like Brogin usually just takes 19-year-olds. Like, he has cut some extremely good Russian talents over the years and first-round pick players from the World Juniors because he just doesn't care. He wants a veteran team. But with Groshev and with Podkolzin, those two guys, he thought, they're defensively conscious. I can put them in my bottom six. They can be a two-way forward for me. It's rare that he does that. It's rare for him to do that. And Igor Larionov, same kind of mentality with him as well. I mean, I was shocked to see him make the team, but he played well. He's a good pick here, though. If Tampa Bay picking a Russian should scare everybody. That should scare everybody.
Not just an 18-year-old either. I mean, because he's an 01 birthday, but he is almost as late as you can get for an 01 birthday. He's 2 weeks away from being born in 2002. So that's another player, younger, big development track, still has a lot of room to grow, and Tampa Bay is going to take him at 85. And anytime Tampa takes a player in the third round from now on, we're going to compare him to Braden Point.
Or Kucherov.
But we do have a new pick to announce as well. The St. Louis Blues with the 86th overall selection. And they have went back to the National Team Development Program for the USA, and they will take Dylan Peterson, the 6'4", 192-pound center. A lot to like here from Boston, going to Boston University next season. Klak, what part of his game stands out the most?
His physicality is really good. Like I said, another guy from that U.S. program who I kind of felt like was a bottom six forward, but the St. Louis Blues are the one organization, or one of the only organizations, where if I see them take a guy that I felt like was a bottom guy, I'm still confident in their ability to develop that player and to really harness their skills. And I mean, Boston University is a great place to develop as well. I like that program. So, St. Louis, they took Jake Neighbors in the first round, who I thought had quite a bit of upside to his bottom six game. I thought he was a safe pick, and he had more. In Peterson's case, I think he's a safe pick with a lesser chance of hitting that upside. But in the Blues case, they're better than most teams at getting the most out of that guy, that kind of guy, that kind of prospect.
And shameless plug time, going to BU, he will be playing with former Whitecourt Wolverine goaltender Vincent Duplessis. So I can get that mention in now. Incredible goaltender. You'll see. Florida next up on the clock. I haven't made their selection yet. They pick 87th overall, and then it goes back to St. Louis. And hey, I spoke it into existence, and we're going to get you on here in a sec, Peard, as the Florida Panthers have made their selection with the 87th overall pick. I've been asking you all morning, Andrew, when is Justin Sourdif going to go? Yeah. Where is he going to fit? He's finally gone, and it's to the Florida Panthers. How do you like that for them?
Well, I think it's great value to get him here. Stages of the third round for a guy that I think a lot of would have had going somewhere in the second round. And, I mean, what does Justin sort of do well? He puts the puck in the net. And what's the hardest thing to do in hockey, and that's score goals. So you get Justin Sourdif, who comes in. He's got a great shot, and I'm still growing as a player. I really like, with Michael Dick there in Vancouver, he's an excellent coach. He's going to really help bring him along. He's got a real good development curve, and I think this is a guy that, again, he's going to continue to grow. And, he kind of hit a bit of a little stagnant this year. From his number, the guy relied upon heavily in Vancouver. And another thing about Vancouver this year, they didn't have a ton of depth. They really relied heavily on their top two lines, and they were not the most talented team up front. So he was taxed heavily with a lot of minutes, and I wonder if fatigue maybe played somewhat of an issue on his season. But he's a guy that I think is good pick.
And moving along now, as St. Louis has made another selection here. Overall, maybe my favorite name in the draft. I'm going to take back Wyatt Zieger. Leo Loof from Sweden, 6'2", 176-pound defenseman. Played with Farstad Jr. last season. Ranked all over the place when it comes to prospects, writers. But Brennan, what do you like about his game?
He's real aloof out there. You know what? Leo Aloof. I'm not super high on him, to be honest. But once again, St. Louis Blues, I kind of get what they're doing here. He's really tough. He's a tough defensive defenseman, which is a little bit odd sometimes when you're thinking of a Swedish defenseman guy. But obviously, Adam Larsson on the Oilers, Leo Aloof kind of plays like Adam Larsson. But does he have the upside to be Adam Larsson? I don't know. He's got to put a lot of weight on to really be a effective player with his style at the NHL level. But there's some nice defensive abilities with Loof to see. And the St. Louis Blues, I mean, when it comes to defensemen, I generally trust their thought process on it. They took a guy named Colton Parayko once, who was thought of as more of a defensive D, but then his offensive game bloomed. In Leo Loof's case, he's also quite a younger prospect, an April birthday, so not the youngest guy, but I think that Loof, it's kind of a typical Blues pick. You take a guy that has some grit and some toughness. Will it pan out? I don't know.
Colton Parayko is one of those interesting players where his draft or his story of making it to the AJHL is a little different. A coach was actually coming to watch another player on his team and ended up falling in love with Colton Parayko, and that's how he ended up joining the Oil Barons. So, it's kind of funny how everything works out that way. Looking at our draft board, I think the number one player left is Martin Chromiak. Are you a bit surprised that he hasn't been selected yet?
I am. I'm a little surprised. Martin Chromiak really looked great at the Hlinka for me. The guy scored a couple of goals on a very challenged Slovakia team. He's already played pro. And then if you look at his development, to have a guy like Shane Wright beside you, your game is going to go definitely in the right direction because you're playing with such an elite talent that you can feed off of that. I'm a little surprised that he hasn't gone yet. I'm also waiting on my guy, William Villeneuve, who I think is going to be one of the steals of the draft.
And we have another pick to announce here, the 89th overall selection, which is being made by the Boston Bruins. And they are going to take Trevor Kuntar, center from the USA, played in Hockey East, committed to Boston College next season.
He's an interesting player. High scorer for Youngstown. He had 53 points. I remember thinking that, like, oh, he's kind of an interesting player. Then I realized he's older. He is an overager. But are you surprised that the Boston Bruins took a player who's going to Boston College? I'm not surprised. Oh, and he has size too. And he checks people and he wins pucks. He wins puck battles. Not a surprising pick to me. Is his ceiling very high? Probably not. But they can watch him close to home. And the scoring bump this year does give him a bit of hope. Maybe there's some more upside there than what we thought last year as a draft eligible when he wasn't really even on the radar.
You mentioned the ceiling not being super high on him. Where do you see him projecting in the NHL?
Maybe more of a third line, fourth line centerman. I mean, he's, like I said, he's very well known for being a good puck battle winner. You know, he goes in the corner, he comes out with that puck. So that fits Boston's puck possession kind of game, their up tempo style. Good goal scorer as well. He could be a bottom six player.
And we have another pick to announce, the New York Islanders with the 90th overall selection.
Oh, good luck with this name.
Alexander Lundkrantz is how I'm going to choose to pronounce that. Lundkrantz? Lundkrantz.
Probably Lundkrantz.
You know. Lundkrantz?
The J's got to be silent.
That's, yeah. Lundkrantz. All right. Alexander Lundkrantz. What can you tell me about the man I can't pronounce?
Once again, it's probably more of a bottom six type of guy. He's grittier, kind of a guy that has a little bit of goal scoring ability, likes to crash the net a little bit. I mean, his size is all right, but he's kind of a bean. He had a goal last year in the SHL, kind of near the end of the year. Brenas brought him up, and he scored that goal. So, I mean, if the Islanders were present for that one game, then they probably would have noticed him. But he didn't really come up as an impressive player when I was doing research on him. But but like his junior 20 stats were just all right. And generally those do tend to matter. If you're playing a J20 in your draft year, you have to be kind of at a point per game clip. He wasn't there. But hey, it's a later round. You're taking projects. He played at the Hlinka. I honestly didn't notice him. I'm gonna say that I didn't notice him at all. So, Islanders see something in him that I don't.
Reading a bit about his stats, seems like a player that's not a lot of tools in the toolbox. Are we projecting him to be a third, fourth liner player? And if you're the New York Islanders with the 90th overall selection, is that kind of the kind of player you're looking to grab?
Well, what does Lou Lamoriello like more than anything? He likes guys that can fit the system. He likes guys that bang and crash. So, I mean, if he's a guy that fits your bottom six and he's got some speed to his game, that's what Lou likes. That's why Barzal to me is such a weird player in that Islander system, because obviously he wasn't a Lou Lamoriello pick. He was a Garth Snow pick. Barzal doesn't fit the mantra of how Lou likes to build his teams. Look at those Devils teams that Lou had. They were hardworking, in-your-face, defensive shutdown teams. That's exactly what the Islanders are now. So a lot of their picks are going to tend to go in that direction.
And we have another pick to announce. It's the Vegas Golden Knights with the 91st overall selection. They will be taking Jackson Hallam, center from the USA, going to St. Thomas next year, Green Bay Gambler.
Yeah, this is kind of like one of those high school picks where the guy was in high school and played there. He's not committed to Michigan until 2022, so they're just going to stash this player, see what happens. Vegas has had a couple of hits with their college players of recent, specifically Jack Dugan was a big hit for them. He's really, really young. Being a September birthday means that he has a ton of development to go, and he already had 18 goals in high school. So, overall, Vegas doing some work. By the way, speaking of Vegas, they just re-signed Chandler Stevenson on a 4-year deal at $2.75 million a season. He was a great trade acquisition for them. 5th round pick was all it cost for a guy that's pretty much now their full-time third line center.
To continue to build with that, grabbing another center, Jack Hallam, and we have another pick to announce. This time it's the New York Rangers. They've taken, with the 92nd overall pick, Oliver Tarnstrom.
Is he related to Dick Tarnstrom?
I was just going to ask you the same thing.
Famed player from the 06 Oilers run. Actually, it's his son. It's his son.
Oh,
there we go.
Oliver Tarnstrom is Dick Tarnstrom's son. Haven't heard much about the player. Once again, a guy that didn't really have a point per game in the J20 Swedish league, so you're hoping he takes a while to develop. He's not playing in the SHL right away, going off to the Allsvenskan. So we're talking about a major project here, and a guy that really has to fill out his frame, but a younger player. Maybe you can get a bottom six player out of it. You know what? NHL teams love their Swedes. They'll take a Swedish player that's lower upside than any other type of nationality, because Swedes are so safe. They're such a safe pick.
And we're going to close off the third round with the Tampa Bay Lightning making the final selection, the 93rd overall pick. And it's Jack Thompson, the Canadian, playing for the Sudbury Wolves.
Jack Thompson's pretty good. I actually don't mind this pick at all. He's more of a, if he makes the league, he's probably a number 4 type guy. Tampa Bay really, like we said, they like guys up front that are smaller, but they've been taking bigger upfront players in this draft. Thompson's a mid-range defenseman type of guy in terms of his size, but he has a great shot. He's really good from the point. He has a booming shot there. And when it comes to Thompson, I mean, there's not a lot of specialty to his game, but he's defensively adequate enough for sure. He's got some toughness in him. So when it comes to Tampa Bay's drafting, you don't really doubt any of what they do, and this is a guy that might be able to slot in for cheap behind some of their bigger horses down the road.
And Tampa Bay, of course, has the 94th overall pick as well, so they will get a chance to make another selection here in a matter of moments. I've been banging the Carter Savoy drum for Tampa Bay. It'd be interesting to see what they do there. And we also prepare as the Oilers. They traded down to the 100th overall and the 125th overall pick. They will be making their selection in about 7 picks here, so we'll call that half an hour's time the way this draft's been going.
I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't heard Savoy or Benning's name yet.
I as well. I mean, from the most what we've read, it's been 3rd round projection for him. So for both of them, so you slide down into the 4th. Still, it's relative to where they should be picked. I mean, teams now are picking guys that they like, right? It's a bit of a crapshoot once you get past the 3rd round. As you know, the numbers for kids who make the NHL past this keep going down and down. So now's the time. If you have a player you like, take a flyer on him. Doesn't matter if you don't think he was going to be drafted. I think this is the time where you just take what's the best available to you, not just by what the rankings say.
Well, I mean, if Tampa Bay takes William Villeneuve coming up, I'm going to be very upset because they're going to get a solid defenseman in the 4th round. It's going to be very annoying. Like, I'm actually surprised that Tampa Bay has not made a trade yet. Like, are they trading 2021 picks with their players to get rid of them, or what's happening? Like, I thought they wanted to clear out cap space today. So Tampa Bay and Vegas, for that matter, both still waiting on a trade from them. I mean, Vegas added more money. They added money with Chandler Stevenson. So I don't exactly know what's happening behind the scenes, but I thought we'd see some more salary trades today.
Well, Tampa with back-to-back picks.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just had a question just in regards to Tampa Bay and moving out money now. Like, they're trying to shed money, not necessarily to go out and find a player on Friday, right? So is it really necessary that they have to make a move today, or is this something they can kind of kick down the line a little bit and see how things maybe shake out on Friday? Is that maybe why we're not seeing them be as active?
Well, there's one big concern with waiting, right? The one big concern if they sit there and they don't move money by Friday is that a team will send an offer sheet to Anthony Cirelli or Mikhail Sergachev on Friday. I mean, we already saw Montreal last year kind of give that little nudge to Aho, but it wasn't real. But I think that there is a real chance that specifically on Mikhail Sergachev that an offer sheet's thrown their way. And if Tampa can't clear out the money by Friday, they're now stuck with the whole league knowing they have to clear out the money to keep the player to match an offer sheet on one of their best defensemen. So in an ideal world, you have to move out that guy today or tomorrow just so you have a little bit more room so you can breathe, or at least keep one of those guys for a little bit. Maybe you can match Sergachev and then try to move out more money later on Cirelli. But if someone offer sheets one of those guys right away, boy, it's going to be tough for them to keep the player if they can't make a trade. So I think they should be trying to move Tyler Johnson ASAP today if they can, even if it means packaging him with a pick.
Well, we'll see if that's what they just did, as Philadelphia has traded for Tampa Bay's pick, and Philly has made their selection with that pick already. Zade Wisdom, 5'10", 195 pounds, played for the Kingston Frontenacs. I know that's not the Kingston Frontenac you thought was going to get picked. Brennan, this is a little bit surprising to you to see Wisdom go ahead of Chromiak.
Not surprising. Zade Wisdom's a really, really nice story. This is a guy that lived in poverty. Spent nights in his car when it ran out of gas. This is a guy that worked extremely hard, worked his ass off to try to make it into the NHL and to have a shot here. And it's a really nice story to see him get picked. He has a lot of energy. He's a player that throws his body around, has no problem getting into the dirty areas. I did rank him as a possible third-line player in the future. I like this pick a lot. It's really nice to see Zade get picked. You can probably find a few features on him online if you search his name up, which, by the way, Zade Wisdom, that's probably one of the best names in the draft.
And we'll get here's the rest of the details on that trade between Philadelphia. So it is the 116th and 147th overall picks going to the Tampa Bay Lightning in exchange for the 94th overall pick. So Tampa does not shed any salary. They actually pick up an extra draft pick, moving down a couple of spots in this draft.
Oh, big pick coming in.
And here it is, our first AJHL player gone, Michael Benning. Mike Benning coming from the Sherwood Park Crusaders. He's only 5'9", 177 pounds, but boy, can he fly. He can skate, he can pass. He's got a great shot. He's a power play quarterback. I think he's as complete as a defenseman as you can grab in the fourth round, as Florida's going to get here, and that really helps their D-Corps coming into the future. His ceiling, still a bit of a question mark because he got to play with some pretty impressive players last season, including Carter Savoy, who should be hearing his name called any time now. A bit surprised to see Benning go ahead of Savoy, but it's a situational fit there for the Florida Panthers. Brennan, what do you think about this move?
I think it's a great pick. I think you're already into round 4 where those teams are taking guys that might take a little bit longer. And as far as upside goes, Benning's one of the more higher upside guys that you could take. Everything you said, I agree with. He's a good puck mover, can quarterback a power play, going to a great program in Denver, coming off of a great season with the Crusaders. Overall, like this is, and in Florida, this is also a decent place for him to land because on D, they're lacking. Like they could use more skill, like a guy like Michael Benning. So congratulations to the Benning family. An excellent pick by Florida here. He should have went a lot earlier.
One door closes, another one opens. And before I flip over to the pick by the Calgary Flames, this is one of the rare players outside of the WHL that you got to watch, Andrew. What part of his game are you most impressed by?
All of it. Honestly, you mentioned maybe surprised that he went ahead of Carter Savoy. I'm not. When I went out and watched the Crusaders play, I thought he was the best player on the ice, far and away. Because I mentioned, Carter does have a few warts in his game on maybe the defensive side of things. But for Michael, I mean, aside from his size, which I really don't buy into anymore being an issue, being a 5'10" defenseman, I think that's just fine, especially when you move the way he moves, when you make the decisions that he makes on the ice. Not only does he have that good first pass out of the zone, he'll make that first pass and then he'll be in that rush. He's just an electric player on defense, and Florida going after a AJHL player, maybe not a surprise. They did take Sam Britton, the goaltender, who previously was with I think was the Okotoks Oilers maybe before. So nice to see that, and yeah, really happy to see Michael Benning selected, and great grab in the fourth round by Florida.
It's a good job there, and we move on to the next pick in the draft. It's the Calgary Flames. 96 overall, they will take Daniel Sheshelev, 6'3" goaltender from Russia.
Interesting pick. So he's a guy I don't know much about, but I'll say this. There were some rumors that there was a team that had a Russian goalie ahead of Askarov. So looked into it, didn't know which team had this goalie ahead of him, but I believe it was this guy that they were talking about. And, Calgary takes him in the fourth round. If you look at his stats, like he had a decent year in the MHL last year, but this year in his first 5 starts, he's been dominant. He's a guy that there really isn't a lot of information about, and yet I was told that there was a team that had him extremely high, and I guess it was the Calgary Flames.
So the Calgary Flames get the goaltender they want, and they don't have to jump ahead to do it. They wait until the fourth round, and they didn't have to use either of the picks that they grabbed yesterday from trading down in the first. So good for them staying patient and staying pat. We do have another pick to announce, and this time it's the Detroit Red Wings. And they will select Sam Stange, 97th overall, committed to the University of Wisconsin for this season. Played for the Sioux Falls last year. Ranked, taken a little higher than where he was ranked. The closest one has him outside of the NHL draft. Do you like this pick for Detroit, taking a swing on a player in the top 100? On an overager, that is.
He's a big player. The problem with him is that he's slow. So they're hoping that maybe he develops his skating in college. He'll be playing with Dylan Holloway. Maybe on the same line even, because just having a lot of big guys together makes some sense. But, if anything, he's a bottom six player at the NHL level. I just remember hearing he's quite a slow guy because he scored a lot of goals in the USHL. So statistically speaking, he comes out pretty strong. But, yeah, he's got to improve that. Detroit, from some of their drafts right now, they haven't necessarily cared about speed when they draft later on. Last year, they took a guy named Elmer Soderblom. This kid was 6'7". He looked like a giant out there, but he couldn't skate. But they took him anyway. Took him in the round 6. I saw him at the Hlinka. He was almost hilarious to watch out there in just being a man among boys, more like a giant among boys. So I guess Detroit's trying to get some size in that bottom 6, and they take Sam Stange.
Montreal is next on the clock. They have 2 of the next 5 picks. Where do you see them going in a direction? We've already seen them take forwards and defensemen. Is there any chance that maybe a goaltender comes off the board for them?
There's a goalie still on the board that I really like, and I wonder if they take that guy in this round, and that's Devin Levi. Here's a guy that he played in the CCHL last year for the Canadiens and had about a .940 save percentage, was dominant for them. He ended up going to the WJC 19s. He was good for Canada there. Craig Budden projects he might end up being the starter for Team Canada at the World Juniors this year, which is a very heavy endorsement. I do think Montreal should look at him at some point in this round.
Montreal is taking a bit of time to make this pick. I wonder, with having the 102nd overall pick, if they're looking to move down at all in the draft, maybe recoup something for next year, losing their 3rd round pick this year in the Domi deal. It'll be interesting to keep an eye on that because, Montreal, they've already drafted, I think, 4 or 5 times now, and 6 times now, and we're heading into the 4th round. So at a certain point, you got to wonder if they got enough cupboard space.
I think they did move the pick. I think San Jose moved up to grab it.
Well, there we go. We'll wait for the trade details on that. We'll see what's coming the other way for Montreal. Yep, and there it is, San Jose. Interesting decision there. So San Jose, a couple of times in this draft, has traded to get up. I wonder if they have a specific player in mind. They must at 98th overall.
By the way, while we're waiting for some details here, the New York Rangers have qualified Ryan Strome, according to Darren Drager. Ryan Strome was a guy that they hadn't decided on quite yet. They qualify him, so they are holding on to him.
Well, Oilers fans don't want to hear that news.
That's a little surprising that they were waiting to qualify. Like, I thought he had a pretty solid year this year, and they're still a pretty young team, and you kind of need guys like Ryan Strome to help continue to bring those guys along as they still develop, don't you?
Should be your 2C for the next 5 to 7 years, you would think.
They were concerned. I don't think they're sold on Ryan Strome as a number 2 center. I think that they thought he overperformed because of Artemi Panarin. And the problem is that he has arbitration rights. So as a guy who's going to be a UFA next season, if he gets a 1-year deal, you might get stuck with him at like $4.5 million, $5 million. And they just didn't. There was rumors they didn't like that, but they are now qualifying him. It looks like they're okay with it.
What was the number on that for the qualifying offer?
I'd have to confirm. It's. I want to say it's like 4. But I'd have to double check.
I think that's more than a fair number for Ryan
rate?
Strome.
I believe it's 3.5 for him.
No.
3.5, 4. Hey, in that range for your second line center, who can complain? I know obviously with arbitration, you're probably going to end up somewhere around 5, 5.5, which, that can get a little scary when it comes to a player like Ryan Strome, but I think it's a good deal for the New York Rangers. You got a solid team upcoming. It's a youthful exuberance. You got a good back end. So you might as well get all of your key components locked down now.
Well, the Sharks have made the pick.
getting it in before I am.
Brandon Coe.
Brandon Coe plays for the North Bay Battalion from the OHL. 6'4", 488 pounds. He is a 01 birthday on that. Brennan, what do you think about this pick for San Jose?
I had him ranked, I think, around 70. He's a big winger, but he's actually quite a defensive player. Like, he has a really good stick. They played him on the penalty kill a lot. He's physical. He can skate pretty decently well. And, North Bay, not a really good team this year. He stood out on that team. They had a lot of they had a lack of any kind of talent on that team. So he tried to take the reins and provide more offense than it's probably in his game. But he could be a pretty decent bottom six player, and he's safer than some of the other guys that we've mentioned already as bottom six possibilities.
New Jersey's coming up next, and then the Oilers are going to make their pick. If you're the Edmonton Oilers, you're Ken Holland, who are you looking at coming into that spot?
Well, Chromiak is still there. Villeneuve is still there. It's almost like the trade down was vindicated because all the guys I want are still there.
Be interesting to see. New Jersey, of course, has the next pick up. We'll see what they take. And then after the Oilers select 100th, Tom Gazzola will join us shortly. We'll talk a little about the Oilers draft, the decision not to re-sign Benning and Athanasiou, and much, much more with Tom Gazzola. Taking a look now at the international skaters.
That trade was really weird. It was a fourth for a third-round pick in 2021.
Well, San Jose clearly had their eyes on Brennan Coe. Give up a third-round pick next year, but for Montreal, like I said, they recouped that third-round pick that they lost this year. They get it next season. Not a bad deal for the Habs, if you ask me. Moving on to the international skaters, we look at a couple of the guys still available, like an Alexander Pashin, Maxim Berezkin, Emil Heineman. Which one of those players do you like the most, Brennan?
I think that Passion's a really skilled player. I'm not sure if the skating is there, though. Heineman actually went, I think, in round 2. Anyway, New Jersey Devils have picked, though, and one of the guys I was about to mention, Jaromir Pitlick, is the pick. Not related to Tyler Pitlick, different nationality.
Can't spelling. 01 birthday on him, 6'3" center, 201 pounds. Ranked as high as 36 by Hockey Future Considerations. How do you like this pick for the New Jersey Devils?
He played at the World Juniors for the Czech Republic in a checking role and was pretty good there. That's probably what you're looking at for him as a prospect. You're probably looking at about a third-line center with a lot of good size, but he's very defensively conscious. At this point in the draft, it's a pick that I have no problem with. He's got some skill involved in his game as well. I think some people thought he was a higher pick because of his size and skill combination. There was a few people that thought he should have went higher, but overall, I think that the talent level is all right, and it fits this part of the draft.
Oilers now up on the clock. They've already traded down in this one. Do you think we're going to be keeping this pick?
I think you're going to be talking about
pick that you guys are going to like.
Do you think so? And with the 100th overall selection in the NHL Draft, the Oilers grabbed the local boy, Carter Savoy. I've been waiting all day to make this pick. Right pick for the Oilers, boys? Are we all in consensus here?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you get a player of this kind of talent, and there's still some growing that needs to happen in his game. But when you're talking about a 4th-round draft pick and a guy that's seemingly going to go the NCAA route, I mean, you still got to keep an eye on, does he go to the Winnipeg Ice where his younger brother is playing? But he seems to be kind of tied at the hip to Michael Benning as they're both off to the University of Denver. So you got some time. He's got some more time to develop there and round out his game. But when you talk about offensive instincts and you're looking for dynamic forwards, you got one here in Carter Savoie on the left side.
I think the only knock that people make on Carter Savoie's game, and you attested to this earlier, is south of the red line. He can be a bit lazier than that. He likes to cherry pick. He's a guy who gets points, but how easy is that to coach out of a player?
Oh, I think with the right coach, with a defensive mindset, that can happen. I think that you'll see that at the NCAA level. Hey, listen, the way Adam Manna has coached for a long time is that high octane style, and that works in the Alberta Junior Hockey League. I mean, I think Adam Manna coaches the way you have to win in the AJHL. Look at the way the Brooks Bandits have played for a long time and have had success. So you know what? I'm not saying that Carter Savoie is a product of the system. I think he enjoys playing that way, but. I don't think that there has been too many restrictions placed on him, and I think that will change. And it shouldn't, because he's a superstar. He should be able to go out and be the most, get the most out of him. And if you feel that's what you have to do with him, having him play that real offensive first role, then that's what you got to do. But when he goes to the University of Denver, I don't think he's going to be their top line left winger when he gets there. And I think there'll be plenty of room for him to be taught up a little bit.
One player we had compared him to yesterday, Klak, it was an Arthur Kaliev type. Arthur Kaliev went in the second round, of course, but he was a 50-goal scorer who got overlooked. Do you think a lot of teams are going to be shaking their head thinking, how do we pass on a guy who put up 50 goals?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Carter Savoie is one of those prospects I was really not sure about coming into the draft. I wasn't sure if he had the foot speed or the defensive ability to be at the NHL level with his size, and that's a big one for me. But at the same time, I talked to one scout who said, boy, does Carter Savoie remind them a little bit of Mike Comrie. And Mike Comrie was a center and was way more productive than Savoie in the AJHL. But at the same time, we're talking about a guy that's a one-shot scorer who on the power play can do a lot of things for you, and offensively is incredibly creative. At this point in the draft, you're not going to find too many guys like this with the offensive upside that Savoie brings. So, the Oilers have seen a lot of them, clearly, and they feel like it's a pick that they can try to get a home run on.
And we have another pick to announce. Pick 101, the Nashville Predators have made their selection. Defenseman Adam Wilsby from Sweden, 6 foot tall, 183 pounds. Committed to Skellefteå for this season.
He was the best defenseman. He was the best defenseman in the Allsvenskan, which is not the SHL, but the second league in Sweden. He had 30 points last year. He was a guy that I had as a sleeper on my list. And when you see Nashville take him, just like Andrew alluded to earlier with Prokop, they know how to develop guys. So he's already playing in pro. He's going to be in the SHL this season. And he's a mobile guy. He can do a lot of different things. He can move the puck. He has a good active stick. Wilsby is the type of player that at this point in the draft, I have no problem with taking a gamble on him, because Swedish defenseman that dominated a league, even though it wasn't the top league, he dominated a league. He's an overager, but he's one of the overagers I liked.
What other parts of his game? I mean, anytime Nashville takes a Swedish defenseman, you assume, hey, this guy's going to pan out. But what's the best part of his game?
I think he's just a really smart guy overall, specifically with his stick. A couple highlights I saw with him, he was good at breaking up passes and then firing it back up the ice, good at transitioning play. You want to see that in a defenseman. You want to see a guy that's intelligent and can really use gap control to his advantage. So I don't think he's the most defensively awesome player. He's got a lack of strength that he still needs to develop. But overall, I mean, the package is enticing.
Next up on the board is the Montreal Canadiens. They pick 102nd. They've already traded down with San Jose, recouped a third pick for next year. Do you see them taking that goaltender we talked about a little earlier at this selection?
No, I see them taking the most boring name in the draft.
Who might that be?
Jack Smith. The
Jack
Montreal Canadiens pick. Like, if you search him up on Elite Prospects, you're going to get about 500 different Jack Smiths. So good luck with that. But he's a high school guy. He's younger. Played with St. Cloud Cathedral. Had a lot of goals. Made it to smaller guy, but he's skilled. Like I said before, and I'm going to keep saying it over and over, another guy that's kind of a stash. Montreal has already a lot of picks in this draft. They've gone to different leagues for those picks. This guy they can just throw in as a stash and see how he develops. And we might not hear his name again for 6 years.
Next up on the clock, New York Rangers. And they have selected their pick. The 103rd, it's Dylan Garand from the WHL, Kamloops Blazer. Andrew, you've probably had a couple of opportunities to check him out in net. What is there to like about him?
Yeah, there's a lot to like about him, and Kamloops kind of becoming somewhat of a goaltending factory in the Western Hockey League. Dylan Ferguson was in front of Dylan Garand a year ago, but he took over the reins this year as a starting goaltender with the Kamloops Blazers. Not the biggest goaltender, goes just around 6'1", maybe some room to grow to 6'2" in there, but he moves around the crease very well. He's very positionally sound, as you have to be if you're not going to be one of those 6'5" goal. Well, you got to be positionally sound to play in any junior league, I think, nowadays, with the way that the kids can shoot the puck. But a very talented goaltender, probably the best goaltender available coming out of the Western Hockey League this year, and a guy that's he's going to see a ton of ice time playing for the Kamloops Blazers over the next couple of years, and they're going to be a real good team. So definitely a good grab here for the New York Rangers, and not really a no-brainer in terms of if you're going to the WHL for goaltending. It's pretty much him, or I think Brian Thompson, or maybe second-year eligible Taylor Gauthier that you'd look at. But I really like this pick by Garand, and another guy in the program of excellence on Hockey Canada's radar.
Brennan, you surprised at all to see the New York Rangers take a goaltender, seeing as they've already got 2 starters going into next season, and they just had to let Henrik Lundqvist walk recently?
No, I'm not surprised at all, because when you have a guy who's the caliber of Dylan Garand, I mean, this is a guy that at times was definitely had moments of dominance for Kamloops, but also played behind a pretty good team. But there's not a lot of goalies that I liked in this draft, and Garand was one of them. He's not the biggest goalie, but he's technically pretty sound. And if they were taking a goalie that was a project guy, I might be more like, really? Do you need to do that? But Garand is a pretty solid guy. I only have 2 goalies left on my list. I have Garand and I have Levi. Both of those goalies might be on the Canadian World Junior team. It's not out of realm. So why not take a guy that has that kind of caliber when you're in round 4?
And as we wait for the Anaheim Ducks to make their pick, 104th overall, we have Tom Gazzola with us. Tom, thanks for joining us today.
Oh my God, this is like a reunion. Hello, boys. Peard, got Klak Daddy talking about depth goaltending and what do you like. I love it. And Zieg's in the house. Thanks for having me on, you guys.
Hey, we love having you. Now, talk a little bit about the Oilers draft so far yesterday and today. They get Dylan Holloway with the 14th overall pick. Is that a player that you like seeing go there, or did you have your hopes set on somebody else?
Well, with him, I mean, I think in general, you're looking at the Oilers at 14 yesterday, and you go, okay, they need goaltending at some point down the road. So Askarov's the number 1. Everyone's saying he's a bona fide number 1, soon to be in a couple of years. And then if he's going to go earlier, then you want a guy like Seth Jarvis, who I know Peardsy, you've covered a ton and watched him play. So when they ended up at 14, and you knew Ken Holland said he was probably going to make the pick, he was open to trading it down as well. And then they go with Holloway, and you factor in everything that he did last year at Wisconsin. You go, all right, so there is a guy with a lot of offensive upside. it's hard to project where he's going to be in a couple of years from now in terms of a pro player. But what I like about it is he seemed to have, at least reading about him and looking at his stats as the year went on and he adapted to the Big Ten, he got better and better, which is a sign of a good player figuring out improved league, jumping from the AJHL. So this situation is all right for Holloway. Like, he can fly under the radar, you guys. I think that there won't be a spotlight and as much attention on him to make a push for a roster spot as opposed to a guy that would be picked in the top 10. And Ken Holland can go about his business and go and get other roster players. And then the cupboards are somewhat restocked to a certain extent with him a couple of years down the road. And he can simmer, he can ripen, he can get to that point where if they decide he's ready to be a pro next season, all right, he can be a pro next season. Or if they think he needs another year to learn and improve in NCAA hockey, they have that option as well. And then they can go and go back to seeing if he's ready to become a pro 2 years from now, and they don't have to rush it. And to me, that's a good thing. The flexibility, the patience, and I know Oiler fans don't necessarily like hearing patience these days, but this is a prospect that's going to take some time. He's a younger guy. What was he? The second youngest player in the Big Ten, youngest player on his team. Let him simmer. Let him figure himself out and define what kind of player he's going to be and wants to be and can develop into, and then watch him progress as he comes to camp year after year. And when he's ready to push for a spot, so be it. And it might be 3 years down the road, and that's just fine. If it's sooner than that, great. But I don't mind the pick. You could tell he's a good Alberta boy, that he understands the Battle of Alberta, even though he's from the Calgary area. He isn't necessarily a Flames fan, and I'm sure other fans probably are reassured by that. But it's okay. It's a fine pick, guys. And here's the other thing, too. Overall, the fact that the Oilers aren't picking in the top 10, to me, is amazing. Like, I haven't had to look at the draft stuff until last week. And that is such a contrast, guys, from like the last 10 years where you're basically skimming over the top 3 rounds and trying to figure out and memorize who every guy is, because the Oilers had a million picks, especially high-end picks in the top 1 to 10. So, I mean, it was kind of nice to be like, oh, yeah, the draft's this week. Let's see what's on the docket for the Oilers. And here we are.
So they go from a million picks to not a many in this draft. They didn't have a second-round choice. They decided to trade their third-round selection, 76 overall, for the 100 and 125th. They end up picking Carter Savoy at 100. Do you think that's a player that they had their eyes on when they had 76, but had a feeling they could still get him when they moved down? Or do you think that's a player that was just available with the pick?
Ziegs, honestly, if they're trading down to accrue more picks and still feel like they can get a guy that they want at 100 instead of 76, then they must have been able to identify and be confident knowing that a guy like Carter Savoy, who they probably watched in their own backyard numerous times, would be there. So seeing them pick him, them making the move to get a couple more picks out of San Jose and trading out of the third round, that tells me that they basically had their eye on him and they're happy to get him and figured they would be able to get him at that spot at 100. So, good draft management by Ken Holland, Keith Gretzky, and Tyler Wright and the team there, understanding and getting a good sense of where guys that they had tabbed were going to be. And I think that is an example of them knowing that they'd be able to get him at that number 100 slot.
Moving away from the draft now, the Oilers have decided that they're going to let a couple players walk, including Matt Benning, Anthony Ciu, Cameron Hebig, among others. What do you think of the decision for the bane to Benning and Anthony Ciu getting to test free agency?
Well, I mean, I think Athanasiou and Benning, to a certain extent, are both kind of circumstances of this flat cap. I know there was a lot made about Athanasiou and the 2 second-rounders that Ken Holland gave up. Listen, guys, he wasn't that good. I know he was a little bit banged up. I know he didn't have an opportunity to show what he really probably could bring to the table. But at the same time, this is a cutthroat league, and that's what happens. And I think by not qualifying both of them, Athanasiou specifically, the Oilers recognize that they might be able to get a player that can bring as much, if not maybe more, to the table next season at a reduced price than the $3 million that Athanasiou was probably looking to equal, or I'm sure he'd probably want to bump up in salary with a qualifying offer. He probably would have gotten the standard rate, the percentage, and that would have been that. But he didn't do anything to garner anything in terms of a bump up in salary, and actually it cost him. If the cap would have gone up by the $3 to $5-6 million, whatever they had anticipated prior to the COVID shutdown, then I think the Oilers probably would have swallowed that pill and been like, all right, we'll qualify him, probably qualify Matt Benning, and we wouldn't be making a big deal out of it, certainly. But when it comes to Matt Benning, that's the one that surprised me a little bit, because I thought they had a pretty solid third pairing right shot defenseman. Maybe this is an indicator that they feel like they need to make space for Evan Bouchard, or that they're comfortable with Caleb Jones and they can't move Chris Russell. And we'll see what else they do. I mean, the Oscar Klefbom situation is going to have to resolve itself here. They're going to need to know if Klefbom is going to come back next season, if he's going to do the shoulder surgery or what, because that has a big effect on the team's cap. And to me, guys, with this Benning news and the Klefbom situation, and hearing that maybe Chris Russell, or Adam Larson might be on the block and available to teams for the right price, it indicates that they might be changing the look of this blue line going into next year if they can.
Thanks for joining us, Tom. Really appreciate that. That was a lot of insight, and we're so glad for having you, and hopefully we'll see you soon.
Hopefully see you soon. Thanks for having me, boys. Good luck the rest of the way in this epically long show, because this draft is taking forever.
I think we're on hour 5 now. So
yeah. Good luck, boys.
Right. Thank you, Tommy.
Thanks, Tommy.
All right. So now moving back to the draft, we've missed a boatload of picks. We got 5 to report. I'm just going to list those off as we get prepared for Montreal to pick. The Anaheim Ducks at 104 take Timo Nickel. At 105, the Florida Panthers get Zachary Younes. At 106, Toronto, Artur Akimatov. Going to try that one. At 107, Detroit got Jan Bednar. And at 108, the Pittsburgh Penguins take Lukas Shevkovsky from the WHL. Great. We got a WHLer in there to end things off. So, Andrew, I want you to tell me a little bit about him and how to actually pronounce that last name.
Sveikovsky.
What?
Lukas Sveikovsky. Yeah.
Why wouldn't you stop me?
I wanted to see how you do with it, because trust me, when you started the year with the Vancouver Giants, and when we rolled into the Langley Events Center, the first thing I did was go track down Dan O'Connor, the play-by-play voice of the Giants, and say, how the heck do you say this guy's name? And he was able to fill me in. And interestingly enough, his father is a skills coach for the Vancouver Giants, but he requested a trade from the Vancouver Giants this year, despite his dad being on the staff. And it goes back to kind of what I mentioned with Justin Sordiff, how Vancouver this year, they really rolled out their top six forwards. I mean, they were playing upwards of north of 20 minutes a night, all 6 of them. And, there wasn't a ton of ice time for the guys in the bottom 6. And Lukas Sveikovsky, despite having 10 points in 18 games with the Giants, found himself in that bottom 6, and he wasn't happy with the ice time he was getting. So he ends up going to the Medicine Hat Tigers, who this year were playing a very offensively styled game until about February, where Willie Desjardins, as he tends to do, flipped the script and they became a real defensive team. But he saw his offensive numbers really take off there. His dad's a skill coach, so no surprise this guy's loaded with skill. Saw him score a couple of big goals against the Edmonton Oil Kings at Rogers Place as a member of the Medicine Hat Tigers. This is a guy with a lot of skill, and a guy that I think will come in, and you hope maybe he can be one of those late round guys that turns into a top 6 player. But at the same time, I think the bit of a project, but later birthday guy, older player in this draft, and a good pick for Pittsburgh.
And we got another pick just coming in here. It's the Montreal Canadiens with the 109th selection. They're going to take Blake Biondi. Bioindi? Either way, committed to North Dakota, going next year from Hermantown, Minnesota, USA. Ranked generally consensus around 90 to 120. Brennan, what do you like about this player?
Yeah, Blake Biondi. Definitely didn't help you with that one, did I? He's a pretty skilled player.
Dry all day.
Yeah, that's the plan. He's a skilled player. He kind of heard about maybe him having some top 6 potential even, but he's going to Minnesota Duluth this season. He put up 37 goals in high school. He dominated. We're not just talking about a high school player who, he had some traits. No, he dominated the high school system. Minnesota high school generally is a factory of talent. If I remember, Blake Wheeler, I believe, was one of those players. But yeah, Biondi's got a lot of talent. He didn't do a lot in the USHL, but he's a very good passer. And he's also a guy that he's not the biggest guy, but he does crash the crease often. There's a guy I also want to talk about from a little bit earlier, just because we didn't go over him. I'll just mention him briefly. The Ducks took Timo Nickel at 104. If I had a nickel for every time the Ducks took a defenseman in the draft that I liked, I'd be a millionaire. But at the same time, Nickel's actually a really good D-man in the QMJHL. Expect to see him as the number 1 D-man for Team Austria at the World Juniors. He's going to be on the power play, top quarterback there with Marco Rossi.
I imagine he'll be playing in almost every single situation for that club. And that's a good pick for me as a Ducks fan. I'll take that. If you have a high praise for him, then I generally tend to agree with you, Klak. So we have another pick coming in, Chicago Blackhawks, 110th overall. Take Michael Krutil, HC Sparta, U20 Czech player.
This is Sparta.
This is Sparta. He was the 27th ranked international skater coming into this one. Okay numbers last year, 3 goals, 2 assists in 19 games, and that's in the Czech Junior League. What part of his game really stands out?
He's more of a defensive defenseman. You're going to see him come over to Canada more than likely. I think that the Kelowna Rockets took him in the import draft, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Kelowna once again be the D factory that they are and develop this player. But he's more of a defensively conscious guy. He's kind of in the vein of a Michael Kempny. Michael Kempny's comparable to him, just a safer player, makes some nice plays on the ice. If you don't notice him, then he's had a good game.
If he does, in fact, come over to the Kelowna Rockets, Andrew, where do you see him sliding in on that defense?
Oh, I mean, there'll be plenty of room for him to jump in there. I mean, the Kelowna Rockets are a team that they're going to have to start rebuilding quick because they made a lot of trades this past year, anticipating that they'd be hosting the 2020 Memorial Cup that obviously didn't end up coming to fruition due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So, I mean, there's plenty of room for him on that blue line with the Kelowna Rockets, and I'm sure they would be thrilled to get him.
And we have another pick to announce. 111th selection going to the Arizona Coyotes. So joining player void on this draft is Mitchell Miller, committed to the University of North Dakota next season. This is the Arizona Coyotes' first selection in this draft, making up for some lost time, picking up a player who's going to be committed to the Tri-City Americans next season, I believe. Or sorry, no, he was junior. He played junior in a Tri-City as a youth. Brennan, what do you like about this player?
So I saw Mitchell Miller play for the first time at the 2018 Hlinka, and I felt like he was the United States' best defenseman there. I thought Mitchell Miller was a very skilled defenseman, really good at moving the puck, but he was also good at pinching guys off at his own blue line and cutting up zone entries, and showed that he had pretty good playmaking ability. So Mitchell Miller was a guy that on the ice I was pretty high on. However, I think the reason why he's this late in the draft at 111 is because there were some off-ice issues and interview issues with Mitchell Miller, and there was a couple teams that had him on a do-not-draft list. And I won't get into it too much because it did happen when he was a younger person. He was like 14 or something. So if you want, Google that if you want. But at the end of the day, he's going to North Dakota, which is a really good program for developing D. He is a very mobile guy. He can skate. And, if he can figure it out, then this is a good value pick for the Coyotes, who didn't have any picks. Like, this is have they picked yet?
Nope, this is their first selection.
Yeah, so it's been forever. So if you're gonna have your first pick be this late, you're more likely to take a gamble like that. So Mitchell Miller is a guy that I think could be beneficial for the Coyotes.
Well, if there's any team that would know a little more about a player off ice, it would be the Arizona Coyotes. I wonder what his VO2 score is. But we have another pick to announce. The LA Kings, with the 112th selection, take Juho Markkanen.
Oh, UC's boy.
This is UC's son.
Yeah.
Goaltending blood. Ranked number 6 by the NHL Central Scouting for European goaltenders. The LA Kings, they do end up picking up that goaltender we were talking a little earlier about. So, I mean, he'll slide into the farm eventually. How do you like this pick for the LA Kings, Brennan?
Certainly a project. He's a guy that you kind of want to wait and see on. He's like as you can see there on the page, 146 pounds. Okay, that's extremely light for a prospect. So in goal, I guess it doesn't change a ton, but at the same time, I do think that his statistics don't show a lot in his game to suggest that he's had a real high level of success. But when you look at his dad and the mentoring he can take out of that, UC was in the finish, like after the Oilers was over, he still played in the SM Liga forever. If he can have anything from his dad and his game, that'd be beneficial. He did have a cup of coffee in the Mesty last year. He played quite well in that league. Saipa has his rights in the Liga. So, I mean, we're gambling at this point, right? We saw a few goalie gambles a bit earlier. Jan Bednar was one of those goalie gambles, high skill, but it didn't really show up statistically. We'll see where it goes. The Vancouver Canucks have just picked, and it is Jackson, who is from Shattuck St. Marie High School. I'll just kind of quickly go over this one. There's not much to say about him other than it's a project. He's big. He's strong. Bit of a Coke machine, as Low Tide likes to say. The Coke machine being he's probably a fourth line player if he makes it. He's more of a grindy type player. Maybe the Canucks see some power forward potential there. Not super high on him, but he was on the Pipeline show with Guy Flaming a little bit earlier.
Guy Flaming, hey, maybe we'll still see him at some point today. I won't hold my breath. Columbus is picking next. They haven't had a selection in a long time. They've kind of went off the board with both of their picks. Do you see that trend continuing? Or are we finally going to hear the name of Martin Chromiak called? He's the top 30 skater, and here's the pick coming in now from Columbus.
Yeah, good luck saying his name.
Michael Pajita. No idea. They're both Y's silent. Is only one Y silent?
Just like the last pick. Now, I mean, I actually heard of Columbus's first round pick. I knew who Chinikov was. I don't know who this is. I'm just going to be straight up.
Well, we've reached that point in the draft, right? Everybody, now it's time to take the players that you like, that maybe you think somebody else might have seen but hasn't really has kept their cards close to their chest when it comes to them. No time to take a gamble. This is the time to take your gambles now if you're a team and you don't want to gamble waiting on a player that you think you could take now that somebody else might grab later on, because really it's a mess from here on out. You never know who's going to go at any of these picks now. Carolina.
Well, you know what? A little bit of a key for him is that it looks like they brought him up for the Spangler Cup with TPS in the Liga. So it's possible that he showed a little bit of skill at the Spangler, and Columbus had a deeper look at him.
Very possible. Sorry, just finishing up some other work here. Looking at the international skaters list now, a guy like Bogdan Triniev played for Dynamo Moscow, and Zion Nybeck for HV71 of Sweden. I mean, the latter of those, those are two very different players. One is 6'3", the other is 5'6". Both wingers. A bit surprising to see them still on the board, or is this the same case as Michael Chromiak, or Martin Chromiak, who just hasn't had the right fit yet with a team?
Well, Carolina is selecting at 115 Zion Nybeck.
So there he goes, right off the board. Speaking
right
into
off the
existence.
Board. Yeah, this guy reminds me of Nathan Gerbe, but he's not as small as Nathan Gerbe. Nathan Gerbe's 5'4". It's incredible to watch him play in the league. Nybeck, though, is extremely fast. He has a lot of skill in him. I ended up not ranking him because I wasn't sure if he could physically manage at the NHL level. But Carolina, analytically, you're taking a gamble like that in the 4th round. You don't have a problem with it. And he certainly has the speed to be an NHLer. I think that Nybeck's going to be a guy that you see at the World Juniors for Sweden right away. And he's going to be noticeable because he's a little jitterbug out there. He always has energy.
You do have to worry about the size, and you're seeing I've seen 3 different listings for his height, anywhere from 5'6" to 5'7" to 5'8". Now, that could be a growing thing, or it could be cheating a little bit to make him seem as if he is a bigger player. If he is a 5'6" player like a Nathan Gerbe, does that not hesitate you at all to make that pick, knowing that smaller players have been making more of an impact in the NHL, but even I'm taller than 5'6"?
If you look at the world, the tournament that he played in, the Hlinka Gretzky Cup, he was all right. He actually took a lot of penalties there, if I remember. I didn't really think much of him, but he had a World Junior 18 in 2019 that he was actually pretty impressive in. That's what got him off. That got him onto the radar for teams, was that they saw this really small kid. They didn't believe in him, and then he started just zipping around the ice. I remember he scored one goal where he just went from one end to the other like McDavid and put the puck in the net. And a lot of people went, wow, this guy can skate. So it doesn't really matter what your size is if you can skate, if you have enough strength. And the question is going to be, though, strength for me. I'm not sure if he has it.
Well, at 5'6", I mean, maybe that's something that will come with a little bit of time. We have another pick. It's the Tampa Bay Lightning this time with the 116th overall selection. Eamon Powell, committed to Boston College next season. Another player from the national team that was taken, and maybe not the same national development program team as in years past, but they still have had players flying off the board. Have you had a chance to see Eamon Powell play, Klak?
Well, I'm just gonna pause the draft for a little second. The Edmonton Oilers have re-signed Jesse Puljujärvi to a 2-year deal.
Hey, there's the big news. Do we get Tom back?
So, Jesse P back with the Oilers. We'll talk about that in a second. I guess I'll just go through the pick really quickly. Eamon Powell, kind of another kind of skilled defenseman, but he actually has some bite to his game. He's a good transition player. He's going to Boston College. He's the type of guy that, once again, Tampa Bay with taking Jack Thompson earlier, they got a guy that maybe they can slide into those 4, 5, 6 spots for cheap a little bit down the road.
A program like McKean's Hockey had him ranked as high as 43. What part of his game do you see that translates to such a high ranking?
He can skate. That's a key for him, right? Is that he can skate. He does the little things right. At this point in the draft, if you can get a D-man that can at least skate and can make some plays, then you do that. And just like Arizona taking Mitchell Miller a little bit ago, Powell has some ability to do some offensive things, and as long as you can skate, then he has a chance.
Skating being so important now in today's NHL, size has not all but went out the window, but now it's not as much as how big you are, but if you can skate. And we have another pick to announce, the Washington Capitals. 117th overall selection. It'll be Bogdan Triniev from the Russian Junior League. He played for Dynamo Moscow 2 last season. This is a player I haven't had a chance to watch skate at all. Brennan, is there anything you can tell me about this 02 born?
Well, I mean, not surprising when you hear this, but it's skill in Bogdan Triniev's game that attracts a lot of people to him, but also that he has some size to his game. He's a 6'2" guy. He didn't light up the MHL last year, which was a concern for me. He didn't have a point per game, but it was the Hlinka Gretzky Cup where people really took notice of his game. He had a point per game, 2 goals. The Russian team wasn't super great. I mean, they had Alex Pashin scored 7 goals in that tournament. People really noticed his game, but some of the other lines weren't really clicking offensively, but he was one of the other catalysts that was actually creating, which is why a couple teams noticed him there. I didn't rank him personally, but I see why a team like the Capitals, who have had plenty of luck with Russian players in the past, might feel like he's a good gamble here.
Over halfway through this draft, and the Colorado Avalanche have just made their selection at 118 overall. Colby Ambrosio, center from Canada. He's 5'8", 170 pounds, played in the USHL last season. 02 born. Do you like this pick for the Colorado Avalanche? It's a bit of a safe bet to try and take a skilled forward at this point for them, I would think.
Yeah, for me, Ambrosio was a guy that was a little bit higher ranked by than where he's hit here. He had a nice year with Tri-City, 26 goals. He can really put the puck in the net. He didn't have a lot of help. He had Mitchell Miller actually that he played with from Arizona's pick there, but they were a younger team. They had a very mobile defense, but yeah, forwards, they didn't have a lot of help, and he was kind of the leader. He's a grittier guy, goes to the corner, does whatever he can to get points on the board. As you see there, McKean's super high on the guy. Younger player, August 2002, super small, but Colorado doesn't care. They only care about speed. They want that up-tempo style, and Ambrosio fits that style. He's a speedier type of guy. I think he's more of a bottom sixer at the NHL level, but that's the direction they want to go in.
Those are mostly the players that we're going to be finding now through at the end of the draft, or your bottom pairing defenseman, or maybe a fourth, or your a top 9 guy, but not necessarily top 6 anymore. And the St. Louis Blues have come in and made their next selection. 119th overall, it'll be Tanner Dickinson from the OHL Sault Ste. Marie, going to the St. Louis Blues. 5'11", only 150 pounds, soaking wet. Do you like this pick for the Blues? This is another player with a lot of room to grow, you would think, at nearly 6 foot and only 150 pounds.
I'll be quick on him because you're going to want to talk about the next guy. He's probably a fourth-line center type guy. Not really anything too special to his game, but he's a bit of a string bean and good defensive conscience, wins faceoffs. Not the most exciting player, though. I mean, we're in round 4, though. Doesn't surprise me. But the next pick, I think you'll have some familiarity with.
Just a little bit, and it's the New Jersey Devils selecting the 3rd player from the AJHL in this round, and it is Ethan Edwards, the Spruce Grove Saints defenseman, offensive-minded player. Definitely led Spruce Grove from that back end last year. One of their best players on the night, along with Graham Gamache, night in and night out. Peard, have you ever had a chance to watch Ethan Edwards play?
Yeah, I've seen him a handful of times. Really like him. Similar build to that of Michael Benning, smaller defenseman. Plays quick though. It's one thing to be fast; it's another thing to be quick. And he plays quick. He makes good decisions in his own zone. Can move the puck out. Knows when to jump. And Spruce Grove, obviously, one of the strongest programs consistently in the Alberta Junior Hockey League, and they've been known to develop a number of good defensemen coming out of that program. Obviously, Matt Benning being one of them, who obviously was a little bit of news earlier today with him not being qualified. Carson Soucy, even who just kind of arrived on the scene with the Spruce or with the Minnesota Wild, was a former Spruce Grove Saints, so they know a thing or two about developing defensemen out in Spruce Grove. And if I'm not mistaken, is he committed to Michigan? And I feel like he committed when he was like 14 or 15 years old. So this was a guy that's been on a lot of radars for a long time.
Have to double check on the Michigan commit. Should be on his hockey prospects page. But no, he is a player that definitely deserves to go where he went. I mean, Ethan Edwards, I was kind of concerned. I thought he would go somewhere in the 5th round. But after seeing Michael Benning and Carter Savoy get picked in this round, I thought it was only a matter of time till Ethan got selected. The only AJHL player left on the most scouts draft boards now is Alex Young. So it'll be interesting to see where the former Canmore Eagle falls in this draft as we wait for the New York Islanders to make their 121st selection. And they will take Alex Jeffries, committed to Merrimack College for next season. That's another player. Most of these U.S. players I haven't had a chance to see play, but Brennan, what can you tell me about Alex Jeffries?
Speed. Speed's the big thing about his game. Not a lot of other stuff stand out, but he definitely can score goals. And played for the Gunnery, which is still my favorite high school name of all time. The Gunnery, so good. He actually played in the USHL for a 2-game cup of coffee like 2 years back. Didn't do anything. This is definitely a stash pick, a wait and see, but the Islanders like that he kind of crashes around and he has speed. Like we said earlier, fits their style and what they like to see in a player.
3 picks left to go here in the 4th round. Toronto, Dallas, and we'll wrap things up with Montreal. Toronto on the clock here. They seem to take a couple of defensemen already. Do you think they stick with that route, or are we on to the forwards for the Maple Leafs? Maybe even a goaltender?
You know what, Toronto, the biggest question is, are they going to take anybody from junior? Every player they've taken so far is from Europe. Like, are they actually going to take that leap and look for a guy like Martin Chromiak, who's going to be playing in their own backyard? Or are they going to keep trying to get guys in pro that are playing now, maybe because they're worried about COVID shutting down a league like the OHL or the QMJHL? We'll see.
Wait on that as Toronto's pick will come in. Make sure it hasn't already. We've had a few of these as they're starting to roll in faster now through the 4th round. Teams with different players on their boards, obviously, they'll just step right in and take a guy who's sitting there available waiting for them. An interesting prospect that I circled earlier is Anton Johansson. I don't know how much you know about that man. He's 144 pounds and 5'9". Do you actually see a team taking a flyer on a player that weighs less than 150 pounds? Or is that just like a Tikachev where he's just so many years away that even if you do take him, there's really no guarantee of him panning out?
I'll make this one quick because I'm about to be super happy about a pick here, but I think he has good skill and speed. I think the Johansson, even though he's a string bean, I think that's a pick that someone should take very soon. But Toronto has taken my best player left on the board.
And Klak's best player left on the board is William Villeneuve, defenseman from the St. John Sea Dogs, 6'1", 175 pounds. Now, Brennan, you've been chomping at the bit to get to talk about him all day today. What can you tell me about William Villeneuve that sets him apart from other defensemen in this draft?
I have no idea why he's available this late. We're talking about the guy who just won QMJHL Defenseman of the Year. And basically, he's everything that you want in the new NHL kind of defenseman. I mean, he's a smart guy, makes good plays, transitions the puck well. In his own zone, he moves the puck well, makes smart plays there. This is a guy that wasn't thought of to be that much coming into this season. He was minus 52 last year in St. John because St. John was not very good at all. And he was actually quite a high pick in the QM draft by St. John. He was a 2nd overall pick, but he's a guy that he can be tough in front of the net, but he just seems like everything he does, every decision he makes is the right one. He's paired up with Jeremy Poirier. Poirier, like I said, not a very good defensive player. The guy didn't know defense at all. Villeneuve had to cover for him a lot, and that pairing still worked, and he actually ended up getting 58 points despite that. He had to carry him. So there were people that were a little bit worried about Villeneuve's skating stride. Yeah, I wasn't really worried at all. I still think that he's an absolute steal by the Leafs at this point. And so far, Toronto's draft has been quite impressive now that you add a steal like this late.
Where do you put him in the pipeline for defensemen in Toronto?
Well, I mean, the thing is that he's a right-hand shot, and the Toronto Maple Leafs, what do they need? Right shot defensemen. So in terms of their prospect pool, he's right behind Liljegren for me. They don't have a lot of anything there. And they add the QMJHLD of the year in the 5th round. He's pretty close to actually making the league, too. So I think he's just behind Liljegren. And I know there's a few people that like Mac Hollowell as well, but I think Villeneuve is he's right there.
Fair to say this is your steal of the 5th round, Villeneuve?
Steal of the draft so far for me.
Steal of the draft. Wow, bold claim from you, Mr. Klak Daddy. And we have another pick to announce. It's the Dallas Stars. They take left winger Antonio Strange. I'm going to assume that the S is silent. 5'10", 168 pounds, played for the London Knights. So the Knights get another player drafted in this 2020 draft, a team that always seems to turn out players, the Plymouth, Michigan native. Brennan, what can you tell me about Antonio Strange?
Yeah, I'm not the highest on him. He's kind of a funny player. Like, he's got a lot of speed. In fact, he might be in the top 5. He probably is in the top 5 fastest players in this draft. He is an incredible skater. But everything he does has to be flashy. And a lot of turnovers come out of it and a lot of broken plays. He's a guy that when he gets the puck, it's not like he's that skilled, but he thinks he is. And it's just kind of, for at least for his team this year, it was a little bit annoying. I heard that there was a few teams that were DNDing him because they didn't think that he would translate to the NHL at all. And I mean, he's a good kid. It's just that he's a guy that his style of play right now would not fit a top 6 because he's not skilled enough, and it would not fit a bottom 6. So you're kind of wondering, where do you take him? Like, what is he? So if you're Dallas, you're taking him now because he's a really unique, fast skater, and you're hoping that maybe it all comes together.
And we have another pick to announce. It's the last pick of the 4th round. Montreal Canadiens. They will take a center from the USHL, Sean Farrell, no relation to Will or Colin, and I have not fact-checked that.
Spelled the same as Colin.
Yeah, same as Colin Farrell.
What can you tell me about Sean possibly related to Colin Farrell?
Great passer. One really, really solid passer. Reminds me a little bit of Nick Suzuki, but he doesn't have Nick Suzuki's skating ability, which Nick Suzuki's not the best skater, but that's kind of the knock on Farrell's. His skating isn't up to par, but the Chicago Steel say a lot of really great things about this kid. He's going to Harvard in 2021, and like that's kind of the biggest detail with him is that he's just really intelligent. So Montreal, who's taken a lot of size, they made it a priority. Well, now it's, later round, and this guy's on the board, and it reminds me a little bit of when they took, and not that he turned out, but he reminds me a little bit of Cole Fonstad when Montreal took him. That was a later round pick that they kind of gambled on. They were like, he's got a lot of nice skill. He's a good playmaker. We'll grab him. He's kind of in that vein, but I do think that I'm higher on Farrell than I was on Fonstad.
It seems to be, looking at all his other projections, that this might be a little bit of a steal as well. Looks like he kind of fell down in the draft. Do you think this is a player that could have been taken even higher than he is?
Oh, absolutely. Like I said before, sometimes there's a guy with size and you're not sure about his skating. I think that's why he dropped. But, I mean, the thing is that some people actually really do like his skating. It's one of those things where it's a mixed opinion on the guy. Harvard's going to be a stacked team. Harvard is actually becoming a really solid program. John Marino just came out of Harvard. John Marino ends up in Pittsburgh's top 4. Adam Fox just came out of Harvard. They're quite a solid program for developing guys. If you're going to want a guy to go somewhere, that's a great school to develop hockey players.
And now we've entered into the 5th round of this NHL draft. The Detroit Red Wings are going to have the first selection of that, 125th overall. Fair to say this is now the point of the draft where we're going to start hearing names that neither of us have heard of before.
Oh, always, of course. But we're at the point of the draft where you're now looking at the board and you're wondering, okay, how far are these guys going to slip? And you're also wondering about trades and other moves. Darren Dreger reporting that Max Domi is re-signing Columbus a 2-year deal at $5.3 million a season. So short-term deal for Domi means he's probably a UFA at the end of the deal, if I'm thinking correctly. So interesting on that front. But yeah, we're at the point where
for Max Domi, who's a bit of a yo-yo player, always so up and down. Do you like that contract from Columbus?
I think it's fine because you don't necessarily want to commit to him if you're not 100% sure. The trade, I think, was a good trade for Columbus. Domi can fit the second line hole that they kind of were missing. They were lacking. Alex Wenberg didn't develop into the player they wanted him to, so Domi ends up filling a hole. They were looking for skill there. Offensively, Domi's very gifted, good playmaker, and he's obviously tenacious. He can get under opponent's skin. The question is going to be defensively. I didn't think he was very good defensively in Montreal. He didn't show up in the playoffs against Philadelphia. Will Torts get annoyed with him is my biggest question. And I think that even though they might butt heads at some points, that it'll work out. I think that Columbus will be happy to have Domi for sure.
Yeah, Andrew, while we still have you here, now we've started to go through more of our North American skaters. The next highest rated in the WHL is Christopher Seedoff from the Red Deer Rebels. He had 5 goals, 14 assists as a defenseman last year. He's a left shot. Where do you see him sliding into this draft?
Well, it'll be interesting to see if he gets picked or not. We're kind of at that point where I think everyone's sort of draft life is at stake with picks starting to run low. But you know what? He was a guy that was he was taken pretty high in the import draft. I think 25th overall by the Red Deer Rebels in 2019. And he came over and boy, did he have a lot thrown on his plate early on in his WHL career, because it was a really, really young back end that they had with the Red Deer Rebels. And then you mix in the fact that they moved out their captain, Dawson Barteau, just ahead of the trade deadline. And then basically the only veteran that they really had was Ethan Sakowicz, which was a veteran WHL defenseman, probably a 5'6" guy on a lot of WHL teams, but ended up kind of being their anchor and their leader. But aside from that, it was a real young back end, as well as Kyle Masters, their young 16-year-old defenseman, missed a lot of time with injury. So he had a lot put on his plate. He's a real smooth skater. He can transport the puck really well, and he's got a little edge to his game. He plays with a little bit of nastiness, and I really liked him as a defenseman for the Red Deer Rebels. He played a ton of minutes. And of course, when you think about the Red Deer Rebels, you got to talk about Brent Sutter and his ability to develop players, specifically defensemen. And I think he's a guy that a team would be really happy with taking at this stage in the draft. But I'm not sure quite where he would fit in with some of these teams, depending on what they've got on their boards. But he's a real good player and a defenseman I really like.
Looking at a couple of other defensemen coming from the same team, the Everett Silvertips, we've already seen Gage Concalves go in this round. Now, Ronan Seeley and Casper Puto? It's Finnish. Pudio. Between Seeley and Pudio, both defensemen put up quite similar numbers. Do you give an edge to either one of those guys?
Pretty tough to say. Pudio, I never really got to see him play with the Everett Silvertips. He came over. He was, he came into the WHL as the first overall pick in the import draft. Unfortunately, the team holding it was the Swift Current Broncos, who, when they won the WHL championship, not only did they empty the cupboards, they got rid of the cupboards as well. So, I mean, it was everything that was not buttoned down was sold off that team. So he was a player on an island in Swift Current. So I didn't really get a good rating on his game other than, it's the same sort of trademarks that you think of for a Finnish defenseman. Real smart back there, moves around the ice okay, can transport the puck. I'd really like to see how he fit in with the Everett Silvertips. I really wish I could have seen him play a lot more with them. As far as Ronan Seeley, probably a little bit more offense in his game than I would say Casper Pudio. But again, I have a hard time rating Casper's game just because they're when he passed the puck, his best bet was to go retrieve it himself a lot of times playing in Swift Current. So tough to say there. But Ronan Seeley, good steady defenseman out of Olds, Alberta. Decent size at 6 feet, probably tipping the scales around 180 pounds. But yeah, two sort of, I don't want to call them generic defensemen, but, a little vanilla, I would say. Vanilla. I guess, which is another word for generic.
More of a chocolate man myself. Now, Brennan, looking at the recap of these just first 4 rounds, is there a name still left on the board that you're surprised hasn't been called? And is there a steal left to be had in this draft?
Well, still waiting on Martin Chromiak. I mean, I had him ranked at 29, and then after Chromiak, my next best guy on the board isn't until 46 on my list. So Chromiak still being available. Little surprised. I really thought that, somebody would really want this player. He's very skilled. He's a great complimentary kind of guy. He's got size. And, the development that he's going to have with Shane Wright, I'm still very surprised that Chromiak is left on the board right now.
And we were waiting and waiting for that Detroit pick to come through, made us think it was another trade. And sure enough, it's the Vegas Golden Knights who now own the 125th selection in the NHL Draft. Have you seen details on that trade yet, Brennan?
Not quite yet. I think they're just kind of rolling in now.
Well,
just on the Martin Chromiak, the NHL Network, man, they cut to the live shot from his living room, and man, oh man, I feel for that kid because it looked like a funeral in there.
I must have missed that part.
Oh yeah, it was tough, but I think the Vegas Golden Knights have made that pick. Not Vegas him, unfortunately.
Not him. I'm still waiting on the NHL.com to reload for me, but if either of you guys have that, go ahead and announce it.
Goaltender, Jesper Vikman. That's about all I know about him.
All right, so there we go. 125th overall selection. The Golden Knights take Jesper Vikman. Brendan, can you give us any details on him? I have not seen him play.
I remember researching him briefly, and I didn't see anything that was super exciting about him. So I'm going to move on to the fact that the Oilers are up. I think they should take Chromiak here. I think they should come away with as many wingers as they can, or forwards as they can, to try to replenish that pool, because the Oilers forwards pool is just kind of lackluster. I mean, they have Raphael Lavoie, who might be Benoit Pouliot at the NHL level, kind of a second line, third line type bigger guy that can score. You have Ryan McLeod, who's got a lot of speed and tools, but you're wondering when he puts them all together. And of course, you just drafted Holloway and Savoy. So you're replenishing that forward prospect pool, trying to get cheap guys to play with McDavid and Draisaitl as you have to navigate the cap in the future. Chromiak would be another guy in that vein, but the pick is in, and they've taken another guy that I've heard some good things about.
With the 126th overall selection, the Edmonton Oilers are going to take Tyler Tullio from the USA. Played in the OHL last season, so the Oilers, with that second pick that they got from San Jose in exchange for the 76th, have taken Ty Tullio.
Well, we just talked about how the Oilers need to get forwards to replenish the pool. There are some guys that were really, really high on Tyler Tullio. He's a kind of guy that I mean, he's very versatile. He plays all the positions. He's a hard forechecker. He's the kind of guy that his speed helps propel him to the net, and he can drive the net well. The best part of his game is the edge work to get to the front of the net. He's the kind of guy that reminds one of he has potential to be maybe a 40 to 50 point player in the NHL, which is a great value for this part of the draft because of his instincts and ability. So my one friend is messaging me off the charts right now. He's like, I'm so happy we got Tyler Tullia. We had him ranked in his first round. So he's got the tools to be there for sure.
How many years do you think he is away from cracking an NHL roster?
Definitely a little bit away. I think that things still have to kind of come together for him. Like I said, he's got all the tools to be a really dominant kind of player. He had 66 points this year in Oshawa and had a nice season. But as Oshawa grows here, I think that Tomasino will probably go back. Tomasino is a great player. 19. I think that he'll have another year in him in the OHL. If Tulio can play with him on the first line and really gel, that would be really great for his development.
And we have a couple of picks back-to-back to announce. First, it's the New York Rangers, the 127th overall selection. And they have taken Evan Vierling, OHL, with the Barrie Colts. More interestingly, if we move along, is the LA Kings, player that we've been watching for a little while now. They have selected with the 128th overall pick, Martin Chromiak.
Well, I like both those picks because they were actually my next two BPA players. I had Chromiak at 29 and I had Vierling at 46. So I guess we'll talk about both of them here. In Chromiak's case, like we said, this guy's going to play with Shane Wright. He's a great complementary player, great skill player. And the LA Kings just loading up at forward. They have so many talented guys now that some of them are bound to hit. It's really good for their rebuild to have that many prospects in the system. Vierling's kind of a low-key offensive gifted guy for the Rangers. He's a pretty decent skater. He was thought of as a higher-rated prospect earlier. I remember Vierling was well regarded 2 years ago as a guy coming up. As a 15, 16-year-old. So he's got a track record of being a skilled guy, but very good skater. And he got traded halfway through the year from Flint. And I feel like that's just a kind of, I don't want to say it's a bad organization because Flint actually was pretty decent this year, in part because of Ty Dellandrea really having a breakout season for them. But it does feel like sometimes guys always are trying to get out of Flint and to try to get into other teams. That happened to Vierling as well, but he really took off when he got to Barrie. And I think the last three picks have all been guys that should have went earlier, frankly.
Well, you know what they say, there is something in the water in Flint, and it's not water, but we do have another selection that has just been made, 129th overall. It's the Anaheim Ducks, and they have taken left winger Artem Galimov from Russia. 6 feet tall, 176 pounds. Ranked about here, so a pretty predictable pick there. You interested at all in the fact that Ducks go with a Russian in the 5th round and not a Swede?
Well, first of all, I want you to look at that date of age. He's very old. In fact, I believe he's the oldest player in the draft so far. You know what the funny thing about him is? He had 23 points last year in 55 games in a full KHL year. He's already at 7 points in 12 games. This pick reminds me a little bit of Chinakhov, but Chinakhov went round 1, and Galimov is an older player, but he's also a guy that's just starting to produce in Russia right now. He goes way later. This is kind of the range I expected to see Chinakhov in. Was guys that produced in the KHL early. Hey, what if they come over and they're a scoring winger for us? This is a really good swing for the fences home run kind of pick right here.
Are you worried at all that the sample size being this year with just 12 games is a little too small in order to make this selection, or at 5th round, go ahead and swing for the fences?
Well, at least he had the entire season last year. He had a 50-game year in the KHL and he produced. So, yeah, the hot start is playing a role for a lot of prospects in this draft. You've had an entire pro season of this player where you've seen some production and you've seen some advances in his game, and you get him in round 5. Boy, this round 5 looks better than round 4, does it not?
Early on, anyways, it's starting to seem that way. So now you've had your next 2 top players off the board with Tulio and Kromiak. Who else now available is the best player in your opinion?
Well, I have to look down my list here, but the quick look, and just from what I know, it might be a couple of guys that I think that we can get more insight on from Andrew, because the next couple guys on my list are all guys from the WHL. In fact, the next 4 are all from the WHL. A couple of them are D-men. Ronan Seeley, we talked about him earlier. Simon Kubicek, who actually played in the Czech Republic for the World Juniors and scored a goal there. Alex Cotton, who we talked about as well. And the small forward, who I'd love to hear from Andrew on, is Connor McLennan.
Yeah, Connor McLennan, he was a 2nd overall pick in the WHL Bantam draft. But, yeah, he's slight. He's not very big, 5'8", probably around 155, 160 pounds. And this year was interesting because it was the first year, obviously, that the Kootenay Ice had relocated from Cranbrook to Winnipeg. And making matters worse for the good people of Cranbrook was they had a really good year, which was pretty few and far between for a number of years while the team was still in Cranbrook. And a big part of it was Connor McLennan early on in the year, because Peyton Krebs obviously had that torn Achilles tendon, and he wasn't able to join the team until I think it was late November, early December that he was able to start really playing for the Winnipeg Ice. And so, I mean, they did do really good in the import draft, specifically bringing Michael Tepley in to help out. Owen Peterson, another guy that's available in this draft from Stony Plain, he helped out. But Connor McLennan did some really good things. He saw his offensive numbers really take off this year with 49 points in 42 games. And that's another interesting thing about McLennan was the 42 games, because I'm just trying to quickly check to see when the injury occurred. Just about halfway through January, he ended up breaking his collarbone and didn't play for the rest of the year. And then, interestingly enough, had signed in Sweden back in August or early September. I think with hopes of being able to play some games over there and having some scouts see him a few more times before this draft. But obviously that wasn't going to be allowed to take place, as the Winnipeg Ice weren't going to release his rights. So that ended up not working out. But he's a highly skilled player, very quick moving skater with a lot of offensive skill in his game. And boy, it would have been really nice to see him and Krebs and Tepley all together. But unfortunately, that only happened for about a month. So, and the one other thing I will preface this by saying, when I talk about the Winnipeg Ice, they played the Edmonton Oil Kings 4 times this past year. They scored 2 goals. So I didn't see a lot of offensive production from these great players, but looking at the stats he did put up, he really showed well this year, I thought, in the time that he was healthy.
Still waiting on New Jersey to make their selection, 130th overall. It's going to make me think that they've probably traded that pick as we reach the 5-minute mark without a pick being made. Now, Andrew, before we let you go, so we've covered a lot of WHL players, a lot of forwards. Now, can we just take one last look at the Edmonton Oil Kings before we let you go, and a couple of the other players that are still available to be drafted in this draft?
Yeah, I think, I mean, if I'm being 100% honest, obviously I want to see them all get drafted, but I think Josh Williams is probably your best bet to see another Oil King taken. 2nd-year eligible guy, but I think he really turned into the player that everybody thought he was a couple of years ago, and the pandemic shortened season, it hurt him the most because he was really heating up, and the Oil Kings looked like they were about to go on another deep playoff run, potentially making it all the way to the WHL final, but that obviously never came to fruition. But he'd be the guy that I would keep an eye on. He can shoot the puck extremely well. He's strong. He's big. Maybe just the foot speed, a bit of an issue, but aside from that, that's something that's correctable. I think he'd be a really good player, and he's going to be a integral part of the Oil Kings should we play this next season. That's a guy I got my fingers crossed for. Svanbergs is the mystery. We don't know a lot about him. He's from Latvia. He shoots right. He's big. He's strong. He shoots the puck hard. So we'll see if that translates into anything. But he's another 01 birth date guy, so that'll be interesting to see. And the big year for the Oil Kings draft wise is definitely going to be next year with Dylan Guenther and Sebastian Cossa being guys that we might not even be able to talk about on day 2 because they might be done in day 1 of that draft.
All right. Well, thank you, Andrew. I appreciate all the insight and the time you've given us today. I know you got an appointment, so we can let you run away to that.
My pleasure. I appreciate you guys having me on. This was a lot of fun, and keep up the great work. Ryan Thompson, that's the guy I'll say, goaltender from Lethbridge, big goaltender, imposing goaltender. I really like him, and hoping to see someone take a pick on him.
All right, we'll keep an eye on Thompson going on to this draft. Thanks, Andrew.
Appreciate it, guys.
All right, we have another pick to announce here. It's the 130th selection. The New Jersey will hold on to that pick after taking their sweet time, and they will select Artem Schlane, another Shattuck St. Mary prep product. Now, Brennan, what can you tell me about him?
Oh, I can't say too much in terms of really having a high upside. We're at the point of the draft where unless you picked in the first 5 picks of the 5th round, which apparently was full of steals and guys that were wondering why they lasted this long, we might be going back to the high school stash. Maybe they're in the bottom 6. Maybe they turn a corner type of guys. That's another Artem Schlane type of guy. Now, he's a really good passer. And he lit up Shattuck St. Mary's and actually didn't do too well in his USHL Cup of Coffee. But saying that, he played for the U.S. at the Hlinka, and I think he was their worst forward. Like, I didn't notice him at all in any good way, shape, or form. So it's definitely kind of a wait-and-see type of pick.
And we have our next pick already ready to go. It's the Buffalo Sabres, who are selecting 131st overall. They're going to take Matteo Costantini, a former Buffalo Junior Sabre, so they're staying a bit in-house with that pick. Former Penticton V, so we have our first former BCHLer chosen in this draft after 3 AJHLers. Starting to open up the floodgates for more junior hockey in Canada. Do you think we could see some MJ and SJ and more AJ guys start going here now with the final 80 picks or so?
Yeah, well, for sure, especially for guys that are going to be playing in college, like those stash type of players. And he actually hasn't even played in the BCHL yet. I actually had him ranked on my list because he lit up the OJHL for the Buffalo Junior Sabres, but Costantini's a really good project to take a run at. He's got good speed. He's a really young player. Wasn't born until August. Won Rookie of the Year and the Top Prospect Award, and was drafted in the USHL entry draft. So they wanted to bring him over there, but he's going to go the college route eventually to the University of North Dakota, which is a great program. So this is a nice pick by the Sabres, a guy that played for the Junior Sabres.
And as we let Andrew go, of course, a bold move has been brought in by the Detroit Red Wings. And that's Alex Cotton of the Lethbridge Hurricanes, 6'2", 275-pound defenseman. This is a player that you were pretty high on, as well as future considerations in NHL Central Scouting. He gets picked 132nd overall. Do you think this is a steal for the Detroit Red Wings?
Yeah, the 5th round steals continue. This is a really nice pick by the Wings. Alex Cotton was a guy that last year was pretty much not a draftable player. You saw nothing in the game. And then all of a sudden, Kalen Addison goes to the World Juniors. And he also has a bit of an injury. And here comes Alex Cotton, and he comes in the lineup, and he you don't really expect much from him, and he really shined. I mean, he really put an offensive role out there, and I think that he has a lot of skill and talent that if you're going to take a gamble on an overager in the 5th round, this is the guy. He also has a big shot. He can really shoot it from the point.
So now we get ready. We get set for... Oh, and look at that. 2 new picks coming right in. The Winnipeg Jets. They have selected Anton Johansson, the very slight 5'9", 154 pounds. And he won't be the only small skater that just got grabbed, that defenseman. Now, Brennan, when you see a player that's 5'9", you don't necessarily get scared. But then you hear a defenseman and you hear 154 pounds, and you have to wonder how long that development track is going to be for Anton Johansson. Do you think he's a player that even plays in the league in the next 3 seasons?
I'm not sure, but we're at the point where you're taking gambles, 5th round picks, and this, like I said, this round has been really good actually for these types of players in order to these guys that have high skill, high ability, that maybe have a size issue or a strength issue. If you can build them up, maybe they become a steal. This is one of those guys. This is a guy that and we're to the next pick. I'm going to talk about the next pick and lump them in here. The Rangers took Brett Peard with this pick. It's kind of the same exact deal. We're looking at a guy who's, once again, smaller, had a bit of a skating / strength issue, but the upside is great with him. He's a very, very skilled, young, top 6 kind of forward. In Johansson's case, he's a very, very skilled, young, smaller, skilled defenseman. These guys could end up being steals for you in the right organizations because they had just as much skill as the guy in the 2nd round. They were missing one little element to their game.
Seems like we've almost selected the entire roster from the National Team Development Program of the U.S., but I think it's a little easier to take a flyer on a forward who's smaller and a slighter than it is to take a defenseman in that same range. Brett Berard, I haven't seen a lot of him play, but is it the speed? Is it the hands? What is it that separates him?
For me, it's the vision, which Berard's ability to play make on the ice is really good. He's a guy that he's really strong on the puck despite his size. He can really navigate tight quarters well. He was kind of inconsistent with the National Development Program this year, but when he was on, and I thought that he had moments where he outshone Bordelot, who went in the 2nd round. Committed to Providence College as well, a really good program. I like the pick right now.
Getting set for the Nashville Predators to make their next selection. They've taken a couple of defensemen with their last couple of picks. Are we going to see them continue along that stride? We've seen them take a goaltender in the 1st round, a defenseman now. It's fair to say that the Nashville Predators, more than anything, they need some forwards up front. We talked earlier about Eli Tolvanen and how he hasn't exactly panned out the way that most scouts thought he would. Is it time now for the Predators to take a flyer on somebody with a little more offensive upside who others might not be looking at?
Well, that's what everybody else has been doing in this round. Everybody else in this round has been picking up guys that have offensive skill and talent, and we're kind of at the point where it's like, why not? And Nashville probably needs it more than any of the other teams, so I don't blame them at all for maybe going in that route, but we'll see. Very interesting, by the way, to mention, I just want to kind of throw this out there. Elliot Friedman's reporting that Nick Cousins will not be qualified by the Vegas Golden Knights. Vegas, of course, has pretty much no money, and they want to spend. So with Nick Cousins not being qualified, that's a really good number 3 center that just hit the market as a UFA.
Who do you see him as a good fit for?
There's a guy the Oilers might want to look at. You know, the Oilers, they need a number 3 centerman. There's not a lot of guys in the market. It's going to cost you money to go get Eric Halla. It's going to cost you money to go get a guy like even Mikko Koivu, the veteran, who I've heard is more likely going to the Eastern Conference. But Nick Cousins, you might get a bit of a value player there. And he looked pretty good for me in the playoffs when he had moments where they really used him everywhere in the third or the fourth line.
No chance that the Minnesota Wild continue to collect third-line centers, hoping to turn them into something else, like a Voltron. You put 5 together and you might get yourself one good one?
Well, I mean, you never know. I think they're definitely trying to smush as many things as they can together. I mean, there's a game called, is it Inside? It's called Inside. It's a great game. It's all black and white, and as a video game, and there's this kind of scene where they all these people kind of smush together and become one. That's what Minnesota's trying to do. It's going to be the biggest committee of all time.
And we do have a pick to announce, the 135th selection. Philadelphia Flyers making this pick, and it is Elliot Desnoyers, the Halifax Moosehead. Now Halifax Moosehead.
Yeah, so Nashville trades this pick out. So Philly liked this player that they had on the board, and they felt like they needed to trade up to get him. I don't know much about him, to be honest. He didn't come up in my research too much. He's a guy that really doesn't have any offensive ability to his name. He's definitely a bottom 6 guy already at the NHL level. He has a motor. He can skate. He had a good start for Halifax, but I don't know a ton about him. Honestly, he's not really a guy that stood out to me in any way prior to the draft.
I think you always have to worry about when it comes to QMJHLers, especially ones that don't put up points, is that's already a league that doesn't have a lot of great shooters and a lot of great scorers. It's more of a defensive league with your few stars here and there. And it's always hard to judge goaltenders, I find, to come out of the QMJHL because the shooters aren't so strong. So, I mean, if he put up 35 points in 61 games last year as an O2 born, there's obviously some room for growth heading into next season. But, I'm always just wary of those QMJHLers that don't get off to a hot scoring start. And I wonder if their ceiling actually does get to increase. So we'll keep an eye on Elliot Desnoyers, as quite a few Flyers fans follow us today. And moving forward, and we have a new draft pick. It's the Montreal Canadiens with the 136th overall pick. They will take Jacob Dobes, or Jakob Dobes. Pardon my Czech.
Well, we kind of thought that Montreal might take a goalie at some point. This is one of those kind of, you're hoping that he's one thing and not the other. And by that, I mean, he played in the NAHL for Topeka, and he was dominant for a couple of games there. He looked like he was a true prospect, and he had something cooking. Went to the USHL, and he didn't do a lot. But he's a stash. You wait for him to go to Ohio State. You see what happens. He has goalie size, so he's an NHL goalie in that way. I thought we'd actually see more of these types of picks as we kept going. So I'm a little surprised that it's taken a while for this kind of pick. And I'm also a little surprised that they didn't go with Devin Levi, who I felt like the Canadian was right there for them to pick. Someone else is going to get a steal there at some point because he's definitely getting drafted today.
Looking down at our next couple of teams, Florida, the Oilers, Pittsburgh, Carolina, 2 teams specifically out of those 4, Panthers and Carolina, are teams that are looking for goaltenders that don't have a lot coming through. Do you think Carolina is a team that could take a swing at him?
Yeah, I mean, Devin Levi comes out really well analytically, so Carolina would be very well off to take that kind of gamble. And also the Toronto Maple Leafs would be a team that I could see taking a kind of gamble like that as well, because Toronto's draft so far has been really focused on nailing it, but also guys that will be around for a long period of time. I think that Villeneuve was the only guy they took out of junior so far. So I think that those are 2 teams to watch for him.
Florida Panthers on the clock. We'll wait to see who they select. The Panthers, a bit of an interesting case with goaltender Spencer Knight that they took last year. Where do you think the development track is for Spencer Knight, and especially when you look at Sergei Bobrovsky, a goaltender signed for 7 more seasons? Do you think it's wise for them to take another goaltender, take another flyer out on somebody, or is it just best to try and stock up somewhere else, like their sparse forwards or their dwindling defense?
Well, there were teams that were asking Florida about Spencer Knight and if they would trade him because they had Bobrovsky under contract. And Florida said no to teams asking for Knight. And they actually put Bobrovsky on the trade block about a week after that, which obviously he's not moving anywhere. His salary is way too much. But I think that Florida could always use a little bit of depth in goal because Bobrovsky might end up being LTIR down the road if he's still not playing so well. I expect maybe a surgery to happen and then, here we go. And it's nice to have that kind of depth because I don't think Spencer Knight is a guaranteed goalie. I know he was a first-round pick, but he didn't always impress me. And look at the New Jersey Devils, for example. They have Blackwood. He's playing great, but they considered Askarov, and they ended up drafting Nico Dawes. Having depth, not a problem. Look at the New York Rangers. Shesterkin and Georgiev, they have both of those guys. That's pretty good.
And they still took another goaltender in this draft as well.
Absolutely.
So
I think that
it never hurts to have more. It never hurts to have more than what you need, I suppose. As Florida taken a while to make this pick, maybe that's one that might be on the move. Flipping through the NHL Central Scouting here now, every player that was supposed to be in the top 30 of each, according to them, has been gone. Who is the number one left prospect on the board in your eyes, Klak?
Well, for me, it's still, I think, Ronan Seeley. I mean, it's still some of those WHL players, and I think you might see those guys wait until round 7 to take some of them because just because of there's sometimes it's about keeping a player for longer term versus having them for only 2 more years, and you have to make a call on them whether or not they play for your junior team or not, or for your minor league team or not. So, I mean, I have a lot of WHLers left on the board that I'm kind of waiting on to see if they go. And then after them, there is one guy out of the U.S. development program that I did like, and that was Jacob Truscott, who was a very safe 4-5 defenseman type guy. And I am waiting for him to get picked as well because some of his teammates got picked that have a lower upside than him. So I guess we'll see where this goes, but all the real high upside guys are now gone for me.
I know we talked a little bit about Tyler Tullio a little earlier, the Oshawa player. He's got a teammate that's ranked just below him, Oliver Sonny. Do you see him as a potential fit in this draft?
I had heard his name before. He's kind of a unique player because he's a Finnish player, good forechecker, has the size, NHL size and defensive ability, but I don't know if the high-end skill is there for him. He's not really a guy that really has any trait that impresses you on a given night. So, seeing that, maybe that's why he's not being picked right now. At least Tullio, the skill is very evident with him. So it was a guy that you're waiting on and really can't believe he made it to round 5. But in Suni's case, it's kind of what is he going to be at the NHL level? And that's the question.
For me, I'm looking at the rest of the skaters in this draft and trying to find someone with skill, the most skill left in here. And every time I keep coming back to Alex Young, formerly of the Canmore Eagles. That's a player who AJHL. He should be the last AJHLer picked in this draft, barring Kabore Dunn possibly getting selected in the later round. But that's a strong player, works on the puck. He's always around the net. Do you have a player in your eyes that has a lot of raw skill that maybe won't go until the later rounds that you think should be going in maybe even the 4th, if not this 5th round?
I'm waiting on Carson Rischels a little bit. Carson Rischels is a high school player, so he's a guy that you expect to kind of go in this range because of the fact you can stash him, but he's 6'4", 220 pounds, big guy. He can move around the ice. He can score goals. He was just very good in high school. I think he had 52 points in 25 games there. Going to the University of New Hampshire, he's a guy that I ranked highly out of the high school type prospects. Still kind of waiting on him, but he really has a good power forward game to him. He's hard to knock off the puck, and I'm waiting on him as a raw guy that could develop.
And it seems we have a trade. The Florida Panthers will not be selecting 137th. That will now be the Toronto Maple Leafs that do. We were waiting a while for that pick to come through. Now we know why. Trade call has been made, and the Toronto Maple Leafs have made their selection as well. Dmitry Ovechnikov. Pretty close to Ovechkin. Not exactly the same spelling. 02 born, 5'10", 160 pounds. Ranked anywhere from 117th to 172nd by future considerations. Maple Leafs jump up and take him in the 5th round. Clearly there's something that they really like about this player. Can you tell me anything about him?
He was ranked as a sleeper for me. He's a guy that a couple people I talked to said to watch out for this kid, so I did. He's already, once again, the Toronto Maple Leafs taking a guy who's already played KHL games. They're trying to take more guys from pro. He had about a point per game in the MHL last year, but he's quite skilled, shows a lot of talent there. He's a kind of guy that is fast, flashy, but sometimes with the Russian players, you don't get the two-way game, and he brings a two-way game. I think he really showed a good level of back check and defensive ability, and at his size, because he's a smaller player, you like seeing that kind of tenacity. So overall, the Leafs taking a pretty good gamble at this pick. I think it's quite worth it considering we're in the 5th round and no one's grabbed a guy of his skill.
Next up is the Edmonton Oilers. They pick 138th. I think they've had a pretty impressive draft as far as filling the forwards cupboards go in this one. Do you see them moving on to defensemen or maybe a goalie they might want to take a flyer on now that they've already grabbed a couple of forwards early on here?
Well, I'd answer, but they already made the pick, and they're going back to the forwards.
And the Edmonton Oilers
forward Maxim Berezkin.
That was a player highly ranked on the international skaters side of things. Berezkin, as I'm just taking a look, was 23rd overall rated by international skaters. Are you a bit surprised that he falls all the way down to this 5th round? I keep feeling like we keep talking about steals to come out of here. I know he's an 01 birthday, which will play a bit of a factor in that. But are you surprised to see him fall all the way down to the Oilers here at 138?
I'm not super surprised. I had him ranked for most of the year, and I kind of took him off my list near the end. But he does have a lot of skill in his game, another winger that the Oilers probably see the potential in. He's also just really big. He's a big guy. He doesn't take any crap. He can really throw his weight around. So he's already had an assist in the KHL this year so far in 7 games, but he actually had a pretty good year in junior last year. And overall, I mean, if you're going to take a 5th round gamble on a guy, I'm down for this kind of pick.
Now, you mentioned that he's fallen in and out of your draft list. What are some of the factors that contribute to a player coming in and out? Is it an IQ thing? Is it a speed? What is it about his game that you do like and then don't like as well?
For me, a little bit of speed. I think he really needs to improve on his skating. Sometimes he can be kind of a guy that lugs around, but the thing is, he definitely like just being hard to knock off the puck. I don't think his speed is that bad. It's not like an undraftable bad, and I think that he just needs a little bit of time in the KHL to really develop that. But another part about his game is a little thing that you have to be worried about would be that his defensive game. He's not a two-way player. This is not a guy that's going to wow you defensively, or you're going to be able to put on the PK. So if you're going to draft him, you need to have room for him to be in your top 6 or be in a top 9 spot. But you're in round 5. That offensive potential can be unlocked. And for that reason, it's definitely a good gamble to take.
Next up on the draft board, it is the Pittsburgh Penguins. We've seen them make a trade today, Matt Murray, for a second-round pick and a prospect as well. They've taken 2 goaltenders in this draft. Do you think they make it 3? And who is the best left goaltender available?
Sorry, 1 second. I made a tweet that I went, oh yeah, Troy Stetcher will not be qualified by the Canucks, and he'll be a free agent on July 1st. Because it feels like July 1st. It feels like free agency is coming. But anyway, yeah, Troy Stetcher will be on the market. He's not being qualified by Vancouver, and that's a pretty big name to be added to the UFA market from the RFA standpoint. So apologize, but can you repeat the question?
I was just asking now that Pittsburgh, they're up on the clock. They've taken 2 goaltenders so far. They've traded Matt Murray. Do you see them taking a 3rd goaltender in this spot?
Oh, I hope they do, because then we can just wonder what the hell they're doing. I hope that they do something like that. I mean, to me, their draft's been a little bit confusing, although I do like Gruden. I think that Gruden was a nice guy to get in the trade for Matt Murray, potential bottom 6 forward for them pretty quickly here. I mean, to me, they need something. They need somebody with skill here. They need somebody with skill, and pretty soon.
We'll keep refreshing the page, see if Pittsburgh does end up making that selection, or if this is going to be another traded pick, as we've seen most of the times that we have to wait more than a couple of minutes. It's been dealt somewhere else. Take a look just through the rest of this. Now, one thing I wanted to ask you, I didn't include in that last question, is who is the best goaltender still available?
It's Devin Levi. Devin Levi is the best goaltender still available. Like I said, he has great statistics. Craig Button thinks he might make the World Junior team. I don't know why he hasn't been picked yet. He's going to college right away here too.
Well, continue to update, see where he goes as we just get past the halfway part of the 5th round.
By the way, it's now 3 o'clock, which means that the qualifying offer deadline has passed. So you're going to hear a lot of guys who are RFAs start becoming UFAs. A couple of those guys so far in the last 5 minutes have included Troy Stetcher, Tyler Boyd from the Tyler Boyd, man.
From the Cincinnati
Bengals. It's hard multitasking, man. It's hard. Travis Boyd and Mark Jankowski from the Calgary Flames. He has been not qualified. He'll become a UFA.
And that was a pick a couple of years ago when he went 22nd overall, I believe. A lot of people went, who is Mark Jankowski out of high school? So that the experiment there in Calgary seems to be over. Out of those names that you listed, which is the most surprising not to receive a qualifying offer?
I think the most surprising is actually that Toronto has not qualified Jeremy Bracco, which they just announced right now. That's a little bit of a weird one. Bracco's a guy I thought might be some cheap depth for them on the wing if they traded a guy away, but instead he becomes a UFA, and I think he still has a lot of skill for a team to maybe take a gamble on. That's probably the most surprising.
And as we were talking about the weight in the selection from the Pittsburgh Penguins, they have traded that pick to the Colorado Avalanche. And the Avalanche will use that to select Ryder Rolston. Oh, Klak, please don't tell me he's related to Brian Rolston.
Well, just scroll down the Elite Prospects page and you'll be able to see at the bottom there. They actually showed that on EliteProspects.com, which, by the way, if we're using the website, and again, we give them a shout out because they're an excellent resource. And as you see right there, Brian Rolston is Ryder Rolston's dad.
Yeah, it might as well be my son. It's an 01 birthday
really
on him, Halloween,
player.
So he's a scary player. How much do you know about Ryder Rolston? He's got some NHL bloodlines, clearly. He's got a brother named Stone, which is incredible.
Really good energy player. Not much more than that for me. Probably a 4th-line player if he makes the league, but he's got the tenacity of his dad for sure. He likes to hit pucks, hound guys, physical player. a lot of energy. At this point in the draft, I can see the Avalanche liking another guy with speed that can throw in their bottom 6 for cheap when the contracts pile up a little bit later.
Do you have any of the details coming through yet on that trade between Colorado and Pittsburgh? What did Pittsburgh or what did Colorado give back for the 139th pick?
Yeah, it's 149 and 211 going to Pittsburgh for 139. So an extra 7th round pick just thrown in there to Pittsburgh's way.
Easy enough to make the deal, and Pittsburgh only has to move down 10 spots to acquire that as well. So now it's Carolina on the board. Carolina has this pick, and I don't believe they pick again until the 7th round. I'm just doing my double checks as I say that. And yes, Carolina, they don't have a pick until, creeping down, until 199, and then they pick at 208 as well. So they have 2 7th round picks, but this Carolina won't have a chance to select in the 6th round. So now is the time for them to really take a swing on a player, because they're not going to be able to grab him until the 7th round unless they really, really feel like they have a player that's going to slide all the way down there. Carolina, I thought, has had one of the better drafts so far here. I really like that Seth Jarvis pick from the 1st round, and then they get Noel Gunler. Carolina is a team that is slowly becoming is going to become an offensive juggernaut with Svechnikov and Aho and Niederreiter, Martin Neckish coming up. How scary is this Carolina team going to be in the future?
They're already scary now to me. It's not just the future, but it's that Svechnikov's figured it out. It's that a guy like Warren Fogle provides so much speed already. Overall, I think that Carolina probably is already in their cup window right now, and the biggest problem with them is probably the goaltending. And that's what I really need them to address in order for them to really take that next level. You're not going to win a cup with Peter Mrazek and James Reimer. You might win a cup with Jacob Markstrom. You might win a cup with a young developing goalie that you have in your system that you can look after and really kind of move with. And Carolina has cycled through so many goalies in the last few years. You remember Scott Darling? You thought that should have worked out better, and it did not. That's, for me, the one big thing. And they're hoping that they can develop a guy like Pyotr Kochetkov, who they took in the 2nd round last year, as their future guy. But I'm pretty sure that if Askarov made it to their pick, they were going to take him. I'm 99% sure he was their guy.
I would have to think so as well. But when you look at trade targets for Carolina as far as goaltending go, do you think a name like Marc-Andre Fleury might be a stopgap for them in net?
Well, all the word I heard yesterday was that the Carolina Hurricanes were trying to be used as a third party to facilitate Fleury money, but that it wasn't working out. I don't think the Canes have a lot of interest in Fleury right now, and also Fleury's pretty old. Like I don't know if I would gamble on that guy to be my everyday starter from here on out. I think he has to be in a good system where he can platoon, and Vegas is that system. It's just they really need to move out money, and he wants to be the starter. So I'm not sure if it's going to work out. I think Carolina, though, they just need like a solid 60-game kind of starter to really take the reins and steal them a game or two. But otherwise, they're really well built.
Who is the target? I know you mentioned Jacob Markstrom, but are there any other names that you would look at if you were the Hurricanes?
I would have a really hard look at for them, just kind of trying to think of who's available. And I think Darcy Kemper is the number one name on my list. If Arizona trades Kemper or Ranta even, I think both of those goalies are really high quality, but Kemper's the real prize. And Arizona needing picks in 2021, maybe they trade their first for Kemper. I think both teams might win out of that.
Speaking of trades, the Carolina Hurricanes have traded the 140th overall selection to the LA Kings. So Carolina, who had 2 7ths and no 6th, they will trade away that 5th round pick. Do you have any trade details yet?
Yeah, it'll be, I was actually trying to tweet it as I was talking there. It's the 140th overall pick to LA for 159 and a 2021 7th round pick. And with the pick, the LA Kings select Ben Meehan.
Ben Meehan, Hockey East, committed to UMass Lowell for this season. He's an 01 birthday, so he's a bit of an overager. 6 foot, 190 pounds, though. A left shot. LA, I know we talked about them needing to grab some defensemen. He's going to be behind Hag on the depth chart, on the prospect chart. But where do you see him pegging in the LA Kings farm system?
He's, a kind of a once again 5'6" defenseman type if you're hoping, and a guy that you can kind of leave in Lowell for 4 years, see how he develops, and maybe bring him in later as cheap depth. There's not a ton of upside with him, but he's a guy that you might be able to use.
And the Chicago Blackhawks have wasted no time. They have made their selection 141st overall. That'll be Isaac Phillips, the Canadian defenseman playing for the Sudbury Wolves. So it's our third Sudbury Wolf taken in today's draft. He's got Canadian and Jamaican heritage. I wonder if that's one of the first NHL players taken from with Jamaican background.
Well, I mean, the last Jamaican I can remember was Jermaine Lowen, who played for the Kamloops Blazers, who Dallas selected and then decided not to send a bona fide offer to the next year. Now, generally, every prospect gets a bona fide offer, and it's just easy paperwork, but sometimes one or two do not, and they get released only a year after they were drafted. That's what happened to Jermaine Lowen. He's now with the Vegas Golden Knights minor league organization. So that's the last guy I can remember on that front. But I don't know much about Isaac Phillips other than that he wasn't a guy that really stood out for me on my radar.
Chicago already has a pile of defensemen in the weeds waiting, including an Ian Mitchell. Isaac Phillips, is this a guy you see them just kind of putting away for a couple of years and just hoping he pans out? Or is there some actual hope with him as a prospect? I know we don't know that much about him.
Well, it's another one of those guys where you're maybe hoping a 5 or 6 defenseman comes out of it. I mean, the Blackhawks are loaded on D a little bit, so you're kind of wondering who is he going to pass? Is he going to pass Ian Mitchell, Adam Boquist, Nicola Beaudin? No. So he's kind of cheap depth just in case someone gets hurt and maybe he rises up and has some nice development this season.
Arizona Coyotes are next on the board. They have the 142nd pick, and they have just made that. It'll be Carson Bantle from the WCHA, committed to Michigan Tech for this year. Played in the BioSteel. He's an 02 birthday, 6'4", 200 pounds. Have you had a chance to watch him? I see he's ranked 75 by McKean, and so that's a pretty good rating. What part of his game do you think that they're in love with?
I actually had Carson Bantle near the bottom of my rankings, and I know that sounds bad, like, oh, he's at the bottom of your rankings. But no, that means that he made the list. I think that he's a very interesting kind of prospect. Carson's kind of a really bigger body, 6'4", but he can still move around, which is good. He actually does have skating ability. He's going to Michigan Tech in 2021. Point per game player for Madison, and he was considered a pretty key player for them. But I remember in the Hlinka, he just went kind of nuts. Like, he got really mad one game, and when the States were out of it, he just started kind of trying to get under the opponent's skin and battling, and that's when I took more of a notice to him. He's going to be an annoying player to play against, but he's really big and strong. He's a guy that you're not going to be able to knock off the puck. So he's exactly what you want in a fourth-line center type of player. So I do think he has a decent chance of making the league and being a bit of a menace.
And we have another pick to announce. It's the Calgary Flames this time. They've selected Ryan Francis from the QMJHL, Cape Breton Eagle, in the 2020-21 season. He is an 01 birthday, but it is a very late birthday. He's December born, 5'9", 176 pounds. His rankings are all over the place, anywhere from 76 to 193. When you have this kind of disparity on a player and no real insight, because it looks like everyone's just got him at a different spot, what do you think about the Beaver Bank Nova Scotia product?
Well, the thing with Ryan Francis is that he's super skilled. Uh, I'm surprised he's still around. Like, I didn't rank him because I was worried about his skating. But at the same time, he had really nice point numbers. And Calgary's not afraid of taking small players. They took Matthew Phillips a few years ago, and that looks like it's panning out for them. He's been a really good prospect. So if there's any team that's going to take that kind of gamble, it is Calgary. He's got great vision, great hands. In another, maybe 5 years ago, I would have put him really high on my draft list, but I've just kind of deprioritized some guys. I was worried about their speed and strength, and I do worry about him a little bit, but you could do worse in this part of the draft.
And the Canucks have made their next pick as well, 144th overall. It's Jacob Truscott from the National Team Development Program, committed to Michigan. And these national team guys, they just keep flying off the boards in these later rounds.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Truscott was a guy that I already talked about earlier, right? He was a kind of a number 4 or 5 defenseman prospect, one of the better players on the U.S. development team. I felt like that he had more to give. And as far as, drafting him at this point in the draft, I kind of feels like he's a safer bet. He feels like he's a safe defenseman, makes the right play. Reminds me a little bit of Matt Benning, actually. Kind of gives you some puck moving and a little bit of physical play and a guy you can slot in on that bottom pair.
And with any luck, he'll be waived by the Oilers, just like Matt Benning. We have another pick to announce. The Columbus Blue Jackets have made their selection at 145. And Klak, I would love for you to take a swing at this one.
Nope, there's no way. This is your job. You're doing it.
All right, with the 145th selection, the Columbus Blue Jackets have selected Ole Julian Bjorgovic-Holm.
Hey, that was a pretty good attempt.
5 times fast. You know what? It was actually easier than I was looking at it for a man with 4 names. OHL player. He comes from Mississauga, Norwegian-born. So I think that's our first Norwegian that's been taken here in this draft, and that's in the 5th round. So congratulations to him, the pride of Norway, Ole Julian Bjorgovic-Holm.
I don't know much about him, to be quite honest. A Norwegian player who, big, guy that is defensive. He might be able to provide you with a bottom pairing type thing. Columbus actually took a Norwegian a long time ago by the name of Ole Christian Tollefsen, and he ended up playing a couple games. This reminds me of that. It's almost like the spiritual successor.
I know nothing about the player, so it's hard for me to make a judgment on him. 6'3", 201-pound defenseman. There's a lot to like there. Just looking at the hockey DB, and he's only an 18-year-old, so obviously he's got some room to grow. He could be anywhere between 6'4", 6'5", and 225 by the time it's all said and done. But is he a good skater? Is he smart with the puck? That is yet to be determined. We're waiting for the St. Louis Blues to make their selection at 146. We will be joined shortly by Sherwood Park Crusaders head coach Adam Manna. He's going to answer some questions that we have about Michael Benning and Carter Savoy. And then we will get out of here concluding that.
Sweet. I'm going to break a little bit of interesting news as well. The Buffalo Sabres have not qualified Dominic Cahoon, who becomes a free agent on Friday. Cahoon was a guy they just traded for in the Connor Sheary deal. And he's kind of a smart player. Like, I actually think this is a weird move. Why would you not qualify a guy who can help your top 9 like Cahoon can? Buffalo doesn't have a lot of depth. A little weird.
Buffalo is a team that does things a little differently than the rest of the NHL. I mean, they cleaned house during this offseason with their coaching staff and the G. Like, it's always a mess in Buffalo. Dominic Cahoon, though, that's a player. Like, he's an NHL player. He's a top 9 NHL player at that, to boot. So that's a little bit surprising from the Sabres camp. Maybe there's room to make a move there for them. They're looking at moving somebody in, or it's a free agent they're trying to bring. That's the best guess I have as to why the Sabres are operating the way they choose to.
Definitely an odd decision. that seems like a lot of people are surprised about in the hockey world right now, especially considering that they qualified and re-signed, guys like Jonas Johansson, guys that are fringe NHL players, and yet they let go of Cahoon. Keep in mind, though, Buffalo did qualify Brandon Montour, who we wondered about whether he would get one or not because of his higher qualifying offer, but they rightly did. I think Montour is still quite a decent defenseman. I think he's at least a number 4 mobile offensive kind of guy.
As we continue, that's a player they traded a first-round pick and a prospect for, so you'd hope they kept him around. As we motor along through this fifth round, we're now joined by Sherwood Park Crusaders head coach Adam Manna. Adam, thanks for joining us today.
Hey, appreciate you guys having me on. Thanks.
So, pretty big day for the Crusaders as an organization. 2 players selected in the 4th round. Michael Brennan goes to the Florida Panthers, and Carter Savoy, the hometown boy, goes to the Edmonton Oilers. Were those 2 teams that you had expressed interest in either player beforehand? You had a conversation with either GM from that side?
Well, actually, the Oilers were showing heavy interest in both those guys throughout the season, and so we kind of had an inkling that they would take one of them. We didn't obviously know if they were going to get both because it's pretty tough to get both those guys, especially when they're so close together in the ranking chart. But Florida, I didn't speak with them personally. Kyle, our GM, may have been in contact more with them than myself or Jeff. But obviously, for us, we're pretty excited that both those guys are getting an opportunity to go, to go to Edmonton and Florida, and it's going to be a great opportunity for them to continue to develop in Denver, and then join those teams' farm systems and go from there.
Starting with Michael Benning, what part of his game is really going to translate well into the NHL style of play?
Well, for Mike, it's just his natural ability. I mean, he's a great skater. He's got good vision. And I think just the way he plays the game is today's type of player, especially on the back end. I mean, he's active in the rush. He's got good instincts with and without the puck. He knows when to jump up. He knows when to kind of hold pat and stay in a good defensive position. And then obviously on the offensive side, I mean, what he does with the puck on the power play, 5-on-5 in the offensive zone, that's stuff that's tough to teach. So, I mean, that's his natural ability, and that's why he's at where he's at. And obviously we were pretty spoiled having him on our back end, and now those skills and his attributes will be able to translate into the University of Denver, and then hopefully for the Florida Panthers one day.
You mentioned that skill is hard to teach. Another thing that's hard to teach is scoring 50 goals, and Carter Savoy has done just that in the AJHL. What do you think his ceiling is in the NHL, and what's another part of his game that scouts have been really impressed with, aside from the goal scoring?
Well, I think, in terms of what the scouts see, in Carter, it would have to be how he's such a competitor. I mean, with and without the puck. He doesn't get fazed by guys trying to run him out of the rink, trying to get under his skin. I mean, nothing seemed to faze him in the last 2 years. And I mean, for him, it's just his competitive nature and the way when he does have the puck, the way he shields it, the way he protects it, the way he can, stick handle his way out of a corner. I mean, it's impressive. A lot of guys don't have that kind of patience and poise with the puck. And that ability to protect it so well. So I mean, Carter is just so good in those those little areas of the game, and that's what makes him so good with the puck and so dynamic that he becomes dangerous every time he has it on his stick. And then on top of that, I mean, he put up 53 in our league last year, and he's a natural goal scorer. He can set him up. I mean, he can do it all. So I mean, for him, I think the ceiling going to the NHL level is very high, and he could definitely be a top 6 guy entering the NHL, and I think that's what the Oilers kind of see him as. And from what the Oilers have drafted today, they've went with kind of high end skill guys that can score, and that's something that maybe they feel they're lacking, behind McDavid and Draisaitl, and that they need more depth through the pipeline, throughout the next 3 to 5 years.
Michael and Carter obviously tied together, playing with each other at the Sherwood Park, and now moving on to the University of Denver. Do you think there is a chance that Carter goes to join his brother in Winnipeg? Or is it all but set in stone he's going to be with the University of Denver?
Yeah, I mean, both those guys are already down there. I would be shocked if Carter decided to go to the Western Hockey League with Matt. I mean, Matt's playing with us right now, while the Western League is kind of trying to figure out whether they're going to play or not. So, I mean, if they play, we would expect Matt to go back to Winnipeg. If they don't end up getting going, depending on the fan situation, then we're pretty excited to have Matt in our lineup for the year. But Carter, I don't see him going to the Western Hockey League just because for both him and Mike, it's the right route. They've kind of set that as their path, and now they have time to develop at 18, 19, 20. And if they need more time than that, they can take it at the college level. But they should need those 3 years, I would think, and then they would be hopefully getting ready to jump into the farm system and continue to develop from there.
Another player that you've seen quite a bit of, I know he's not on your squad, the Spruce Grove Saints defenseman Ethan Edwards that was taken in this round. What part of his game really impressed you as a coach that has to coach against him constantly?
Well, again, he's very dynamic with the puck when he gets it. He's very small. I don't want to say very small, but he's a smaller guy for a defenseman. But how quick he is laterally and how shifty and dynamic he can be with the puck as well is very impressive. And I mean, size is definitely not everything. Clearly, I remember when I was coaching in Grand Prairie actually, and Ethan was playing Pee Wee hockey up in the GPAC system, and so I know the family really well. I coached his older brother Brett at the midget AAA level. Never got to coach Ethan though because I came to Sherwood Park before that time, but. Ethan was always a high-end skill guy on the back end, and people were always saying, "Oh, I don't know if he's going to be able to make it as a defenseman. He's too small." And my response was, "Well, look at the way he skates. Look at how shifty he is. Look at how good he is with the puck when he gets it. I mean, guys can't catch him, and they can't take the puck away from him. So, in terms of his ceiling as well, it's going to be high. And again, another guy that's today's type defenseman that is very agile, likes to jump up in the rush. When he gets it in the offensive zone, he dances around guys at the blue line, and he was very hard to contain when he played for Spruce Grove. And we knew we had to be very careful coming out to check him at the point because he was that slippery.
One other player from the AJHL is rated amongst the North American skaters, and that's Alex Young, formerly of the Canmore Eagles. What can you tell me about Alex's game?
Well, we didn't get to see Canmore a ton. I mean, we saw him a couple times a year, typically, right? And maybe 3 times if we saw them at the showcase. But for Alex, I mean, another guy that just can naturally score. And I mean, again, a guy that can fly. He's got a little bit more size than maybe Savoy and Benning do and Edwards. But I mean, Younger, again, really good down the middle of the ice. High offensive guy, lots of skill, can score. And again, a guy that if he gets it on his stick at any point or any area of the offensive zone, if he shoots it, he could score. So I mean, another very high talented guy that's got a bright future ahead of him. And again, the sky's the limit for him because I remember Savoy and Benning coming back from the from going to Russia with Alex Young and Ethan Edwards, and they both spoke very highly of both those guys and how good those players were. So very very happy for both of them as well as Carter and Mike, and all 4 of those guys have represented the Alberta Junior Hockey League very well today.
Thanks for joining me, Adam. Good luck to the Sherwood Park Crusaders this year, but not too much luck.
Yeah, I know you're with Whitecourt now, Wyatt, so I appreciate it. But say hi to Sean there in Whitecourt and the boys, and hopefully we'll be seeing you guys soon if the cohort lists kind of open up here.
Yeah, I'm sure hoping so. I can't wait. Thanks again for joining us.
Yeah, us too. You're very welcome. Thanks.
That was Adam Mana, Sherwood Park Crusaders head coach. He's got 2 players taken in this NHL draft, and we've got a couple of picks to announce since he joined us on the program. Let's start with the Minnesota Wild. They take Pavel Novak. And then moving down the list, the Tampa Bay Lightning, they got Jaden Dureau. Capitals have selected Bear Hughes, which is my new favorite name in the draft. The Pittsburgh Penguins, with the 149th pick, take Ravis Ansons. 150, St. Louis Blues select Matthew Kessel. And with 151, the Boston Bruins take Mason Langenbrunner, who I can only assume is related to Jamie Langenbrunner.
Yeah, a couple interesting picks there. Matt Kessel was a freshman who had 7 goals in college this year, so an interesting player to take late like that. Mason Langenbrunner's dad is Jamie Langenbrunner. I mean, do you know many Langenbrunners? I can't say I do. The most interesting pick probably of that last little stretch would have been Pavel Novak, who's playing for the Kelowna Rockets. Very interesting skill set with him, but I hate the skating is definitely a limiter with him. That's probably why he went a little bit later, but he could be a third-line player at the NHL level.
And we have another pick to announce. It's the New York Islanders with the 152nd selection. They have selected William Dufour. Right
so
wing
close to William Dufour.
I was thinking that the entire time. 6'2", 195 pounds, playing for Drummondville. Right wing. What do you like about the game of Dufour?
Well, I had him ranked also kind of in the 95 to 100 range. He's got really good size. He's a good forechecking kind of player. Really good in front of the net. Still needs some skating in his game to improve. But overall, after he got traded, because he started with Chicoutimi and he wasn't really standing out, and he got dealt to Drummondville, had more of an offensive chance, put up 18 goals in 28 games there. As far as the way the Islanders want to play, guy has some skill, and he hits like a truck. And the Islanders, well, they like those kind of players, so it makes sense that Lou Lamoriello takes a gamble on him. I actually like this pick better than the other guy they took in 2 rounds ago, the Swede. Dufour is higher on my list.
And the Florida Panthers have made another selection. They will take another defenseman, this time from the WHL. We'd talked to Andrew Peard a little earlier about this pick. And with the 153rd overall selection, the Panthers will take Casper Pudio, which I can now pronounce correctly thanks to Andrew Peard. So Everett, who has 2 defensemen that are scheduled to go in this draft, the other one being Ronan Seeley. The first of the 2 dominoes has fallen. Casper Pudio compared to Ronan Seeley. Brennan, which one do you like more personally? And how do you like this pick for the Panthers?
I personally like Seeley more. I thought that Seeley had more speed to his game. He's a bit of a safer pick. Pudio's more of a guy that he uses gap control really well at this level of play to defend. Now, the speed, though, is the question for me as to whether or not he can do that at a greater level. And, of course, he has a bit of offense into his game, but I don't think it's that translatable. He's more of a defensive type guy. Later in pro. So we'll see how he develops, because he left the WHL to play with Karpat, and then he didn't make Karpat, so they ended up signing him to the U20 league. I'm not entirely sure if I'm super high on Pudio, but I see some potential there in maybe being a safer, number 5 type of defenseman in the league. But I'm higher on Seeley, and he still hasn't been taken. I think Seeley's a good mobile number 4 type of guy, and he's still kind of sitting there on the board.
Another pick to announce. Dallas Stars take center Daniel Lungman from Sweden. He was playing for Linköping Junior in the SHL this year. We got this pick, and we have the Ottawa Senators, who close out the 5th round with the 155th pick, and then we will step aside. We'll let you watch the 6th and 7th rounds from the comfort of your own home and not having to listen to us talk as we creep into almost hour 7 of what has been the longest second day of the NHL draft, I think, ever. But Clacker, what can you tell me about Daniel Lungman?
This is easily the longest I've ever been a part of a draft ever in my life. My camera's gone in and out 3 different times. Like it definitely wasn't built to be on this entire time, considering how long this draft has taken. Daniel Lungman, there's a guy that's got a good wrist shot, decent defensive player. Once again, you're looking at maybe more of a fourth line type guy at the next level. Basically put up nothing impressive of points in terms of the U20 league. So he's a guy that you're taking as a shot because he might be able to be a penalty killer for you, like a Marcus Kruger type of guy going forward.
As we await the last pick of these of the 5th round of this draft, I'll ask you if you think there's a winner so far, a team that has stood out above the rest as far as their drafting has went through the first 5 rounds.
I feel like I've been too busy to completely look at this draft, but from what I've seen, the Toronto Maple Leafs have had a really good value draft. A lot of guys that can probably step in the next 2 years or so and play roles at least in a depth way. I like what they've done. I like what Carolina has done so far. A couple of guys have really good value in different areas of the draft versus guys that I had ranked higher that ended up going lower. And I think the LA Kings have really nailed this draft as well. They've taken players from everywhere, goaltender in UC Markkanen's son, Juho, but also they took defensemen, they took forwards, a lot of guys with high skill, size, guys that are smaller but speedy. Like, they've been all over the board. I think that LA, once again, it seems like I've said this for 3 or 4 years in a row now, they've really had a great draft.
LA, one of those teams, they've been a perennial loser the last few years. Great drafting is what's going to save them from out of that basement. Still waiting on the Ottawa Senators' last pick. But before we run away, is there a player people at home watching in the 6th and 7th rounds should be excited for their team to grab that hasn't had his name called yet?
I think we talked about him earlier, but the guy, I'm looking at my rankings and I'm thinking, well, he might be an exciting pick, is still Connor McLennan, who, when he's healthy, has a lot of nice skill and talent, and I think he's just going to keep rising up as a player, at least in junior, to give you some point production that'll be exciting. I think that Simon Kubicek can still be a good number 4D. James Hardy, who plays for Mississauga, good power game with him, really good shot. He's still out there on the board. And then one guy that I like that's kind of an under-the-radar sleeper. Of course, my goalie, Devin Levi, I think should still have definitely gone by now. But Brett Brochu of the London Knights, he's 5'11", so he's not NHL goalie size, but he has NHL goalie heart. His save percentage this year was a .919. London had goalie problems. They brought in Dylan Miskew from the Edmonton Oil Kings. He didn't really pan out as an overager. So Brochu was one of those guys that really helped steer the ship and just calm everybody down. They won 6 games in a row after Brochu made his first start. I like to see him get a 7th round flyer type of pick in this draft.
And we have our final selection of the 5th round in the books. It's the Ottawa Senators with the 155th overall pick. And they will select left winger Erik Engstrand from Sweden.
Well, big guy. Older player, was born in 2000, so we already have a 20-year-old on the board, 6'4", 212, super raw talent player. Finally broke out last year for Malmo at the J20 League. Like, he finally had a really big season. Otherwise, I hadn't heard of him, but he did kind of show up on the radar. So here's a guy that they're hoping by maybe age 22 or 23, rather than just sign a European guy for depth, instead you just add a European guy like him into your lineup.
And there we have it. Nearly 7 hours of draft coverage today. Brennan, what's the first thing you're going to do other than stand up and stretch?
I'm still going. I mean, I'm tweeting out the entire draft here. So, I mean, we still have a lot of QOs that are coming in. Yeah, follow me at NHL Updates. I'm going to keep on trucking until it's over. Maybe grab a piece of cake. Apparently there's some cake left downstairs for me whenever I'm ready. So that's really nice. My mom's birthday was yesterday, so happy birthday, Mom. Man, it has been a long, tedious draft, and I don't know why it's taking this long. I mean, Ottawa just took 10 minutes to take Erik Engstrand. Who and why does it take you 10 minutes to take that guy? I don't know, but
that was one of the things I noticed yesterday when Toronto took too long to make their pick. They just asked them if they wanted a timeout. Like,
they were trying to trade the pick, but I guess they really liked Amarov as well. But they were trying to trade out of there because I think someone wanted Braden Schneider and were worried, and they just couldn't come to terms.
There's still got to be some way to speed this up, I got to think, moving forward. But Klak, thanks for joining me. You've been a wonderful partner today. Thank you to Rob Zitlau and Alex Testowich, who've been doing everything behind the scenes. This is an ICU video production, and maybe the longest ever ICU video production in one sitting. But my name
Absolutely.
is Wyatt.
Thanks, guys, for all your hard work and for staying with us.
Rob, we really appreciate everything you do. My name is Wyatt Zieger. This has been ICU Video Production, joined alongside Brennan Klak. Thank you for joining us, and thanks for listening, everyone out there.